Senate Economics References Committee for the inquiry into the Australian manufacturing industry. On 12 August 2021, the Senate referred the matter of the Australian manufacturing industry to the Economics References Committee for inquiry and report by 24 November 2021. This date has since been extended until Friday, 17 December 2021. The committee has received 130 submissions, which are available on the committee's website. The committee has thus far held one public hearing on 11 November 2021, with this being the second. As this is a public hearing, a Hansard transcript of the proceeding is being made. However, the committee may determine or agree to a request to have evidence heard in camera. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings and claims of public interest immunity has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. Any witness called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I remind any media representatives listening to follow the media guidelines and any instructions of the committee secretariat. I ask everyone to ensure they have their mobile phone switched off or turned to silent. I would also like to advise witnesses that answers to any questions on notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 15 December 2021. So I now welcome representatives from the Australian Automotive Aftermarket Association. And I see you there, Ms Yates and Mr Charity. So welcome. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I invite you to make a brief opening statement if you would like. I note that you've provided a substantial submission, which has been most helpful, but you are invited to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so. And for the Hansard record, could I ask you please to each state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thanks, Senator. My name's Stuart Charity. I'm the CEO of the Australian Automotive Aftermarket Association.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr Charity. Ms Yates, I think your microphone might be on mute. That's better. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Leslie Yates. I'm the Director of Government Relations and Advocacy for the Australian Automotive Aftermarket Association.
Excellent. Do you have an opening statement you'd like to make, Mr Charity or Ms Yates?
Yes, I'll make a few opening remarks. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
So firstly, thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before this committee this morning to discuss our recent submission. I will only speak for a few minutes on our key points so that we have time for a two-way dialogue. So firstly, at the heart of our submission, there's two key points. The first one is from a manufacturing and export point of view. We do agree as a nation that we should be investing in industries that make sense for our country. So the question of what makes sense as a product that you would want to buy from Australia is a really good question. And we believe that the products that our members produce, that we're uniquely placed because they're a combination of what we're good at, our history as a nation, and our geographic location and conditions. That's why we were so disappointed to see that such a narrow set of industries that can participate in the Modern Manufacturing Initiative. We have regular conversation with government about how our industry can best capitalise on new markets. A good example of our current thinking is on vehicle customisation and the enhancement of electric vehicles. However, when we raise a desire to discuss potential new manufacturing opportunities, we are directed by government to the Modern Manufacturing Initiative, which contains programs that don't support value adding for electric vehicles, because we're not one of those 6 chosen sectors. So it's quite disappointing that a program that promises so much in the title and preamble delivers nothing for our industry. Our submission provides some data around our 4-wheel drive product manufacturers. However, we could have picked any of our great local automotive manufacturers. We use 4-wheel drive because they illustrate the point that we design and produce world-leading products in this subsector. We're not the lowest price producer. We compete globally on quality, design, innovation, and performance. We could have also cited a range of other products and technologies, including wireless EV charging, hybrid battery manufacturing, and towing accessories for EVs. I could talk about the design and manufacture of replacement parts for vehicles, and our production of vehicle modification components that support very specialised markets, including construction and emergency vehicles. All of these products we are great at. All of these we would like to expand because of our engineering talent and our Australian advantage. So why can't we do all this without government support? I'm sure you're thinking that, but the impact of government deciding that you're not a priority sector can be far-reaching. It's not just about government incentives. It's about whole of government attention on sectors that are important to our exports, our employment, and our balance of trade. Our industry is not just affected by Department of Industry grant programs. We interface with vehicle standards, the environment, Treasury for competition policy, foreign affairs and trade, skills and training, and border control. The list goes on. We're often advocating for reform in government policy areas, from issues such as counterfeit parts to the lack of national vehicle harmonisation to addressing significant skill shortages. And we have many other domestic and trade issues that all require negotiation. And if the government included advanced manufacturing as a priority sector, we could leverage that important status for constructive dialogue. So I'm happy to elaborate on any of the issues in our submission or discuss any of the items that may be of interest regarding the future of our industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charity. I might kick off with some questions if I could, and thank you very much for your detailed submission. I just wanted to explore firstly the scope of your association. So, for example, in Queensland, we've got a wonderful company that imports vehicles from the United States and then converts them from left-hand drive to right-hand drive. Are they that would be a company that falls within your bailiwick?
Yes, that's right. So essentially, we're probably a little bit unusual in that we actually span the full end-to-end supply chain of what we call the automotive aftermarket, which is anything that goes on a vehicle post-manufacture. So it's manufacturing, it's import and distribution, it's four-wheel drive, it's vehicle conversion, it's even specialised vehicles, right through to the Repcos and super cheap autos and also the repair and service side of things. But we represent, from a manufacturing point of view, a sector that's about $6 billion in annual turnover, about just under $1 billion worth of exports, and yes. Left to right-hand vehicle conversion is very much in our purview. So.
Right. Okay. On the first page of your submission, and it's reflected throughout your submission, you mention a number of high-level points that are constraints at the moment in terms of the industry, and I'll just quote each of them, and I'd just like to drill down into each of them if I could, to get a better understanding of how they operate in practice to constrain the growth of the industry. The first is, and I quote, 33% of businesses in the industry are impeded by the lack of harmonisation between federal and state regulations, end quote. I thought a lot of the area with respect to standards in the automotive industry was done on a national level, but clearly there's a considerable area that is still state-based. Is that right? Could you give us some examples so we can understand how that constraint operates in practice as an obstacle?
Sure, I might hand this one to Leslie. She deals with this almost every day.
Right, Leslie.
So the Australian design rules are indeed federal, and all of the importation of vehicles is subject to Australian design rules. But after the vehicle is registered in the state, it is subject to state government in-service vehicle standards. So those standards regulate how much you can do things such as lift the vehicle. So we're responsible for suspension lift, particularly for vehicles that are going over rough terrain. We do that for a lot of emergency vehicles. Well, that's subject to state government regulations. And how far you can lift a vehicle and when you need specific engineering certification varies on a state-by-state basis. Also, areas like gross vehicle mass upgrades. So we upgrade the vehicle to ensure that it can carry more weight. Very important for mining, for defence, for the construction industry. And again, the GVM, the gross vehicle mass upgrade, is subject to state-by-state regulations. Many of our members are course, working across all states and territories in Australia, and they've got to comply with different regulations, and that makes a difference in terms of designing the product and how you fit the product. So a great deal of what we do, because we're aftermarket, we're after the vehicle often is registered, is subject to state-by-state regulations, and they can vary. They can vary by a small level, and they can vary enormously. When you're trying to produce economies of scale, so you want to be able to produce suspension kits that are able to be fitted for a fit for purpose, say Queensland and Western Australia for mining, they're two different GBM upgrade regulations.
Okay. Has any effort been made in the past to harmonise those rules? Has there been any concerted effort to bring all the states together, which I appreciate might be a more difficult task than achieving peace in the Middle East, but has any effort been made in that regard?
You're spot on there. There was a process called the National Code of Practice. So that's a general agreement amongst the state and territories on in-service vehicle regulations. But one of the challenges and one of the frustrations that we have is that all the states can change the rules by simply putting out a vehicle standards bulletin, and they don't have to go through any regulatory impact statement process. They don't have to consult with any industry groups about the implications of it. They basically just put it out and the rules change. So the states often will change regulations and do it at very short notice, and it makes it very, very difficult for industries, particularly manufacturing industries that are trying to supply on a national basis. We're continually being confronted with a changing landscape from a regulatory point of view.
Okay. I'm wondering if you could take on notice and provide us maybe with 2 pages, say, of examples of different standards applying in different states to sort of draw this issue out in terms of practical examples, because obviously, ideally, this is something which should be harmonised across the country to make it as easy as possible. Would that be possible for you to do, Mr. Charity?
Sure, very, very easy to do. There's plenty of examples.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, it might be more than 2 pages, unfortunately. So the second, if I return back to these obstacles which you set out in the first page of your submission, the second one is, and I quote, 28% do not believe, this is of your members, 28% do not believe that industrial regulations provide them with the ability to stay in touch with consumer demands, end quote. Is that a similar issue? I guess is this going to the actual content of these rules? Is that correct?
Yeah, look, that's correct. So again, this goes to a lot of this issue is around the suspension and weight carrying capacity of vehicles. So, for instance, consumer demand is driving a requirement for vehicles to carry more load, to tow more load, and we want to assist customers to be able to do that in a safe way. So, for instance, if you're towing a caravan or a boat, or you're loading up your vehicle with fixed weight, if it's a fleet vehicle, for instance, then you really need to upgrade the standard suspension that's on the vehicle so it can carry that additional weight or tow that additional weight. And we're increasingly confronted with a very risk averse, and again, this is predominantly a state government jurisdictional issue, but we have a very risk averse states that basically put the onus on us to prove that something is safe, rather than in the absence of any evidence to the contrary. Our members are some of the most talented engineers anywhere in the world. Nobody knows more about suspension from an Australian conditions point of view than the companies like ARB and Penta Suspension and so on. So it's frustrating when we want to put our engineers in front of the state and territories to work with them on coming up with sensible and safe vehicle standards that actually enhance the safety and road carrying ability of the vehicle, but we're confronted with basically a flat no, you can't do that. So that's a continual frustration from our industry.
Okay. The third issue that's raised is counterfeit products from overseas, and your application, your submission states that these have affected, and I quote, 22% of the industry, end quote. So what, from the industry's perspective, what more could the government do practically in terms of our border controls to prevent counterfeit products coming into the country?
Leslie, do you want to take that one as well?
Yeah, look, I think we would really value a relationship with Border Control where we were able to talk regularly about what we're seeing coming through the border. And we tend to have an opportunity to report a complaint, but we'd like the opportunity to talk more regularly about, on a twice yearly basis, about what the trend rate is. Because as would many be aware, these things move in waves. We see a whole tranche of a particular product and then that falls away. There's also a misunderstanding that counterfeit products for the automotive industry is predominantly about the major car brands, whereas our brands are also under significant pressure. So as Stuart mentioned, we don't participate in the market on price. We're a very high quality product, and we are held in high esteem in America and Europe, and particularly in Asia, for our products. So the brand that's on the vehicle frontal protection or any of the other products that we produce is highly prized, which means that we are going to be a target for counterfeit products. So I think being able to find a way to be regularly communicating with what we're seeing as a trend, rather than waiting for the one product and going through that process, that would be quite valuable.
It's fair to say also that the majority of the counterfeit products are sold through online marketplaces. So having Border Force and other officials more linked into what's happening on those online marketplaces. Very, very rarely you get counterfeit products sold through the official distribution channels of our member companies. It's mainly through online channels.
Okay. I've got one more question, and I'll then pass on to my colleague, Senator Kitching, and that is, your recommendation is that advanced manufacturing is reinstated as a priority sector. And I was reflecting on this over the weekend. I come originally from the mining industry, so I understand how important a lot of the work that your association does is in terms of enhancing productivity at our mines, both in Australia and overseas. A lot of products are used all over the world, products that have been developed here in Australia. If we are going to have priority areas, it necessarily means that you're going to have to pick and choose between particular areas and give priority to some, less priority to others. It doesn't mean the others aren't important, it just means they're not priority. Is there a way in which the priority in this area could be more narrowly defined in a way to leverage off all the work that's been done in the transport industry in particular? So what I'm thinking is, advanced manufacturing is a very wide area, of course, but it seems to me, on the basis of your submission, that Australia is a leader in terms of a lot of this post-market additions in terms of the transport sector, be it suspensions or whatever. Is there a way you could potentially better define or more narrowly define the scope of the priority, or is that, from your perspective, going down the wrong path? Just interested in your views in that regard.
Look, it's a good question, and priority sectors do, in their nature, lend governments to essentially pick winners. I mean, we'd prefer a more merits-based approach to on a project-by-project basis. I think there's certainly some worthy projects that are funded through the Modern Manufacturing Initiative, and then there are others that perhaps less so. But so enabling companies to compete on their merits, it's a co-investment arrangement, and if you're putting a project forward, and it can be assessed on its merits. So I guess we struggle with the concept of just picking certain sectors and then excluding everything else. But if we were required to more narrowly focus our opportunities, we could easily do that as well. As I said in my introduction, our industry has really sort of migrated to the products and technologies that really Australia is world renowned for. So suspension, frontal protection products, auxiliary lighting products, and so on. But also I think there's the four-wheel drive, as we've said, but we also think there's a huge opportunity in electric vehicles as we see, the upswing of volume in that sector, and there's some quite new players. Obviously we know about Tesla, but there's a whole lot of new players in the EV industry, and I think that creates some real opportunities for Australian companies, both for the domestic market, but also to get into those international supply chains. So if there was a set of criteria around the innovation and the opportunity both domestically and internationally, then I think our industry would on a merits-based program fare very, very well.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'll now hand over to my colleague, Senator Kitching. Are you there?
Hello, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we're having patchy connectivity, so I might leave my video feed off, just so that it's the audio doesn't go. So firstly, thank you very much. Thank you for your submission, and thank you for your appearance here this morning. Could I ask, in terms of the chair asked you about the counterfeiting of products, and I noticed that that's affected about 22% of the four-wheel drive aftermarket sector. Can I ask, so you mentioned the border control, Ms. Yates, but could I ask, is there anything else the government should do, federal government should do to sort of counter this, or to ensure that these issues are combated?
I think there's probably a role there, Senator, for product safety. I mean, we're very concerned about people ordering automotive parts off of eBay. Right. This thing goes to the heart of the motor vehicle. I mean, we advise all of our members, of course, that if a customer arrives with a bootload full of parts, never to fit them. That's part of our expertise, is matching the product to the vehicle. And of course, we're responsible for that consumer guarantee on that product. So if the product fails, we're responsible for the replacement of the product and the labour to refit it. So I think there's probably a role for product safety, and look, and for ourselves as an industry, in informing consumers that it's never a good idea to look up the components that could possibly be fitted to your vehicle and think that you can order them on some online platform. It's a danger to you in terms of what you're actually receiving, but it's certainly a danger to road safety as well.
Thank you. And so the eBay is one example. Are there other products from overseas that also affect the automotive industry?
So we're talking about replacement parts often off that eBay platform. There are other it's possible to produce a website that looks like a motor vehicle enthusiast website. So if you're a particular four-wheel drive enthusiast, or you're driving a particular brand of vehicle, you can join up to clubs where you're participating in international forums. So there are a wide variety of online avenues for you to be ordering components. But yes, we're talking about replacement parts, enhancement parts, sometimes things that go into camping, the roof racks, all sorts of things that you might add to your vehicle to make it fit for purpose. I mean, the sad thing is that while people are ordering substandard components from overseas, we are the best in the world at a lot of these products. That's why we're well known in the Middle East and in South America and other countries that have rugged conditions, because we are very good at what we do. It's an irony that we see people producing substandard components, slapping our brand on it, and people
Yes.
need to order it from overseas. You should order it from here.
Yeah, right. Thank you. That's very interesting. I didn't. They're obviously a lot braver than I am firstly in ordering automotive parts. Could I ask? So, in a high tech, high end industry like the car industry, does not having a car industry now in Australia sort of inhibit our ability to undertake complex defence projects?
Look, from our perspective, losing the car industry was was a terrible blow for Australian manufacturing industry more generally, and the Australian automotive industry. But I don't believe that it is an impediment to innovation and growth in other areas. For instance, the aftermarket industry, the industry that we represent, wasn't subject to any of the support programs that supported the car manufacturing industry. In fact, we were specifically excluded from those. So we've been able to.
Why, Mr. Cody, can I ask why were you excluded? Could you just explain to me how that works?
Look, it's a good question. We asked ourselves the same question over many years, but the governments of the day, in their wisdom, both the Automotive Competitiveness and Investment Scheme and then the Automotive Transformation Scheme, had a criteria where you had to supply product to at least 30,000 locally built passenger vehicles. And that essentially excluded the entire aftermarket industry. Even though we supply so-called genuine product, many of our members, in fact the majority of our local manufacturers, supply to the car industry. They just supply imported vehicles as well as at the time locally manufactured vehicles. So our industry is as old as the car industry. Certainly, the aftermarket started as soon as we started bringing in and then making cars here. But we've operated in parallel with the automotive manufacturing industry. So we're all about producing product once the vehicle is on the road, whether it's built here or built anywhere in the world, and actually modifying global platforms to suit Australian conditions. We've got a very, very strong industry, both for recreational four-wheel drives, for general vehicle modification, for fleet and industrial, and for defence. We've got a facility here in Melbourne, the Auto Innovation Centre, which was supported by government, and I see Senator Patrick was instrumental in assisting us with that funding. And we do modifications and testing for vehicles for military purposes as well. So there is a vibrant industry. It runs in parallel with car manufacturing, and we think there's huge international potential for our industry as well, because we are globally renowned.
Yes, thank you. So do you do the proofing of some defence vehicles?
Yeah, so particularly the road-based vehicles. We do, for instance, SAS vehicles, Land Cruiser modifications, and so on. Many of our members supply direct into military vehicles. So the technologies, whether it's gearbox or suspension or so on, are common. We don't get into, a number of our members are supplying, into submarine contracts and so on, but the majority are the road-based military vehicles.
Right, thank you. In your submission, you noted your submission talks about skills shortage, and there's you've said that it hampers the opportunities to expand the design and development of products. How do you can I just ask you to expand a little on what you think the existing skills shortages are, how they're hurting your sector, whether you have any thoughts on how the government might help in, how does federal government help in tackling this skills shortage?
Again, it's a good question. I mean, we're suffering right across the value chain in the automotive industry, particularly around qualified technicians. But from a manufacturing and engineering point of view, this is probably where the shutdown of the local car industry has impacted our sector the most. In that, when we did have a car manufacturing sector there, we had universities offering a range of automotive engineering courses, and there was, I guess, a traditional pathway into automotive engineering. Certainly, there's still plenty of automotive engineers being trained in our university system, but I think just the fact that we are no longer recognised as a priority manufacturing sector, and I think a lot of people did believe that the whole of the automotive industry left with the car companies. I think government sending a signal to the market and the wider community that automotive manufacturing, yes, it's in a different form, is here to stay, and there's a fantastic career opportunity. I think will help that pipeline of engineering talent coming through into the industry, because that is certainly something that's hampering the growth opportunities, just being able to get that engineering talent into our businesses.
Right, thank you. And I do know that Senator Patrick has some questions, but could I ask you one last one? It seemed to me that the core recommendation of your submission was that was about the Modern Manufacturing Initiative. Do you have any thoughts on how the MMI might be broadened to capture industries like your own, but without going so broad that we lose that ability to efficiently to target support efficiently at industries with high growth potential?
Look, to be honest, I think if you were going to target a couple of subsectors within our industry, it would be that four-wheel drive parts and accessories sector, and I think from a future growth potential, the EV sector, there's just so many opportunities from infrastructure to vehicle technology and accessories that the electric vehicle growth offers our industry. So we would, if it was going to be targeted into a couple of subsectors, we think they would be the two.
Right, it's very interesting. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator.
Senator Kitching. Senator Patrick, are you there?
I've got some questions.
Yep, you've got the call.
Fantastic. And I just indicate that whilst the manufacturing sector is not going so well, the construction industry is doing very well outside my window. So if there's any sort of noise, I apologise. Have many of the onshore manufacturing in your industry moved offshore? And sort of what sort of quantum? I know that, for example, TJM, I understand they've moved a bunch of manufacturing to Thailand. So could you comment on that, please?
Look, there has been some offshoring of manufacturing. The engineering and product development side is all very much onshore, but certainly a number of the larger manufacturers have established offshore facilities. So you mentioned TJM. ARB also have a couple of facilities now in Thailand. Hayman Rees from a tow bar perspective. So they do a lot of the volume work there. Funnily enough, we were talking about skill shortages before. The main driver for ARB going offshore was they couldn't get enough welders to do the frontal protection systems in Australia. So it was a continuity of supply of skills that initially drove that. But all of those companies still maintain a significant manufacturing base in Australia. The ARB facility out of Kilsyth, I think it's got 900 staff on site, and the majority of them are in manufacturing. Yes, we have lost some manufacturing volume, but we still have. I mean, our latest survey showed there was $6 billion per annum worth of onshore manufacturing that takes place in our sector. So it's still pretty vibrant, and in fact, to be honest, some of the supply chain issues that our industry's experienced because of coronavirus has probably led many of them to look at onshoring more into the future to ensure that continuity of supply.
So yeah, there's a lack of skilled workforce. Is that was experienced by, I think you said TJM. What have others experienced that as well?
Yes, that's right. So getting manufacturing or skilled manufacturing workers, particularly in a lot of the for instance, frontal protection is basically welding and bar work, and polishing and so on. Our industry really struggled to get the labour force to be able to deliver that product in increasing volumes. So that is certainly an issue, and they're trades basically, so welding trades and so on. So it's not just production line work. A lot of the work is pretty skilled, and we've got a shortage of trades in our industry, and that across the economy, and that impacts on our industry.
So you'll be pleased. I think I saw the Labor policy on the weekend saying TAFE courses would be free. So I say that as an independent would be a good thing. On your submission on you talk about the top 10 products in slide number 9, and then you've got the origins on slide 18 and 19. I'm just wondering how many of your products are fully manufactured in Australia, majority manufactured, minority manufactured, or fully imported? And how does it vary across the product lines that you've talked about? And what are the causes and the variants in terms of choices of where things are done? So there's a lot in that question, but maybe you could answer that.
Leslie, did you want to have a go at that? We might have to take some of that on notice, but
yeah, I think one of the problems that we've got there, Senator, is that our product range, goes all the way from lighting to, steel-based products. So I could probably give you, if I took that on notice, I could probably give you a sense of where they are in those broad category areas. It's true to say that all the R&D is here in Australia. So as Stuart says, research, development and design for our industry is all based here. Metals tends to be more external. And while the electronics is always assembled here, I think a number of our smaller components in those electronic products is manufactured overseas. So it's also a movable activity, because recently, probably in the last 24 months, maybe 3 years, we've seen some of the high-end steel-based coming back on shore because of concerns about steel quality. So we are seeing a few trends happening there. As we go up the quality chain and our products are highly recognised overseas, some of the manufacturing has come back onshore. And as we've moved further into electronic components, we are seeing more of the components being imported and assembled here. So it is a complicated matrix, but I'm happy to give you a sense of that as a question on notice.
All right, can I just switch to electric vehicles? I know Charity talked about this in answer to a question to, I think it was Senator Scarr. I would have thought there were things like, obviously turbos and diff locks, diesel components and so forth, which will not be part of electric vehicles. So I'm just wondering how you see that impacting your industry, when you see it impacting, and how you transition across to electric vehicles. And I might add, and how Australia's reluctance, or the government's reluctance, to put out a strategy around electric vehicles is affecting decision making.
Yeah, look, Senator, there's no doubt that there are less components on an electric vehicle, and we're actually doing a little bit of a study at the moment to examine just how much that will impact on the overall ticket price of a service, for instance. But having said that, electric vehicles are heavier, so they're going to be harder on the undercar components, the suspension, braking, and so on. We think that there are opportunities both in battery manufacturing, but also in battery remanufacturing. So, for instance, one of our members, part of the GUD Automotive Group, a listed company, have just launched a hybrid battery recycling program or remanufacturing program, where they actually replace the cells that are faulty on a hybrid battery, then provide it with a 3-year warranty, and essentially it's almost a brand new battery, but it's a third of the cost of a new one. So it has both environmental and cost benefits. But also, the opportunities around accessories is still there. Electric vehicles, we're still going to need to tow caravans and boats and so on. We're still going to need frontal protection when you're driving in rural and regional Australia. We're going to need auxiliary lighting. All of that is unchanged on electric vehicles. So the opportunities are still there, and it's also a bit of a fallacy that all electric vehicles are going to be very small, sort of city dwelling vehicles. You just have to look in the US. All the vehicle manufacturers have reverted to electrifying the big pickup trucks and so on. So we're still going to have the same. We believe we'll still have the same composition of the vehicle fleet that we have now. So that opportunity will still be there. And in fact, we actually think it's going to be enhanced, because there's a whole lot of new players coming into the electric vehicle space that don't have the traditional supply chains that many of our members are locked out of. So we do think that there's opportunities for direct supply with some of those new EV players. It really is a sector that has an enormous amount of untapped potential for our industry. We think we're a good match for EV, but as I said, we at the moment we're going to have to explore that on our own, because there's really no government support and no priority around EV. So yes, we'd love to see in some of the policy announcements around EV strategies. Yes, it's important to look at the charging infrastructure and the ticket price and the taxation arrangements and so on, but you also have to look at the whole life cycle of the EV and where the opportunities are and where there's a requirement for industry to step up. So we would like to see more consideration for the aftermarket in EV strategies.
There's a case there for as we saw with transforming from a car manufacturing base to perhaps other industries, as we did, and assistance to those industries that were doing aftermarket products. Is there a case there for support on electric vehicle transition, or is that something you think industry can do by itself if, for example, it had a strong policy guideline?
I think, for instance, and you're very familiar, I think there's an opportunity, for instance, for the Auto Innovation Centre, which is basically an industry centre that provides all the latest equipment, engineering talent, and vehicles to help our industry collaboratively lift the bar and chase those opportunities. To have a separate look at the opportunities in EV, to get some EV vehicles in, to get our members across the technology and where the opportunities are. I think that's a project that government could support to help not an individual company but the whole industry get across the EV opportunity. So we'd love to discuss those sort of opportunistic ways in which our industry can collectively look at the EV opportunity.
Okay, I'll just switch slightly. Thank you very much for that. Can you, in your submission, you talked about regulations being out of step with consumer demand. Can you just elaborate on that?
We did answer that one earlier on, I think, or a similar one. So
Might have been just as I joined a little bit. I heard you talking about
That's
regulations in WA. That's okay. I can
yes.
go back to the Hansard and read that. That's fine.
no problems, but
Right.
it's in the area of things like suspension upgrades, towing upgrades, and so on, where you know, to keep the vehicle safe and fit for purpose, our industry's looking to try and do, you know, upgrades of vehicle carrying capacity and so on, and we are increasingly constrained by regulators and regulation in doing that. So yeah, but we did answer that one earlier.
Okay. Are there any regulations or import requirements that are fettering you or standing in the way of you exporting Australian products to overseas markets?
Ironically, the vehicle standards that we experience in our primary markets are generally more receptive to our product than Australian state-based regulations.
Wow. Okay. All right. And just my final question, made in Australia, is that something that helps you in your industry when you're selling overseas?
Yes, we have very high quality products, and I think it makes sense to buy vehicle frontal protection systems and suspension systems from Australia. And that the suite of products that a company like Red Arc produces, Senator, absolutely makes sense that Australia would invest in that and be very good at it.
Yep. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Chair. And thanks to the AAWA.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you very much. Senator Pratt, did you have any questions?
Just quickly, I know we're short on time now. In terms of sitting outside the modern manufacturing strategy, but having things in common across all manufacturing sectors, what are the key priorities as a whole where you've got synergies with other sectors? You know, clearly I can see the issues in skills and training in relation to welding, vehicle electronics, which will have a lot of synergies across other industries as well. If we're going to be an advanced manufacturing and technology country, what are the things that go beyond sectors?
Look, there's a few things that come to mind. Obviously, energy costs is a big one. Many of our sectors are quite, from a manufacturing point of view, are quite energy intensive, and we're trying to compete there. But I think where we probably struggle the most is in getting that it's in the skill side of things. So from an R&D and product development point of view, just funding the cost of the R&D, and at the moment, we're talking about electric vehicles. The fact that the volumes are so low means that there's probably not a commercial imperative at the moment to explore the opportunities, but the lack of government support in that area means that there's probably an opportunity going begging. Leslie, can you think of any other sort of sectoral-wide issues that we've confronted?
I think the Auto Innovation Centre was some funding that we negotiated offline. It was funding that we created the innovation, and Senator Patrick in particular was instrumental in finding the funding for that. But it wasn't necessarily a program, Senator Pratt, that existed. So I think this issue about research and development and how industries are really looking for more support in the development end, because that's what the Auto Innovation Centre does. It's for the on-the-ground testing of product, so that the research has been done, there is a need for the product, the marketing has been done. Now we need to test it on a vehicle. And that testing can be very expensive because you can't get any economies of scale yet. So I think the structure of R&D programs and how in Australia we can be influenced more toward the R than the D certainly has an impact on our industry.
Okay, that's very helpful. And lastly, the synergies with other heavy industry and automation, you know, whether that's remote control, heavy mining vehicles, where are your synergies with other manufacturing industries?
Oh, look, there's a huge amount of cross-pollination with all of, you know, for instance, our members supply product into recreational vehicles. Obviously, caravan and other RV manufacturing is booming at the moment. Heavy vehicles, bus and truck. There's a lot of assembly that goes on. You know, even trains and you know, defence vehicles. So
where's the synergy with rail and just as an example?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean, obviously the undercar side of things, so suspension and other products, many of our members are supplying into rail programs.
Seats.
Yep, pretty
Right.
much anything on wheels, no matter how big our members are involved in some way, shape or form. Not all of them, but yeah, and then a number of companies, particularly in the electronics side, go well outside automotive and advanced mobility.
And the problems with the variety of state standards, that's in common with rail, construction materials, a whole range of other manufacturing sectors as well. Without, you know, what could or would, clearly it takes time to transition standards without losing the benefit of having the standard. What kind of process can or should we go through in order to cut that red tape?
Leslie?
We've had some success in engineer-to-engineer conversations, Senator. So what we want to know is, we want to know early that there's some concern about a vehicle standard or a vehicle regulation, or someone's looking at it. We want to sit down with our engineers, because keeping our vehicle owners safe is also one of our highest priorities. So we're dealing with the road safety engineers. We care about safety as well. Could we sit at the table and have a shared problem rather than just the delivery? We've got a very reactive one. They deliver a standard. We've got to organise all of our people to go, hang on a minute, you've forgotten about A, B, C, D and E. This is how it's going to affect us. It's a very reactive relationship. And the problem with state-by-state regulations, of course, is what we have as a national manufacturing industry. So, they might be producing in Queensland or Western Australia for a regulation in Victoria. So
that reactive standard, I guess, makes it harder to proactively uphold consumer standards. I guess it puts you on an automatically defensive footing, because you've got different regulators intervening at different times on different things.
Yeah. It's a lot of
we are trying to flip that relationship, particularly with the Innovation Centre, to actually bring the regulators in, show them the technology that we use in our product design and testing and validation and the level that we go, so that they're basically in the tent. But it's difficult, because you just need a change in someone moving on, someone that you've developed a relationship with, and then all of a sudden a new person comes in and you're back to square one. So it's a bit of a moving feast and a real frustration for our industry.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to come visit your Automotive Innovation Centre once borders are open.
We'd love to
We'd
welcome
love to have you.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Pratt. So if I can thank Ms Yates and Ms Charity for appearing today, it's greatly appreciated. I would ask that you now disconnect from the video conference. You can continue to observe the hearing should you wish to do so through the live stream on the Parliament's website. And I note that you did take a number of questions on notice. So if you could come back with those responses as soon as you can, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from the Australasian Railway Association. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I would also like to advise you that any questions on notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 15 December 2021. Now, I think it's Ms. Curry. Hello,
Good
Ms.
morning.
Curry. Good morning. And Mr. Garvey, is it?
Good morning, Senator.
Hello. And Mr. McClellan.
Yeah, it's good morning. It's Mr. McClellan. Unfortunately, it should say Michael McClellan on there, but my corporate IT just puts up my username.
Oh, that's all right. No problem.
Okay.
So if I can welcome you all, and if I could invite you to make a brief opening statement, should you wish to do so. And for the Hansard record, could I ask you please each to state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thank you. My name is Natalie Curry and I'm the General Manager for Supply Chains at the Australasian Railway Association.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Curry.
Yes,
Mr. Garvey?
yes, my name's Todd Garvey and I'm the Deputy Chair of the Rail Industry Group Executive Committee of the ARA.
Okay.
I'm Michael McClellan. I'm the Chair of the Rail Industry Group, which is a committee of the ARA.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Do any of you have an opening statement to make?
Thank you, Chair. I'll make an opening statement and really thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today.
Thank you.
So just by way of background, the ARA is the peak body for rail in Australia. We represent about 175 member organisations in the heavy and light rail operations in passenger and freight, infrastructure owners and managers, manufacturers and suppliers of rolling stock and contractors who build the infrastructure, as well as the consultants. So we certainly have the breadth of industry. The current sort of unprecedented level of investment in rail really provides huge opportunities for the Australian rail manufacturing sector. However, really due to the fragmented nature of rail and the numerous legacy issues in Australia, the full benefits for local manufacturers are significantly constrained. So we have capability and capacity challenges. It's been really difficult for rail suppliers with this historic sort of boom and bust cyclical nature of procurement. So certainly having a smooth and transparent pipeline with sort of long lead times enables sustainability of the industry and encourages private investment. The ARA believes that there are significant benefits to be realised from greater harmonisation on requirements, processes and policies, whether that be for standards or competencies, local content, type approvals or pre-qualification. This improved harmonisation would really enable local suppliers to have more consistent and sustained operations, fostering larger economies of scale and local expertise, as well as expanding opportunities for growth and justifying the further investment that for the government client, I'd actually see a stronger focus on harmonisation would reduce project risks and would enable new innovations to be adopted. While we believe policies that support local suppliers are valuable, the inconsistent application of the local content policies can actually disadvantage parts of the supply chain that are outside of those jurisdictions where the local content policy originates. It's not necessarily cost effective for national rail organisations to establish facilities across each of the Australian jurisdictions for the small size and inconsistent nature of the tenders. Australia really needs to focus and invest in areas of high value add for local manufacturers, specifically in relation to sort of product design and engineering. recognising the sort of long life cycle of assets, we need to encourage the application of new technologies. Recent research conducted shows that Australia is actually behind its international peers on applying these new technologies. And we think that that's partly due to the barriers of market fragmentation, that lack of continuity of investment and that risk-averse culture of public funded procurements that really doesn't incentivise industry around innovation or properly assess whole of life costs. With the closure of the rail manufacturing CRC, we now don't have a local sort of coordinating body to support collaborative rail research and development. The ARA does welcome the Infrastructure and Transport Minister's recognition of the need to work more collaboratively on these matters and established the National Rail Action Plan. So NRAP has actually provided a great mechanism for increased collaboration through its the committees it has on skills and interoperability and the harmonisation of standards of rolling stock components. And we certainly would welcome a dedicated procurement committee for rail assets as well. But look, I'll let you now ask us questions. Us three are happy to sort of provide any assistance we can. So thanks for the opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Curry. I'll give the call first to Senator Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. Just trying to start my video. Good. I think this will go to Ms. Curry. What share of domestic of the domestic market for rolling stock goods passenger carriages would be Australian?
The proportion would be locally manufactured.
Yes.
It does depend on each tender, I'd have to say, Senator. So we do have local content policies in some states that would see that proportion meet their requirements of 60%, for example, in Victoria, but there's certainly other procurements around rolling stock. We know in New South Wales that don't have a local content policy, and so there is a far lesser proportion of local manufacture. But I'm happy for Todd, if you wanted to say more, representing Alstom has a wider range of view across the country in terms of the proportion of local manufacture. Todd?
Well,
Yeah, I guess
just before we go there, can I just ask? You talked there about the link between industry policy and actual content.
Yes.
Do you have any empirical data on that? I mean, you sort of said that in some jurisdictions 60% and others, there's a direct link between the policies.
Yeah, I don't have data on hand for you, Senator, but it has been shown that the more local content policy you have in terms of stipulating a rate, then the likelihood of that to be increased. So it's not necessarily.
I'd be really interested if you could find anything that you could give the committee on that.
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
And sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt Mr. Garvey.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I was just going to comment. I also, in my opening, forgot to mention I work for Alstom, and we are a local manufacturer. I'm an international company, but we manufacture trains in Australia. I guess we're manufacturing trains in Victoria in our Dandenong facility for regional Victoria and also for Adelaide. And we're manufacturing in our West Australian Bellevue facility so new trains for the Metronet side, and we're also manufacturing new trains in our Ballarat facility for Melbourne. And we obviously see in those states a strong, a strong commitment to local content. Natalie referred to 60, and it's even higher, 65% local content in Victoria. But in terms of the split, I mean, Natalie talked about in New South Wales, not so much a strong push around local content. So we see a lot of rolling stock imported into that state, but certainly we see Queensland announcing new tenders for locally built and a manufacturing facility built in regional Queensland. So strong push around local content in the various states, Senator. In terms of the split, I can take that question on notice and come back with the actual split in terms of volume of trains or cost of revenue of trains as well.
So I'm sort of interested also, what in terms of rolling stock and goods and passenger carriages, how much is fully manufactured in Australia, majority manufactured, minority manufactured in Australia, and in circumstances where you're seeing a difference. What you think the cause of the difference is? Obviously, one of the things you've just identified is policy, procurement policy. But if there's anything obvious that says this is what makes a difference, i.e., that the company is foreign owned and has access to other facilities or Australian owned, I just wonder if you'd better help me out there.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, I just wonder, what's the depreciation term or period for a locomotive, a goods carriage or a passenger carriage?
Do you want me to take that one?
That would
Yeah, typically when we tender and manufacture products like passenger trains or trams or locomotives, they usually have a design life of 35 years, but most operators and most governments will try and stretch that asset life to even up to 50 years, Senator. So anywhere between the design life of 35 years, new out of the box, to as they get older, and you can, if the asset's been well maintained and it's still safe. Some assets are lasting as long as 40 to 50 years.
Okay, so that's actually useful, but the burden of my question went to, in effect, tax depreciation.
Okay. I might have to take that question on notice, Senator.
Yeah, okay. It just has an impact on some other things that I've been thinking about in terms of electric trains and so forth.
And that's more probably a question for the procuring body. I just have to check what is the tax depreciation approach to those products.
Sure. You mentioned the volatility of investment being a key issue. Can you elaborate on this and what you see as the causal factors?
Certainly. I mean, I think Todd sort of alluded to it in terms of the length of the asset life cycle. So they're not going to be acquired often, but it's more that the fact that we've got states acquiring these things at the same time. So they're not necessarily considering the light in terms of skills, in terms of capacity across the country, in terms of delivering on these procurements. I know, Michael, probably you've got some points to add around the additional, timeframes around maintenance and extension of those contracts as well, that you could provide some insight as well.
Yeah, so maybe just a bit of background. My day job is the managing director of a company called Knorr-Bremse. We make brakes, doors, air conditioning, power systems for trains and things like that. So we're down through the supply chain. So the big issues for us for local content is if we establish a facility, say in Melbourne, to produce air conditioning and brakes and those sort of stuff for local content, then what we don't want is an interruption to that. To that going forward. So we don't want a base contract and then a 1 year gap and then an extension contract after that, because obviously we just got to re-establish ourselves. And the problem is, one of the good things about local content, it gives you the platform to maintain and look after that asset for a long period of time, but that maintenance doesn't occur till about 7 or 8 years after it's new. So what you need is some continuity between OE manufacturing and maintaining to ensure you can keep that local content embedded in that particular state. That's really important, because any interruption obviously just means you've got to stand people down, or you make no recovery on your capital assets and things like that. So, and the other thing that Nat mentioned in her opening is just the fragmentation. So I'm making air conditioning I will be making air conditioning in Queensland probably. I'm currently making air conditioners in Perth. I'm currently making air conditioners for trains in Melbourne. I'm doing some export air conditioners out of Granville. So this local content, this splintering down of volume really creates a problem in terms of being able to embed and also to invest in capital, tooling, jigs, test equipment, manufacturing capability. That splintering down into the different states really creates a problem.
So are you suggesting that the local content policies are not local Australia, they're local state?
Yeah, they tend to be, whether that's formal or informal, Senator, they tend to be local state, and that creates a real problem. And, you know, and obviously the states are driving that from their own political requirements to embed employment in their state and things like that, but it creates a real problem for the supply chain. And one of the issues for that is it's not as bad for me because I'm quite a large manufacturer. But if you're down at the small end and you're a manufacturer in Melbourne and Queensland has a local content requirement, then it's very hard for a small manufacturer to establish a manufacturing site in Queensland a long way away with extra capital and things like that. So, you know, these are the things, these various state approaches to local content can create a barrier to smaller manufacturers, but also makes us quite inefficient.
Does this go back to Ms. Curry's suggestion that there needs to be a procurement board or something like that? Maybe you could expand on that, because I just wonder if, you know, the states may be cutting their nose off in spite of their face by, you know, pushing hard on the local content when in actual fact things could be done better keeping things in Australia, but perhaps more sensibly distributing particular functions across the different states.
That's right, Senator. So there is a National Rail Action Plan that's looking at harmonisation of standards and components, and that is really important to get the economies of scale that the manufacturers need. But even if we get complete harmonisation in terms of standards and requirements, for example, of each of the rolling stock, would save billions. We would still have a problem if we apply a Queensland local content policy and a Western Australia local content policy, because you're still going to have fragmented facilities and you won't get the consolidated investment that the manufacturers need. So we certainly believe, and we're just about to conduct some research to hopefully prove the point that the objectives of the states around growth in terms of their economic growth, their investment in terms of their skills as well, could actually be achieved through a national local content policy and not a state-based local content policy. And that would certainly assist in terms of that smoothing of the procurement line, in terms of, you know, reducing those booms and busts cycle that the industry has suffered from for a long time.
So who are the buyers? Obviously state governments are buyers.
Correct.
Are there any government-owned entities like ARTC or and so you know, obviously there might be BHP or explain the market.
Correct. So in terms of the passenger operators are predominantly state agencies. In terms of the freight market, we do have a lot more private operators as well as ARTC. So in terms of the heavy haul, we don't necessarily say that these same issues that industry face in procuring to state-owned agencies are very different to those that are private. So.
Okay, and is there a strong link between manufacture and the ability to sustain, maintain? I heard Mr. McClellan talking about a 7-year gap, but is that factored into procurement? And does it make a difference having made the rolling stock or the air conditioner in Australia in terms of assisting with ongoing operation of the carriage?
Yeah.
Michael?
Yeah, look at it's the maintenance cycle. When we factor in an investment decision for local content, we always take into account the maintenance cycle, and because that's obviously a stream of income that helps pay back on the capital investment. And what really helps, if possible, is if often maintenance contracts or long-term maintenance contracts are let at the same time as the OE procurement is done, then that makes capital cases even stronger, because you've got more certainty of an income stream from a maintenance contract for 10 or 15 or 30 years. So we have a maintenance contract in New South Wales for Waratah trains, which is 32 years, for instance, and that really helps us support investment in capital equipment, test equipment, facilities, just leasing facilities and things like that. So, combining maintenance and procurement, and if we can get the timing of maintenance and the timing of procurement of OE right, then that stream makes life a lot easier for manufacturers and a lot more efficient.
Yeah, okay. I might just finish off because I've used a lot of time. Maybe two questions. Firstly, how much R&D takes place here in Australia across the sort of rail industry? And secondly, what if anything is the biggest barrier to growing the industry?
Yeah, I'll take that first, Senator, and the others can jump in. In terms of research and development, it's sort of happening more on a one-to-one basis in Australia. So we did have some collaborative research that was coordinated through the rail manufacturing CRCs and its predecessor CRCs, and that no longer in existence. We do have a national, the Australasian Centre for Rail Innovation, and they do support in terms of some collaborative research, but that's more in sort of the heavy haul private area. But in terms of the research and development space, there is significant pockets. The challenge for industry is really the commercialisation piece. So we really need the signal and the encouragement from the buyers in terms of applying new technologies and innovations. And I would say that is the barrier for Australia to invest further in R&D if it's not actually going to be picked up by the clients. Anecdotal evidence is for many manufacturers in Australia is that it's easy to sell their new technologies and innovations overseas than it is to the local market. Todd, did you want to add further?
I think just to build on that, I think when we enter into a contract and we'll design a new train or modify an existing train, it's hard to do the R&D on project or on cycle because the time frame is so short between starting a design and striking an arc and building a train, and you want to get, and it's very difficult to do. So we tend to do our R&D off cycle, and we tend to do a lot more internationally than we do here in Australia. So we tend to do, and if we do some, it might be because it's embedded into a contract to do some R&D, and we're looking for more that 35-year cycle like Michael referred to in the maintenance space. But yeah, it's difficult on cycle, Senator.
Okay, but in terms of getting ahead, I'm just, this is sort of supplementary to what you just said. For example, switching across to either electric trains or some sort of hydrogen fuel cell train, as we might see in the future. I mean, are we looking at that sort of stuff here, or are we just going to wait and see what happens overseas?
Todd, you've got a bit of experience in this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have a lot of experience globally in the hydrogen space, and we're bringing that to Australia and talking to a lot of our customers around modifying some diesel trains or building, instead of building new diesel trains, building hydrogen trains. We've got battery offerings in with certain clients at the moment. And the hydrogen conversation is very active around the country. It won't be long before we see some sort of hydrogen modification or a new hydrogen come along.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. We'll now give the call to Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. I want to dive into some of the procurement with state governments that you have raised in terms of state-based local content rules and the kind of benefits we might get in terms of economies of scale using national rules. Can I ask which states are good at what? How do we reassure ourselves that that procurement policy will see a benefit to states that want to invest in that? And how do we use Commonwealth leverage as part of that? I'm not familiar really with, I know that investing in public transport's a reasonably new thing for Commonwealth governments to fund. Is the scale of that Commonwealth investment currently and on the horizon enough to start playing into that local content leverage? Does the costs local content leverage, do we just hand it over to the states to do what they like with it? Or is there a role for that leverage to start evening that playing field?
Yeah, it's certainly a case that most of the budget is held with the states, and so that's why they can make those calls. Yes, there is Commonwealth funding, and we certainly think it should be conditional in terms of what they provide or attribute to certain projects. And whilst we have an Australian industry participation plan that is for significantly high in terms of the threshold, so not a lot of Australian or local projects apply to that. I think it was, and rail is probably the only example. And so states can then apply local content policies. So we certainly think a national coordinated approach that is supported by federal government would be very helpful in this place. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily one state is doing it better than the others. Our point is that one state is not considering the other states as part of their procurement. Yeah. So that goes from, requirements and tenders and competencies, but it's even down to terms and conditions and contract templates. And there can be actually a lot of efficiency gains just through administrative processes. And we are talking to a number of the states around that. How can we just get some consistencies in even the terminology and definitions, ironically, for a lot of contracts? And so it can be quite basic and significant improvements in that area as well.
And in that regard, I guess that adds to the dichotomy of making things in the state and then doing the rest overseas rather than having a national ecosystem.
Look, I think there's certain capabilities that Australia's good at, and it's more in the high value area. So engineering or design, I don't think we ever expect that we can compete on sort of low cost basis internationally. I think there's a recognition that there's benefits of partnering with international capabilities. It's just identifying where those local capabilities lie and continuing to invest in those areas. And that's not consistent across the state. And the boom and bust cycle, as we talked about in procurement, doesn't allow that to be further invested and grow necessarily either.
And just lastly, and clearly we've got domestic passenger rail, but we've also got our transport rail for goods as well as for mining. What are the different elements of that in terms of what we can and should be possibly manufacturing here? What's happening in the mining space? I know traditionally we've imported, Western Australia's imported a lot of rail cars.
Yeah, well, currently the Western Australian government is actually looking at a feasibility study to actually manufacture iron ore wagons in the state. And so they have certainly taken a different approach now in terms of the policies that they're considering. But heavy haul, like other areas, are certainly doing a hybrid model. There is manufacture that's happening domestically, but they also import internationally. As a result of COVID, though, they have looked at their supply chain resilience. That's certainly the case around steel as well. So just having availability of stock, but they've certainly considered what can be acquired locally. Michael, do you have any further sort of insight in terms of the heavy haul industry?
If you just look down through the supply chain, so in Western Australia, it's not only are the wagons largely imported, so are the subsystems. So we do braking on heavy haul there. But we have a largest facility in Perth and a small one in Port Hedland to maintain and overhaul all of that braking equipment as well. In terms of the eastern states, they have a different standard for braking systems, for instance, and so therefore we do a lot of local manufacturing here in Sydney for those freight wagons for the braking systems, and we export some of that stuff to New Zealand as well. And we also do a reasonable amount of local R&D and local product development here for what they call the Australian Railway Association standard on the East Coast. So it varies quite a bit, but certainly, I would have thought in Western Australia, where we are the largest and heaviest axle load in the world, and probably the most efficient heavy haul railway in the world.
Yeah.
And we also are the largest deployment of technology as well. So, for instance, when it comes to braking, the largest deployment of electronic braking in the world for heavy haul is in Western Australia. We've got AutoHaul, which is the driverless train that Rio has developed. So you can see, you know, when you've got an area where Australia, you know, invests quite heavily, and there's opportunity for local content, local technology development, you know, local support. So, and as Nat said, I know Western Australia is starting to look at that. Possibly. Yeah.
That's excellent. Thank you for that answer. You've proposed a National Rail Innovation and Research Body. In terms of what governments might do in responding to that, could we go down that path? Could we expand Infrastructure Australia's remit to undertake planning and coordination? What's the driver between having those functions in a single independent body?
Yeah, it's a couple of things. So one is really around that coordination and collaboration. So really understanding what are the current plans for each of the jurisdictions in terms of their focus and objectives, their sort of technology roadmaps. We don't currently have a sort of a national vision for what rail in Australia would look like, let alone even in some jurisdictions. So having that clear understanding of where the market's heading, so that the industry can know where to invest, I think is really critical. And the other aspects is just that coordination, so that there can be some joint collaborative R&D that happens, whether that even is certain facilities, whether that's specific testing that can happen. So a lot of testing is currently happening on live rail that has to, or possessions or commissioning to do that. So it's the case of having separate facilities that have that ability for the different aspects of the industry to utilise.
That's terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Senator Pratt. If I could thank all of the witnesses for appearing today. It's greatly appreciated, and thank you very much for your substantial submission. It was most helpful. I would ask that you now disconnect from the video conference. You can continue to observe the hearing should you wish to do so through the live stream on the Parliament's website. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks.
Okay, I now welcome witnesses from Amero. So I think I can welcome you here, and information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to the witness and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd also like to advise you that any questions or notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 15 December 2021. I invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so. And for the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear, please? Sorry, we just can't hear you. So just check if you're on mute, please. Still can't hear you.
Me now.
That's better, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Barry Finnan. I'm the CEO of Amero International Limited, and thank you for the opportunity to present before this inquiry into the Australian manufacturing industry. You already have Amero's submission to the inquiry, but I'd like to briefly expand on some of the key themes. Amero is based in Australia with manufacturing plants in Melbourne and Adelaide, and was listed on the Australian Stock Exchange 2 years ago today. We specialise in additive manufacturing, also known as 3D printing, making components for key clients in aviation, defence and space sectors, as well as for the tool and die industry. In addition to components, we provide 3D printers manufactured to Amero specifications, and we'll also soon be providing metal powders. Metal powders are the key consumable for the metal 3D printing process. We also have a manufacturing facility in Los Angeles, established there specifically to cater for a US aerospace and defence prime. Additive manufacturing is a major growth sector around the world because of the versatility, precision, and durability of the products. It enables new designs that could not have been manufactured using traditional manufacturing methods. For example, you could look at the Aerospike rocket motor video on our YouTube channel. Here's a small rocket motor. You can maybe see with the camera that there's some very, very fine features between the walls of this rocket motor, and you can't manufacture that using any other method than 3D printing. It enables versatility in design that can't be achieved using conventional manufacturing methods. Now, this inquiry is examining areas in which Australian manufacturers enjoy a natural advantage. One area where Australia can exploit its natural advantage is in the processing of its mineral reserves. In this country, we extract a large range of mineral resources and export them in raw form, then import the processed version at a substantially higher economic export. Amero experiences this in the importation of titanium alloy powder, which is one of the main inputs to our additive manufacturing process. Australia has the world's largest titanium reserves, particularly the source minerals rutile and ilmenite. It exports the minerals at around $400 a tonne, and Amero imports the titanium powder back at $300,000 a tonne. $300,000 a tonne, 750 times value add. Australia benefits when we can add value through manufacturing onshore by capturing more of the economic value of our mineral resources. Amero is therefore proposing to establish its own titanium alloy recycling and powder manufacturing facility in Melbourne. Once the facility is fully operational, we'll be able to source our raw materials domestically instead of having to import it from the likes of China, Kazakhstan, and Russia, who are the dominant players in the titanium production market. While there are other constraints on the growth of the local additive manufacturing industry, such as the requirement for qualification of components and limited access to high-resolution, high-power X-ray CT scanning facilities, we will no longer be subject to the constraints imposed by our import sources. Needless to say, our onshore processing capability will have significant implications for the security of our local supply chains, especially in the defence sector. Thanks for your interest in additive manufacturing. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Finnan. And I might start off with the questions because I'm really interested in the information which you provided. So my background's from the copper and gold industry, mining industry. I've never ventured into the world of titanium. I'm just wondering if you could give us a bit more of a deep dive, if you like, into the titanium alloy that you refer to, the alloy powder that you refer to. So you need rutile and ilmenite. What's the percentage of both in titanium alloy powder? What's its constituents?
So both rutile and ilmenite are ores of titanium. They need to be converted to titanium metal. Now, once you're able to do that conversion, which is actually quite an expensive process depending on which manufacturing route you choose, you then have titanium metal, which would be alloyed in the most instances with vanadium and aluminium. So Ti64 is actually titanium with 6% aluminium, 4% vanadium. And that alloy is then turned into bar stock, which can be then atomized into powder. The smelting, if you like, or the reduction of the titanium ores, there is just one company in Australia that is attempting to do that using a technology that I became familiar with while I was at CSIRO, developed by the group here in Clayton, which is the Tyro process. And they have relatively small capacity for production of titanium metal. But the other source of material that we're particularly keen to get our hands on is recycled titanium. So recycled titanium alloy, we can purchase at a very low cost. And by adding the virgin material, we can then manufacture powder relatively inexpensively compared to the market prices.
Okay, and so what sort of products do you source the titanium for recycling from? What's the source of the scrap, if you like?
Well, the source of the scrap is generally machining. So typically when people manufacture titanium alloy components for the aerospace sector, around about 80% of the material, and in some cases 90% of the material, ends up in turnings or swarf. That is basically very low grade scrap. So the difference between the bulk material, they're probably paying something of the order of $70 or $80 a kilogram for the bulk material, but the value of the scrap is only about $4 or $5. So if we're then able to take that $4 or $5 scrap and then recycle it into powder at $300,000 a tonne, there's a really good, strong business case for investment in that manufacturing process.
Okay, and when you refer to the export of the minerals at around $400 a tonne, so that's the high grade ore, is it? That's being exported of rutile and ilmenite.
It is. So it's basically ore dressed mineral sands, concentrated to rutile or ilmenite. I think in the critical minerals report, it's mentioned that being $240 per tonne, which was the market price. I guess with the exchange rate, it's probably not quite $400 a tonne we're getting for it now. And yes, it's basically digging up dirt and shipping dirt and selling dirt rather than adding value to it locally.
Right, okay. And my last question for you before I share the call with my colleagues was in relation to education and technology development. So you talk about, and it's interesting to know your background with CSIRO, I think you referred to, and you referred to, and I quote, the higher education sector has a number of world-leading institutes supporting the growth of the additive manufacturing industry and the education of undergraduates and postgraduate students and researchers, end quote. What sort of background or qualifications do the undergraduates have? Is it engineering? Is it metallurgy? Is it chemistry? Is it IT? Is it a combination?
It's a combination. So from end to end in the additive manufacturing process, you need skills in being able to design for additive manufacturing. So that's engineering skills, mechanical engineering, aerospace engineering skills. You need skills in engineering the materials. It isn't straightforward to purchase a 3D printer, buy a bunch of metal powder and expect that you're going to be able to meet the aerospace standards. It doesn't quite work like that. So your material science, your metallurgy skills are actually quite important in that. Then when it comes to the processing, your manufacturing engineering skills, being able to streamline things so that you've got a productive and low cost manufacturing process that also delivers high quality. So that sort of skill set, and that's why Monash University, which is the largest in terms of its engineering faculty in Australia, is one of the homes of one of the larger R&D centres for additive manufacturing. And another significant centre is RMIT. And those are universities which have focused on the material science, metallurgy, and in addition to that, aerospace engineering and manufacturing engineering, as well as mechanical.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Finnan. I'll now share the call with my colleague, Senator Kitching. Senator Kitching.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Barry, for your submission and your appearance today. Extremely interesting, so thank you. Could I ask, just in one of the recommendations of your industry is that the government co-invest in a high-power X-ray CT scanning facility, and you've just talked briefly with the Chair about R&D, but could I ask could you expand on why the government should expand in a high-powered to have a high-powered X-ray CT scanning facility, and just a little on the specific challenges that this facility would be trying to overcome.
Okay, thank you, Senator. When we manufacture our components, we need to go through qualification processes. And X-ray CT of the metal components is a bit like what they do in the biomedical industry, where your X-ray CT scan gives you a transparent view of what you're looking at, which can include defects or trapped powder or other internal features, or confirm that other internal features are in fact to the specification. Now, the problem with the CT scanning of metals is that particularly denser materials, say from titanium to steels to cobalt alloys and nickel superalloys, these materials are actually very difficult to penetrate with the X-rays. So you need a much higher power than a standard X-ray CT facility that you would use in the medical industry would require. And because of that, it's a high cost. You not only have to pay for the equipment, but you have to have a facility which can contain the X-rays. You're talking about a substantial amount of radiation. To make that safe, it needs to be a very well shielded facility. Now, in addition to that, while it is possible to purchase X-ray CT scanning machines, it isn't straightforward to drive them. This is not like you employ a radiographer who's been working in a medical facility for a while and you just get him to come and focus on metals. There are some specific challenges of X-raying metals, particularly beam hardening and artifacts, which make it very difficult to drive these things and interpret what the X-ray CT outputs give you. We've participated in a project with CSIRO and Lockheed Martin and a number of other industry companies locally, including Romar Engineering and HRL Technologies. And during that project, we examined some of the challenges of dealing with high power X-ray CT and being able to interpret the outputs. Now, individual companies, if they're large enough, if they have enough basis for it, can invest in their own CT scanning capability, which would include several years of training individuals, and in addition to that, the capital equipment and the capital installation. But most of the people in the additive manufacturing sector are actually SMEs. So for us, it's actually really difficult to find the $5+ million that's needed to invest in the hardware and the development of the capability to do locally. Now, why is it useful? It's useful because if you've got access to that, you can streamline your qualification process. When we 3D print parts for the aerospace sector, sometimes from the time that we print the part until the time it becomes qualified for manufacturing is several years. 5 years after we first 3D printed the world's first 3D printed jet engine, we actually had components in production. So that qualification cycle is a long time. You can, as an SME, you can bleed to death a few times over if you're waiting for that. So if you have a shared centre, a shared facility that all of the local SMEs can access to facilitate that qualification process or reducing the qualification cycle time, that's going to be beneficial in terms of assisting the growth rate of the industry.
Thank you. Thank you. Could I ask just on the local content rules? So your submission has called on both the federal and state governments to mandate where possible, where it's possible, local content rules when undertaking significant large-scale purchases of capital infrastructure. Could you share with us why you think stronger local content rules for capital infrastructure investments are important, but specifically through the lens of your own industry? And I'm in agreement with you, by the way.
I'm a taxpayer. I'd like to see Australian taxpayers' money spent on Australian activity.
Yes.
But in addition to that, there's some strong economic reasons for having the local capacity and capability to supply these things. And COVID really brought that down to earth. You know, we have this issue where we've got facilities that we need to be operative for production of our metal components for our customers, and can't even get people over here to maintain them because of border closures, because of access constraints. There's a lot of reasons why you want a sovereign capability, particularly in support of those manufacturing activities and processes. The additive manufacturing technology is actually well suited to distributed manufacturing. It's well suited to locating a machine very close to where it's needed, to give line of sight for those manufacturing operations that are in demand for the outputs. And because of that, it's helpful when you're trying to do that to have access to local facilities for the maintenance of the equipment, for downstream processing and qualification, as we've already been talking about. Having that sovereign capability is beneficial in terms of the lead times you can achieve, reduced risk of supply chain issues, reduce freight costs, reduce carbon footprint. There are many, many good reasons.
Thank you. And I agree with you. I think COVID did bring that home to us. And I'm particularly thinking of the mask manufacturing company in Shepparton that had to ramp up, but now the federal government has gone back to buying masks from China. So I agree with you. Could I ask just are there any areas where you think the collaboration between industry and universities could be improved upon?
Yes,
yes.
We've been collaborating with a number of universities, not Monash, obviously, because we were spun off out of Monash, but also Swinburne, Deakin, University of Adelaide, RMIT. We collaborate quite broadly, and CSIRO in particular. CSIRO is literally across the road from me here. We collaborate because as an SME, we can't afford to have the deep capability that is in the scientists and researchers in these organisations, and we can't afford the toys they've got either. We can't afford to have our own synchrotron. We can't afford to have all of the bells and whistles. And being able to draw on that capability enables Amaero to punch above its weight globally. We deal with 6 of the top 10 defence primes globally. And we're just a little SME that was listed on the Australian Stock Exchange 2 years ago. Had it not been for the capability and support that we can draw on from those research partners, we wouldn't be in a position to be able to engage at that level. Now, there are some structures. So Amaero's benefited from a number of funding structures with regard to our research activity. We had initially a project within the Advanced Manufacturing CRC, which followed on to a Science Industry Endowment Fund funded project. We've also benefited from the ARC Industry Transformational Research Hub. And more recently, we've committed to being part of the new Intelligent Manufacturing CRC bid. Now, these are investments that don't necessarily bear you fruit instantaneously. Like I said, in the case of the jet engine project, it took 5 years before we actually had production of components. But it's critical to commit to those if you want to be seen as being a technically competent player. It builds bridges, it builds relationships, and it builds local capability that we can draw on thereafter.
Thank you. And could I ask you just on the defence work you do, I mean, is that an industry or a sector that you're, that you feel that could be improved upon, or where there's, I guess, local content? Do you think more could be done here? And I'm not sure which parts of the defence. Maybe you could outline sort of the areas of the defence projects you're involved with.
Okay, so we do some let's describe it as soldier systems work.
Yes. Yep.
We do some land forces work,
Yes.
and we do quite a bit of aviation defence
Right.
work, and also space defence. So space defence is actually the
Yes.
biggest new growing part of it for us.
Yes.
Now, the space defence work we're currently doing in our facility in Los Angeles, but there may be some things that we will be permitted to manufacture here in Australia.
Right.
The aviation defence work, some of that's in the US and some of that's here in Melbourne. I have actually sent the Minister a letter of support that we got from Boeing that talks about a specific fighter jet program that we are looking to provide out of our operations here in Melbourne. And so those different sectors have different requirements and different approaches to how to utilise additive manufacturing. Some of it is about sustainment of difficult to get spare parts. Some of it is about new designs and things that you can't do using conventional manufacturing methods. And some of it's about difficult to manufacture materials. So their motivations for using additive manufacturing range from performance in terms of the mechanical properties that can be achieved, performance in terms of heat exchange, performance in terms of ballistic performance, and so forth.
That's very interesting. Thank you very much, Mr. Barry. That was very interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kitching. Senator Patrick, you have the call.
Very much. Yeah, just interested in that difference between the $400 per tonne and the $300,000 per tonne. What investment is, what's in between those numbers for these overseas entities?
That's a good question. We've actually committed to the establishment of an atomisation facility here in Melbourne, which will be operative probably third quarter next year. Because we can see the dollars. We can see that the investment that we need to make is going to pay itself back quite quickly. Essentially, what you've got to be able to do is to transform the ore into metal. So that would be a smelting process. That kind of smelting process, there is only one of in Australia, and that the outputs from that are what we would describe as virgin material. The next step in the process is to be able to turn that into bar, which can then be atomised. So Amaero is looking to invest in that bar manufacturing facility in the future. It won't be part of our initial investment, but once we have the atomisation facility up and running and we're generating profit from that, we want the bar manufacturing facility. And the bar manufacturing facility will also enable us to be able to recycle other metal powder and metal swarf, metal scrap into bar that we can then atomise using a combination of the virgin material and the scrap material to enable us to get a low cost but also a greener footprint for the manufacturing process. After that, once you've atomised the powder can go into any variety of additive manufacturing processes, including cold spray or laser powder bed fusion, or direct energy deposition, or the RCAM electron beam melting type process, or even powder-fed laser welding type processes and cladding processes. In addition to that, there's also the traditional market for metal powders, which is metal injection moulding and powder metallurgy. So those are the markets, I guess, for our titanium alloy powder facility.
So you'll use a third-party smelter and then do the remainder of the processing yourself. I mean, is it commercially sensitive? What are the margins in that? I'm just wondering why we haven't done it before.
The cost of a smelter is quite expensive. So the process for the traditional process for manufacturing titanium from ore is called the Kroll process. It's a multi-billion-dollar investment. So there are not many of those investments globally. The Tyro process, which is one that's developed at CSIRO, is a a much lower capital investment, but its annual outputs is limited. So the facility that's in Kwinana in Western Australia is capable of approximately 200 tonnes per annum. Now, in terms of the metal powder market, that's probably 6 or 7% of the global market for metal powder. But if you're then talking about other sources, so and that facility is capable of reducing the ore, but not suitable for recycling the scrap. So the gap in the market that Amero is going to service is taking the scrap and then converting that into a product that can be atomized into powder and making that powder.
To me, you were talking about using titanium for defence products and the like. It just seems to me to be almost a strategically bizarre situation where the sourcing material for that activity would be Russia and China. Has anyone from government talked to you guys about that aspect of it?
Not so much government. We tend to deal with our customer base. So we have had defence primes provide us with letters of support for grant applications, for example, to help us get some funding support for this titanium powder manufacturing and recycling activity. We have spoken to the department. We have applied for Modern Manufacturing Initiative grants, unfortunately not successful. But I guess that I have to be philosophical about that. If I was the chair of any one of those grant assessment committees and I was asked the question, how germane is titanium powder manufacturing to defence? Does it rank in the top 10? I have to recognise it probably isn't in the top 10 in terms of what defence would view as their major priorities. So yes, there's been some dialogue with government departments about support for what we're doing. But I think the message that we've had from the defence primes is crystal clear. If they had an Australian Five Eyes capability for the supply of titanium alloy powder for their defence programs, they would be very keen to take advantage of it.
And in terms of government procurement policy, which requires the consideration of things like economic benefits, firstly, are you aware of those procurement requirements? So where you don't just look at the price, you also have to look behind the price and see what activity is being carried out in Australia.
Yeah, so they differ from program to program. So the tender documents for a defence program are fairly exhaustive, and there's actually quite detailed requirements for local content. There is the Australian industry content requirement on defence procurement, which is basically giving organisations like Amero the opportunity to bid on either providing local content for programs that are being serviced in Australia and potentially exporting to offshore programs. So we're in tune with a number of those. We work actually quite closely with the global supply chain people within a number of the defence primes. And so our engagement is essentially through the defence primes rather than directly to government. It's unlikely that we're going to be in a position where we're supplying government directly. We do have conversations with Department of Defence over issues such as export control or whatever requirements they may raise with us. But apart from that, we're most likely to be dealing through the defence primes themselves.
Finish up with the concept that I've said in a previous hearing. Just looking at the way Singapore does things, where they pick a winner and they buy into it, and they have a sellout price at a particular point in time. I'm just thinking this in the context of your investment, whether or not you'd ever consider a co-investment by government. So where it wasn't a grant, but where they said, we will invest with you with a particular buyout price in 5 years' time after you're up and running. Is that it's not something the government does here, but they do in Singapore. Is that something you would have considered or would consider?
Look, I really like that model. As a taxpayer, I see lots of grant money going to companies and individuals that basically is a handout. Where does the taxpayer get the benefit back from that? I actually like the model where the government ends up with some sort of way to recoup its investment. So yes, I see it as attractive. Now, obviously, if we had a transaction like that, I would need to go to the shareholders and have that approved. But I can't see any reason why the shareholders would not be delighted that the government would be prepared to commit that.
And why do you think they don't? Is it because they're afraid of picking winners? And feel free. My view on this is we sack the entire industry department and just hire the Singapore Economic Development Board. That's a semi-serious suggestion, but so you can come back from that a little bit if you want to. But
I'd say that's a little bit extreme. I think maybe work with the people you've got and give them a new frame of reference, because they've already established the networks and connections that enables them to be effective. If you put somebody new in the chair, they're going to be on a 10-year learning curve. So I wouldn't necessarily go to the rationalisation approach that you've gone to. But look, there's processes that government needs to go through in terms of how it's going to provide expenditure. There was a conversation I had, actually not with the Australian government, but with a state in the US about investment in startups and spin-off companies. And actually the reason that they were not doing it is because they were concerned about the liabilities involved. And I think that is an issue for government. Government needs to be very careful about the liabilities it takes on. Also, it needs to be seen if it is going to be picking winners, then it needs to be balanced, and it needs to be fair to the industry, and that'd be pretty challenging to back one SME over another. But when we're talking about the example that I put forward of an X-ray CT scanning facility, that actually makes sense because it's a facility shared by the whole industry and the research community, not just one SME being the beneficiary. So I'm not sure, I'm not the economist, so I'm not sure that 100% answers your question or what you're looking for. I have some insights because of my previous role with CSIRO and interactions that I've had with government in developing technology roadmaps, reviewing industry policy, etc. So I have a little bit of insight, but you should ask the experts.
Yeah, look, I'm just wondering why it is that approach isn't taken. It seems to me it's not because industry wouldn't support such a proposition. It almost seems completely policy related. I mean, you talk about liabilities for the Commonwealth if they did that. I presume that simply means the liability would be more than just the giving away of money by way of a grant. That you're saying there's a particular quantum to the liability that might cause reluctance from government.
Yeah, I think if a government was seen to back one company and not others, then the others would probably get their back up and cause some pretty bad noise for the government.
But isn't it a case in terms of their manufacturing strategy, they've already picked particular areas, and having particular areas that are of national interest, surely at that point you can say, well, in actual fact, it is fair because the government has decided to back that they now co-invest in some of those areas until you get to some point where that industry or that sector is sustainable, and then they move to the next one.
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot to be said for a public-private partnership model. But I think, you mentioned Singapore. I think I've actually seen something similar in Hong Kong. In China, basically, they own everything until it's on its own 2 feet and can operate as an independent entity. I'm not sure which model's the best to follow. I think I'll let the department give you advice on that.
Yeah, the department might have a self-interest in maintaining the status quo, but thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Patrick, and thank you, Mr. Finnan, and that was most helpful. And congratulations to Amaro in terms of its journey so far. It's been very exciting. So very impressive. So thank you for appearing as a witness today. I would ask that you now disconnect from the video conference. You can continue to observe the hearing should you wish to do so through the live stream on the Parliament's website. The committee will now break and will resume at 11:10. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So the hearing will now resume. I'd like to welcome representatives of the Maritime Union of Australia. Thank you for appearing before the committee today, Mr. Newland. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd also like to advise you that any questions or notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 15 December 2021. I invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so. I do note, Mr. Newland, that you circulated an opening statement last week to us, which was most helpful. So we could take that as read if you like. And for the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
Yes, thank you, Senator. My name is Jamie Newland. I am the Assistant National Secretary of the Maritime Union of Australia. I'll be happy to make a few brief comments. Understand, of course, you have the opening statement in front of you. I'll try not to go over the lot, but just
thanks. There's a lot there. There's a lot to discuss. So over to you, Mr. Newland.
Thank you very much. So thank you for the opportunity to the committee to appear before the inquiry. Obviously, we think Australian shipping and maritime industry is a vital component of national transport infrastructure, which is integrated with the functionality and productivity of other industries such as manufacturing, and shipping is obviously an important service industry to manufacturing. In particular, the inputs for manufacturing processes and the outputs for distribution, including for export. And when we talk about inputs, they're generally those bulk commodities required for manufacturing purposes. What we've found, not just through COVID, but generally, is Australia is overly dependent on foreign ships for sea transportation and maritime support needs. There is an urgent need for the nation to mitigate its dependency on foreign shipping in both domestic and international trade, and to build economic advantage from Australia's heavy use of ships and maritime services, given we are an island nation. One pillar of the government's modern manufacturing strategy is to focus on areas of advantage. It is our submission that the shipping and maritime sectors exhibit all the features of national comparative advantage due to the long tradition and provision of shipping and maritime services in Australia, our highly developed freight transport and logistics system, and highly skilled maritime workforce. Another pillar of the manufacturing strategy is to build national resilience for a strong economy, particularly through the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, which we support. We propose in our submission that the shipping and maritime components and manufacturing supply chains be integrated into the modern manufacturing strategy, and that key policy initiatives, such as the proposal for a national strategic fleet, the development of maritime hubs associated with the emerging offshore wind energy sector, and port-located hydrogen hubs form part of the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative. and can be funded from the Modern Manufacturing Initiative. The need for Australia to reduce its dependency on foreign shipping has again been highlighted, as I indicated earlier, by the disruptions being experienced in global supply chains over the past 6 to 12 months. The recent ACCC container stevedoring monitoring report, which we criticised for the conclusions it drew, nevertheless highlighted a range of anti-competitive, inefficient and disruptive practices exhibited by container shipping lines that deliver inputs to manufacturing processes and transport the nation's manufactured exports to overseas markets. Some of those examples are diversion of services from Australia to higher value routes with higher volumes, omitting port calls to restore schedules, rolling over cargo to later voyages, cancelling bookings, implementation of move count restrictions on vessel exchanges, failing to meet berthing slot windows, creating a cascading impact across the supply chain, and the massively increasing freight rates that cannot be explained by supply and demand factors alone. It is purely price gouging enabled by the near monopoly power of these shipping container lines, and the arbitrary imposition of congestion charges. The use of larger ships than are required in the Australian trade aimed at manipulating port investment strategies and its contracts with stevedoring companies. We believe that one way to mitigate the growing bargaining power of international shipping lines is to increase competition in the freight market. The key to creation of that competitive tension is the creation of a national strategic fleet, including a fleet of container ships to develop Australia's domestic and international shipping capability. Our view is consistent with the views expressed by the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister for Infrastructure and Transport, the Honourable Barnaby Joyce, for an interview reported in the media in July when he returned to the Cabinet, said that he backed the creation of a fleet of Australian flag merchant ships to back the nation, to make the nation more self-reliant, and stated that Australia needed Australian flag ships to have full sovereignty, and stated that Australia needs its own shipping capacity. So we are yet to see the terms of reference for the Productivity Commission inquiry into the efficiency of the maritime logistics system, foreshadowed in a speech by the Prime Minister last week, but we hope those terms of reference are sufficiently broad to enable the issues raised by the Deputy Prime Minister to be addressed. Australia is not capturing the benefits from being a shipping-dependent nation. There is considerable innovation occurring in ports and inland terminals, in ship design, in transport fuels, in shipbuilding, in logistic technologies, but it is not being supported by government, nor is it coordinated. Australia should be extracting economic benefit from the shipping aspects of supply chains to build the nation's comparative advantage in shipping for national economic gain and reduce the drain on the balance of payments and purchases of overseas shipping services. In 1819, shipping services was the seventh largest Australian import, costing the nation $10 billion. At the same time, Australia's export of shipping services was valued at just 177 million. So clearly that needs to be addressed. And that's obviously noted by the fact that these global container shipping lines are price gouging and raking in the billions of dollars at the expense of Australian consumers. So we can do this if we take advantage of emerging manufacturing and supply chain opportunities. The growth, expansion and transformation of Australian manufacturing is intimately linked to emerging opportunities for Australian ships, notwithstanding the National Shipping and Maritime Industry Policy Framework is not geared to take advantage of emerging sea transportation opportunities that could provide a role for more Australian ships with substantially greater maritime employment. And there are a number of emerging industries and new technologies such as automation and digitalisation and business development in areas such as expedition cruise shipping, aquaculture and bunkering of alternate marine propulsion fuels that can be captured. The emerging industrial transformation trajectory in Australia could see a renaissance of shipping over the next several decades with the right policy support. Importantly, in the manufacturing sense and the supply chains that go with it, we think Australian support for Australian ships is good for Australian jobs. For every Australian crude trading ship creates a minimum of 34 direct seafaring jobs, and through the multiplier effect, another 30 to 40 jobs in onshore ship support services and jobs along the transport supply chain. We also think that new industries such as offshore wind turbines could create manufacturing in the componentry space, and of course the wind towers, which would ideally help create Australian shipping with those particular inputs that are required in the commodities that are required for manufacturing broadly. And over that period of time, 2,500 direct seafarer jobs would be created over the next 5 to 10 years if we had that government support, and around 3,600 indirect onshore maritime jobs for a total of 6,000 new maritime jobs in total. Finally, I'd like to make a final point that is important, that policy and programs to support the revival and transition of Australian manufacturing are fully integrated with supply chain policy and program support. Not only will that create a more efficient and productive manufacturing industry, but will extract economic benefit along with supply chain security and resilience by creating a national shipping industry. So thank you for your time. That's my opening statement, Senator.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Newland. Whilst I was reading your submission, it took me back. I come from the mining industry originally. 25 years ago, I went to the launching of a vessel called the MV Aburi, which is a self-loading, self-discharging vessel which operates out of a port called Bing Bong in the Gulf of Carpentaria, and takes lead zinc concentrate from that port to a deep sea anchorage point. And that vessel was designed in Australia, it was manufactured in Australia, and that was an Australian project, first-class Australian project, innovation, fit for purpose. It assisted the country to liberate value from a relatively isolated mining deposit. Is that one of the areas we should really be focusing on in this regard, in terms of using our innovation, our expertise, and also coming up with vessel design, architecture, naval architecture that actually can help us solve some of the specific issues, physical issues we have in Australia, and make us more productive?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's like a perfect Dorothy Dixer question for me.
I did my best, Mr. Newland.
We feel that Australia has, well, it certainly has, and has a history of a shipbuilding nation and shipbuilding capacity. And that ties into this manufacturing inquiry, because Australian manufacturing can do several things in terms of shipbuilding with the ship capacities. We've seen that in the naval shipbuilding area and submarines. But as you indicated, the Aburi, I think one of the last vessels to be built in Australia was if it wasn't that one, it was the Aurora Australis, built at Port Jackson, Newcastle. And we've sort of lost that broader capability, but it is an area, given we're an island nation, that we should be focusing attention. Not only does that then create export opportunity for Australia, but it creates that manufacturing hub in different communities and areas around Australia to support the Australian economy. And broadly, hopefully, they're things that we can export as well, as we see with some of the smaller domestic commercial vessel infrastructure and building that goes on in Australia currently.
And I would have thought with our Pacific Step Up program, where we're engaging more and more with our Pacific family of nations, that there's opportunities there as well for us to develop bespoke vessels that suit the particular requirements of our Pacific family, to help them come up with transport solutions which suit their particular circumstances. Is that a fair comment as well?
Yeah, it is, and we've been promoting for some time what we refer to as short sea shipping. That is, Australia could be a hub for the Pacific and even Papua New Guinea, etc. From the larger hubs of of Singapore and China, for instance. So they're all opportunities that should be taken that are currently done by foreign flag shipping, could easily be done and supported with Australian ships in a perhaps bipartisan way, or through the Pacific, where we share vessels and or have two different services that support the Pacific generally.
Chair, Senator Patrick here. You clearly haven't read the government's memo where they're buying our Pacific step-up ship from overseas.
Oh,
Just
well, okay, Senator Patrick, you know me, I ask my own questions.
I'm very pleased.
And I guess, Mr. Newland, this is important as well, because not only is it important that we keep these maritime skills within our own country and build upon them, but we also reach out to our Pacific neighbours so that they can leverage off our skills and technical qualifications and develop them in-house as well. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Australia has supported Pacific and other countries around the world with our Australian Maritime College in development of maritime skills. So there's certainly a commercial aspect, I suppose, for training. Those opportunities have presented themselves before. But in a manufacturing sense, I think our submission goes to the fact that in the broader, larger context of either refining, milling, and development of aluminium product or steel products, then Australian ships should be carting and carrying our own, inputs. So that's iron ore or coal for smelters, etc., to do that work, and then carry the finished product to export market.
Yeah, and there's a real issue around sovereign capability in that regard too, isn't there? Because I think in your submission, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was quite staggered actually that I think you said there are only 4 vessels left, that trading vessels operating out of Australia. Is that right?
It's 4 international vessels.
4 international vessels.
They're the gas LNG carriers out of northwestern Australia. Pretty much we don't have a international fleet at all anymore in this country. I went to sea in 1988. We had 100 Australian ships. We had about 17 Australian tankers. Now we don't have any, and we're heavily reliant on international refining, and every drop of fuel that's delivered around Australia is delivered on a foreign flag vessel. So that's no good for our supply chain sovereignty at all.
So we've gone from 100 at the time of our bicentenary in 1988 to 4.
Sorry, when I say 100, there was 100 Australian flag vessels. Of those trading overseas, we probably had 15.
Right.
And to 20. That's just off the top of my head. I can't
Right.
give a
Okay.
precise number on that.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that we constitute 10% of the world sea trade.
Yeah, we're the 4th largest user of ships in the world, Australia. So we're a bit bigger than the 10th.
Right. Okay.
Largest. So we're shipping out with all our iron ore, coal, bulk commodities. We're in comparison a very large user of ships in this country.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'll now share the call with Senator Pratt. Are you there?
Yes, thank you. And thank you to the Maritime Union for your very helpful submission. In terms of how we get on a path to move to having our own local shipping, national shipping capacity, what are the first steps we need to take as a nation in order to overcome that current foreign dependence that we have? How do we unscramble this egg one step at a time. I can see, you've highlighted a shipping policy framework, integrating it into the modern manufacturing strategy, infrastructure and innovation. Are there some initial government decisions that demonstrate that we are prepared to unscramble this egg?
Yeah, great question, Senator. The first step would be some legislative or regulatory change that promotes and utilises or gives the industry support to Australian ship owners to invest. What we're seeing is that it's so uncompetitive for an Australian ship owner or operator to go out and purchase or build a vessel that they can't compete with the foreign flag ships in our area. So we've put forward a large suite of policies that cross, I guess, many portfolios in government, because it's a sum of all parts game to reintroduce Australian shipping in a way that sort of supports the nation and builds on our supply chain resilience. And there's no one critical area. I could easily say that we shouldn't provide, or we should have amendments to the maritime cruise visa system that doesn't just give you unfettered access to foreign seafarers and allow an Australian operator then to contend or contest those particular trades where historically, over many years, Australian ships have traded, and that's the normal cabotage trade, carrying Australian cargoes from one port to another Australian port on an Australian ship. That's almost decimated.
There's a global reputation in this industry for cost-cutting cowboys. Are there countries that are doing this well, and what benefits are they getting from doing that in terms of their supply chain reliability and
thanks for the
capacity?
Question. I think the US does it the best. They have the gold standard. Not only do they have their act is called the Jones Act. Not only does that act allow for American vessels to trade across the American states, it also requires the manufacture of those vessels in America. So it's a whole manufacturing strategy that goes along with the cabotage or the supply chain sovereignty aspects of that. And it's also another pillar of defence to some degree. They provide auxiliary services to the armed forces, which is another element. Those vessels can be requisitioned in time of need for American purposes. And likewise, in some of our other submissions in other areas around shipping, we've said the same. The government should support or develop industry support packages that provide, it's not saying the government need to build the ships, but private enterprise can do it. But at any point, the government needs, to requisition a vessel. It could be a flood, could be the bushfires, it could be, support for our Pacific partners. In an environmental catastrophe, then those vessels can be requisitioned.
Who currently owns and controls the majority of vessels in terms of, there must be other nations and the flag bearers that have control of those vessels. That essentially means they wouldn't be at Australia's beck and call in that time of.
Yeah, it's a massive problem. I mean, the issue with shipping generally is that, global shipping is flag of convenience ships, and it's such a difficult question to answer, because often in flag of convenience vessels, you don't know who the beneficial owner of that vessel is. It's generally in a $2 shelf company. They're registered in Panama or Liberia. That's why they're called flags of convenience.
Convenience, yeah.
No tax. So the vessel sometimes could be beneficially owned I don't know, let's say in Japan, registered in Liberia and crewed out of the Philippines, for instance, and it's sometimes very difficult to find.
So
that
in
beneficial
terms
owner.
of global movements, a sovereign supply chain would be of, would be of great benefit. Has the US specifically regulated to keep those ships out?
Yes, they are. So they have legislation that prevents other vessels carrying cargo. I suppose there may be some exemptions, but overwhelmingly American vessels transport American goods around American ports.
So how do we move from that, that global lack of regulation to bringing better standards in, both in terms of rights for personnel on those ships?
Well, it has to be a regulatory
isolating our own industries that need to export, that step-by-step shift.
Yeah, again, thanks for the question. I think it certainly needs a greater regulatory influence.
Yeah.
Currently, we have a global supply chain crisis. We have ship owners global ship owners that are, price gouging. They're making it more difficult for Australian consumers. I think what COVID has identified is that we do need our own sovereign capability in a number of different areas, and hence why this inquiry into manufacturing is going on. The fact that we are historically, or in the most recent decades, been the world's mine for a number of different things, and then what's essentially happening is the owner of the particular cargo, so it's iron ore, or the purchaser of the cargo, is supplying the vessels and a freight on board type arrangement. So they control which vessel is being utilised, what those vessels are being paid, the types of vessels, and if it's not for our regulatory landscape, it makes it even more difficult. So we have the safety regulator, Australian Maritime Safety Authority, that doesn't have the capacity or the funding, in our view, to be able to inspect a lot of these vessels. Many go unchecked.
Yeah.
So we need to develop a regulatory framework that allows, particularly even the transportation of Australian goods around Australia on Australian vessels, the opportunity for Australian ship owners to participate in that place, in that space, on a level playing field.
Thank you. In terms of, there's a movement in relation to slavery in manufactured goods, where we're auditing the supply chain. How well are those audits being applied in that national framework currently to shipping, in terms of disclosure and transparency?
Transparency in shipping, shipping is like the dark art. It's a dark industry. No one sees it. Your goods just turn up and people don't really pay it too much attention. I touched base on AMSA in my last response, and they are the regulator in this space. There is an international convention called the Maritime Labour Convention that ship owners must comply with. However, given the nature of international shipping, there are a lot of cowboys out there, and sometimes they try to manipulate the system and double bookkeep and do a whole host of things in that space. So the regulatory space is very difficult to lock down on. Some of the big shippers, such as BHP, Rio Tinto, FMG, etc., go through some processes to try and mitigate those problems, but it's not an exact science, and many ship owners try and avoid wherever they can. The other interesting facet in that
Yeah.
space, Senator, is that during COVID, foreign seafarers in particular have probably been the most disadvantaged. Most contracts for international seafarers are about 10 to 11 months at sea. During COVID, they were, locked up and extended in that period for up to 2 years. Australia allowed through AMSA seafarers to do 14 months, but then of course that had to be extended because we wouldn't allow foreign seafarers to vacate those vessels and or be allowed to fly for Australian airports. So some were stuck on board for up to 2 years in very trying circumstances, given they couldn't go ashore in any port in the world, pretty much.
So in that context, we've been part of trapping those seafarers on their ships as they've moved between ports in Australia. Whereas if you had a sovereign capability where you had Australians crewing those ships travelling between ports, we would have been able to do so in a more COVID safe environment.
Yeah, without a doubt. Absolutely.
Thanks. That's very helpful context in terms of both our sovereign capability and our own capacity to move goods, as well as, those, the rights of those trapped on board. A slightly tangential question in the context of ship building and breaking. The labour standards for breaking up ships, I know that's not your core business, but they're done, we tend to think of manufacturing as the creation of goods, but now it's the whole of the supply chain. Do you happen to know where our ships go to be broken up? I know Defence likes to blow them up and sink them, but that's less sustainable, less acceptable these days.
Yeah.
I know that the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union have said we've got to become more accountable for that part of the supply chain as well.
Yeah, I agree with that totally, and I think there are many opportunities. Currently, most vessels are broken up in Bangladesh and Pakistan, and some in India, and obviously in very poor conditions. So not the best area of the supply chain to be focusing on, but there are opportunities in Australia given the offshore oil and gas decommissioning that has been announced. I think that, well, the estimate is it's a $50 billion industry in itself, where offshore platforms will need to be decommissioned. We think there's an opportunity there, and as I imagine the AMWU would, and the manufacturing unions, to dismantle those offshore facilities in Australia and recycle those assets as best as possible in areas that we support. So I think there's a great opportunity for Australian manufacturing in that space, in the recycling of those assets as a new industry. And as I said, there's estimates that there's $50 billion in offshore oil and gas assets that need to be decommissioned and recycled, oil wells plugged, etc., that will create significant activity and employment activity and economic outcome as well. So I think that's a positive aspect of the reverse of manufacturing, but opportunities nevertheless.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your evidence today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Mr. Newland, I just had one other area I wanted to ask some questions of you in relation to, and that is an issue that's been raised with me by some stakeholders, that there was a change in policy about 2010 or so in relation to surveying requirements for vessels, so that, as I understand it, in the past, AMSA accredited surveyors could conduct surveys of vessels that were only used in a domestic context, and the additional cost of having to use IACS surveyors was avoided. And one stakeholder has advised me that change in policy, where they're no longer permitted to use state AMSA accredited surveys, can add something like $400,000 to the cost of a 50-metre vessel, say a ferry that's just going to be operated within Australian waters. Are you aware of that issue in terms of it adding costs to manufacturing in Australia in the shipbuilding industry?
No, I'm not familiar with that specifically, but this was a deregulated process in about 2012, where the state jurisdictions, where they were trying to harmonise all the maritime jurisdictions under the domestic commercial vessel legislation. The states used to do that work. They used to do the surveying of that work, the crewing numbers and all those things. And now that's been, I guess, outsourced and deregulated to some extent. But I couldn't tell you precisely that it adds that sort of cost. I wouldn't have thought that would be the case, although they are responsible, those surveyors are responsible to the AMSA standards. But I'm unsure of that sort of figure, to be honest.
Okay, that's okay. I just want to check with you. Thanks very much for your evidence. It's greatly appreciated, and thank you very much for your
Chair. Could I just ask one question?
Oh, sure, Senator Kitching.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Newland. Could I just ask you, so what sort of financial, regulatory or taxation support would you like to see introduced to support the industry and to increase supply chain resilience? I note that you've argued in your submission about the industry support package, but could you maybe just expand on that a little, if that's possible?
Well, we think generally, in terms of the taxation arrangement for seafarers, at the moment, we're not getting any tax from foreign seafarers who are operating, in Australia. There are some vessels, for instance, that are, I know for one that operates from Hobart in Risdon to Port Pirie in South Australia, has been doing for 10 years with, foreign crew. That is a domestic supply chain area that should be an Australian ship. So we argue that taxation exemption should occur for some seafarers to an extent, because that money will be coming back into the country in terms of GST revenue and others, and it's not something the government would have ordinarily missed out on. So there are opportunities there. That would be, again, an area that makes it more tangible for an Australian ship owner to invest in Australian registered ships and to give opportunities and employment to Australians in that space. So that would be one area, Senator. And there are a host of others that indirectly could impact, but some of that, and this is where we say some of it's not integrated across the states and federal government, is that you have areas where, for instance, the Victorian government or the Queensland government might subsidise power for a smelter or something like that. But there's no quid pro quo. Nothing comes back to say support the outputs for an Australian ship, which would only be a couple of million difference between the foreign flag, foreign crude component to an Australian crude component. Yet, a government might support a smelter, for instance, by a couple $100 million as an energy subsidy.
Great, thank you. And supply chain resilience would be increased. I guess it makes it more viable, doesn't it? So.
Yeah, I guess the other area, and this is the key component at the moment of why a strategic Australian fleet is so necessary, and I touched on it in my opening statement. We see it in the container trade at the moment, that vessels, owners of these vessels are going into more lucrative trades, say China to the US or China to Europe or elsewhere, leaving Australian consumers in a lag because we can't get containers, or B, they're not sending ships down to collect empty containers to take back to China or wherever else we're importing goods from. And that creates an issue for us. Equally, cost of fuel's going up. An overseas operator, a BP or a Shell or someone could send their tankers to Timbuktu as opposed to Australia because they get a better price for the oil or the refined product, depending on the nature and where it's going. So there are many opportunities and reasons why we should have a strategic fleet.
Yes, I totally agree with you. Thank you. There was much food for thought in your submission, so thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kitching, and thank you, Mr. Newland. That was very, very useful. If you could now log out, that if you would like to watch proceedings, we would be delighted if you continue to engage in the process and you can watch proceedings through PowerView. Thank you very much.
I can see my comrades there from the AMW. I won't interfere with their work. Good luck. Thanks, everyone.
I don't want a demarcation dispute. Thank you.
No, we're lock solid. We're in this together.
Good, excellent.
Yeah,
okay, thank you, Mr. Newland. Okay, I'd like to now welcome representatives of the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union, the AMWU, and the AMWU WA branch. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd also like to advise you that any questions on notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 15 December 2021. I invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so for the Hansard record. Could you please state your name and the capacity in which each of you appear? So, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senators. Can I begin by acknowledging that wherever we come together today, we're meeting on Aboriginal land. I'm on the land of the Darug people, and I want to acknowledge and pay my regards to elders past and present that are with us today. The AMW appreciates the invitation to give evidence to this committee about the importance of Australian manufacturing industry. As you can see from our submission and our attendance today, we want the committee to hear from our members. Our proud AMW workplace leaders have decades of experience, not only working in the industry, but living in and around it, and have seen it changed often for the worse, but before their very eyes over the last couple of decades. We've seen jobs go offshore because our governments haven't been supporting Aussie Made. We've seen apprenticeships drying up and young workers missing out on that opportunity to learn a trade in our industries. We've seen those good, secure jobs with the good wages and conditions vanish and being replaced by outsourced labour hire and permanent casual workers that have got no security and no stability. And we've also seen our industry trashed as uncompetitive by various governments that really should be investing in the skills, capital and the innovation that would give us a really bright future. Now, our industry might be battered, but it is resilient. We've ridden out the COVID storm and shown just how vital it is to have a local manufacturing industry that provides everything from everyday essentials like food and paper products through to cutting edge capabilities like medical equipment and vaccinations. The AMW believes that we can and should be pushing ahead with a manufacturing-led recovery from COVID. Not only will it help to deliver good quality jobs, it will improve our national sovereign capability in everything from food security through to defence. And if we learn anything from COVID, it's that diversity and growing manufacturing industry has never been more important than what it is right now. We've got a wave of public support to make things again in Australia. Now we need support from our government to deliver the manufacturing industry that Australians want and deserve. And that's what we're here to talk to you about today.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. I've got a question. I might open up the question. So I've got a question for you, Mr. Murphy, and then I have a question for Mr. McCartney from your WA branch. I was involved in a Senate Select Committee that was looking at the future of jobs in the regions, and the AMWU made very strong submissions to that committee in each of the different jurisdictions we went to. And one of the takeaways I took with me from that evidence, and I've actually referred to it in the Senate quite a number of times, is that the research the AMWU has done is to the effect that when something like the car industry closes or a major manufacturing establishment closes, that the impact on the employees is along the lines of a third of employees maybe find full-time work again, a third go onto a treadmill of casual and part-time work, never really establish that full-time work again, and a third perhaps never really engage in work again. And that left quite an impression on me. I'm just wondering if there's any update or any thoughts you have just with respect to those parameters and what we're seeing in the current state of affairs with respect to how we help workers transition from one manufacturing job to another manufacturing job.
Well, I can report that I was also involved in those Senate hearings in regional New South Wales. I participated in Newcastle and brought a number of rail delegates along with me, and I did present to that Senate hearing at that point those figures, that is 30, 30, 30. And those figures are still ringing true. Every time one of our industries or major employers close, we are finding from our research, which is just not so much reassuring us, but reaffirming it every single time, is that 30% of those workers go into decent jobs afterwards. There's generally something within the community they can go to. 30% into low-paid, secure work, and 30% never working again. And that's one of the things that we want to avoid as our energy needs and our economy changes all of the time, is that we're able to make sure that we've got a reliable, resilient manufacturing industry that pays those good wages and, of course, has those secure jobs that people can rely on. Okay,
excellent. And Mr. McCartney, I think last time I saw you was in Collie, Western Australia, where you appeared before the inquiry, and in fact, I remember you brought along some workers from a local. I can't remember if it was the coal mine or the power plant. Oh, sorry, you're on mute, I think.
I think they did. Sorry about that. I didn't hit it hard enough, I don't think.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, well, if you do remember, Senator, thanks, by the way, for giving us the opportunity to talk. I think it's a very important issue for us. We were doing community, we had a series of community meetings, and we took the outcomes of those community meetings to the government. And one of those things around the transition for coal and decarbonising the power industry was that we wanted to stabilise the local economy, and that means their personal investments. We had to give confidence to people that their personal investments weren't going to go south while this was going on. And we had to make sure that the proponents in the area were going to work with us. So it's industry, the community, the union and the government working together. And what we've managed to do is create a bit of an artificial economy inside Collie through the transition by getting commitments from companies not to take advantage of the situation that they happen to be in. Because when people are in decline, they're more desperate to work, and companies know that, and sometimes they cut back on wages and conditions to take advantage of the way out. What's happened there is there's a general commitment across most of the major companies in the town, driven by the community, that they don't do that. And we're in a process now where that's succeeded. The local economy and the local housing and their personal investments are feeling quite secure at the moment while we go through it. And we're worked out to a point with the power station especially, we've worked out for the first time I can remember anywhere, we've got a position with Muja Power Station of a just transition for workers about finding one-on-one conversations about where they're going to land, what they need, what education they need going through. And that usually works with major companies and their workforce, but it's also been relayed now to the contractors that work for them as well. So the contractors that are in this process, no matter if the contractor that they're working for might not win the next tender, their financial situation doesn't change and neither does their employment. So these contractors, probably for the first time in a long time, have got more confidence around permanent employment than they've had since they've been contractors. So what that did was settle down the community and also refocus people on the real mission. And the real mission is attracting new work, getting that work done, and getting the government and ourselves to be in a continual conversation around how we need to get there. And so far, I've got to say, it's working quite well. And the next challenge for us will be talking to the contractors and the workers inside of the coal mines to try and arrange the same situation. We're in the process of discussing that now. If we could pull that off, that would give a lot of assurity to a town that's still nervous, and also give us the opportunity to train and upskill the people we need to continue that work in a green energy economy inside of Collie. So yeah, I think we've got the settings right, and only the end result will tell the story, I suppose.
And I think, Mr. McCartney, one of the things that struck me about your submission, I'm so pleased you're making this positive headway, was the process. So initially from your submission, the consultation process that was being driven by the state government wasn't getting the engagement necessarily, and it was in fact the local community driven process which actually got the engagement and got the traction. Could you speak to us a bit about that?
I think you're right, Senator. What we had government meetings there, the state government called meetings there. 40 people turned up. I think 38 of them wanted to be in the government one day, and they didn't make any headway. It was a lovely photo on the left. I felt fairly disenchanted about the whole thing, and I talked to the other two major unions in the area, and we decided to take on the community and talk to those people about their outcomes and what they wanted out of the town in transition. And I think that set the case and the agenda for this whole process we're going through now.
Excellent. So I'll now give the call to Senator Pratt.
Thank you very much for your compelling submissions this morning. Can I begin by asking, in the context of your submission, government procurement is something you've highlighted, skills, technology adoption. I would like really to draw not only on the union's experience, but the experiences of your delegates who are also online today, in terms of what those issues are like at the coalface. What happens to local companies when skills are constrained and your company can't find the skills that they need from the local TAFE, for example?
Thank you, Senator. I might call on Cam Brady, who's one of our rank and file delegates, to say a few words, and then Keith Lang. Cam?
As far as the skills are concerned, and cuts to TAFE budgets and whatnot, as far as I know, there is no longer a trade school for my particular job as a printer. It's there is no more trade training for it.
Yeah.
That's in part too because it is a dying trade. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to come up so soon.
Thank you, Cam. You're doing very well.
Yeah. So as from that, I mean, it's quite obvious that funding has de-skilled, the lack of funding, sorry, has de-skilled our, in particular, youth and apprentices. I mean, there is a lack of it. I know where I live, in Geelong, Victoria, the TAFE school there, I don't even think they teach trades anymore. So, I mean, it is a major issue, and it was, yeah, it was not quite what I was expecting anyway. But
No, that's fine. Can I ask in that context, you know, the print shops that I have visited, and I would like this context in other, for the other delegates that are online as well. The manufacturing work that's done there is highly complicated and highly technical. And clearly the capacity to do that kind of work can be a bridge into other industries. How well are our TAFEs and systems enabling people to adapt to changes in manufacturing technology?
well, it's been a long time since I've been to trade school, but essentially, as far as print's concerned, it's a dying trade, and that's partially the reason why there is lack of I wouldn't say interest, but there is a lack of need for to be training people up. It's become, technology's killing us. There is no future to at least my part of it, which is newspapers. It'll inevitably die. COVID has accelerated that. But in saying that, as long as it does exist for the parts that I work in, for example, newspapers, it is quite complicated. All the on-the-job training in the world will never make you as qualified as someone who has actually gone through the training.
Yeah.
The good thing about trade school when I was there is I got to saw another side of print, which helped me understand, learn about the actual print problems in general, as opposed to just learning my machine, because it was totally different to what I actually ran or run.
Yeah, absolutely, and that makes perfect sense. I wonder if some of the other delegates online.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So what we've seen with the decrease in TAFE funding is an increased cost on the employer to send the apprentices further afield instead of being able to do them locally.
Yeah.
It's also putting our apprentices away from home for an amount of time whilst they're completing their technical studies. When it comes down to a decrease in the skilled workers available, we've seen employers go and take people, take unskilled labour in, teach them a particular part of a job, and then when the job goes a little bit hairy, that person either sends the job out under quality, or they find that the job slows up because they've got to get someone who's skilled to come in and rectify the errors, which takes a lot of time and effort to do, and sometimes adds a significant cost to the end product.
Thank you, and I'm not sure if we've got Jones online. If not,
No, Senator.
I'll jump in. I would like to ask, in terms of the role that government can play, I note, and it's along the lines of what Senator Scarr has asked, when we look at common user facilities and where they've been implemented in the past in Australia, what potential benefit we see in relation to green manufacturing by having an industrial base that multiple companies can affordably participate in?
Senator, I might defer to Steve McCartney on that question.
Thanks, Steve. Is that working? Yep. West Australia identified quite a while ago that we're a state full of SMEs, and what we do need is capacity to get into some of this work, and some of that capacity needs to be leased or rented. And Henderson was a great example of the first attempt at that, and that was making sure that SMEs could get engaged by using common user facilities, which gave them area and scope to do the work that they wanted to lift their industry into. And we believe that the Southwest is a location for the very next one to do, and that's for high-end manufacturing in the upstream of mining. Because one thing that did happen over the last series of events with the virus and the shutdowns was that West Australia, and I'm sure some of the other areas in other states would have realised this as well, that we didn't have the capacity to look after the upstream of our own industries, our own primary industries in our state. And so we believe that getting that expanded capacity built by the state and supported by SMEs is the way to make, to be perfectly honest, big companies out of medium to small companies. And I think Civmec would be the best example of that. When they started off a cladding company, got involved in building capacity and education and training, and now one of the biggest manufacturers in Western Australia, building ships, oil and gas, and other products. And just I'd like to say one word on the education piece, if we could. Well, I believe it's a bigger problem than making sure that we can get TAFEs to do a bit more training. I think it's we have to look at how we can build our skills to flex more as manufacturers. And I think a Cert 3 has been a very good vehicle right up until recently, for the last 160 years. But I think what a Cert 3 does is give a tradesman the opportunity to learn by rote and support by his peers. And that's how tradespeople have been going for the last 100 years. And that's because things used to move quite slowly as they evolved. But now, because they're evolving at a rapid pace, and we've got so much pressure on our intellectual property with other companies, that it's really important that we give our people another skill while they're doing their trade, and even if they're 25 and upwards and want to stay in their trade. If they want to be able to flex, especially in this digital economy, they have to understand how it works. But more importantly, they have to learn off the back of their own research. And that's not a skill that's provided in the Cert 3. And we believe that next step for our industry could help us not understand the IP, but understand how the digital system works. So when the IP arrives, we've got more chance of understanding it and flexing to that direction. We can't afford to have tradesmen scared to flex up.
Yeah, and I don't think there's opportunities for people in the printing industry in that regard, because it's very complicated technology that they deal with. Can I ask, in terms of green energy storage and manufacturing, how do we fulfill the potential of that? Do we leave industry to do it? What's the role of government in that regard?
I believe that that role is really important, and I don't believe it's entirely in government's hands. I think it's about making sure that all three work together and understand the problem and be prepared to fit the training up. Like we're saying to our local government here that we should be looking at people that are in this trade that want to flex, to give discounts to make sure they can get that training to do that flexibility. But more importantly, for companies to take it on and make it and help and support us in help making a Cert 4 being the top rung for our apprenticeships. So when our apprentices go through, they end up with a Cert 4, Cert 3, and then a Cert 4 on the other end of that Cert 3. The Cert 4 not only puts them in a better spot financially, but it also puts them in a place where they've got the ability to flex and do that work that's needed to be done into the future. And when we get confronted like coal miners getting confronted now about not having coal jobs in the future. They've been working on, they call them dumb trucks for a long time. And now with AI and other things, there's a lot of work for smart, there's a lot of work in there that it's actually digitally analysed and other bits and pieces that you need to understand. And they're finding a ceiling to their work where other people have to come in, understand the digital technology and give them the roles. And what they want to do is be able to do the whole job like they've been doing the job for the last 30 years. And the way to do that is to ensure that we got those other skills so we can flex.
That's good advice to government. In terms of capacity for small to medium-sized manufacturing enterprises, how do you see green energy storage and reliable energy supply? Are we going to be able to meet the demand for cheap, affordable energy?
I don't think that would be much of a challenge if we get the support we need. And that support is around the way we do procurement, the way we do procurement, the way we train the people, the people that are doing the work, and making sure that small to medium companies that work in that area and have been working in that area for quite some time get the opportunity to build capacity. And that's where we see our project in the southwest of West Australia putting together hydrogen hubs for electricity so that we can build green energy. And you see, when you've been working in mining camps for as long as I have, we've never had a power wire and wire or poles going to it. We've always had to supply our own energy. And what we need to be doing in these hubs, until we can get it on the grid, is to have smaller versions of power plants running hydrogen to build green energy manufacturing. Because if you look at our biggest competition, which is Asia, it's going to take them quite some time to flex. And what we need to do is make sure we're ahead of the game with technology, with capacity, and ensuring that we get green energy first, even if it's before the grid can get to green energy. Because if you've got a mining industry, which is the bulk of our work in Western Australia, have to have zero carbon footprint by 2030, they're going to have to get their upstream of manufacturing done somewhere, and that to reduce their carbon. And what we're saying in West Australia is that's in the southwest, and that's in a hub where we've got capacity, where we're hooked up with the universities, we've got research and development support from government, and the ability to do that work.
My last question relates to we are coming to grips as a nation with needing to make that energy transition, and we've just seen those renewal of those international agreements and the announcements of policies from the opposition and from the some, albeit from my point of view, very inadequate from the government. Part of the background to that is a sense that new jobs aren't going to be as well paid as old jobs. And there's nothing intrinsic about that in terms of the technology or the skills. In large part, it's because unions like the AMWU have built up through their organisation a strong base for rewarding those employees through those industries. How do we take the insecurity out of the changes that are happening in industry overall as we change jobs and adapt to new technology, that future jobs are going to be well paid and secure, and that's not something that we let go of just because we have to transition?
Well, so we don't have people herding unicorns, and that's what I call it when people are bringing up myths around the place. I think any energy, we're flexing up, we're not flexing down.
Yeah,
we're actually building a stronger economy by building education inside that economy for workers. And if we give those workers opportunity to educate and be able to flex, what that does is make them more potable. It also makes them more of an opportunity, give them more of an opportunity to get that work. But more importantly, gets us in line with the upturn of the technology of the work we have to do. And we're saying good communication with members or good communication with workers about the opportunities for education, why they need that education, but turning that into real paying jobs. You know, something else we should be looking at sooner or later is the recycling industry, where we can give people that aren't quite there a career path that will get them there eventually, because there's going to be plenty of automation in there as well.
Thank you. I'd be happy to hear from Steve Murphy on that issue as well, or the delegate.
Yes, Senator. So I would just say that the jobs that we have all throughout our manufacturing industry, but particularly our energy industry, are secure and well-paid jobs because workers have organised and have fought to deliver that job security, the wages and the conditions that they currently enjoy.
Yeah.
And it's right that those workers now are facing, you know, a big challenge in front of them. It might not be tomorrow, it might not be in a couple of years' time, but down the track, their jobs and their industry are in transition. And we know that in New South Wales, there's going to be 4 more power stations that will close over the next 14 years. Now, a transition in energy and our economy of this size can't be left up to private enterprise or private capital. They'll focus on the bits that are most profitable and leave everything else behind. Government has got an important role to play, and they're in 3 parts. Firstly is a plan for jobs for the future. There's a race on around the world to secure the rights to these jobs and to get good at them, and Australia still has a chance to secure these jobs and to be the world leader when it comes to them. Secondly, the government's got an absolute obligation to provide a framework that delivers secure jobs. We've seen with the solar panel boom about how we've imported those and we've had insecure work around installing them on people's roofs and even the big solar plants around Australia. The jobs just aren't secure or well paid. And thirdly is the right for workers to be able to organise, join a union and collectively bargain. And that doesn't mean what people's mind immediately goes to, that there's going to be strikes all across the place. It means we have a framework of a collaborative, cooperative approach to establish what those conditions are, whether they be regionally based or industry based or occupational based, but then have a right for workers to negotiate with their employer or across an industry to shape what they're going to look like into the future. It's not going to be justice for workers in this transition if it's all about private capital maximising their profits. We shouldn't see regional communities be decimated with their standard of living by having significant reductions in their take-home pay. There's a way to do this and a way to manage it where there'll be an opportunity for business to make a profit, for government to have some level of ownership and influence over this, but importantly, for workers to be able to have some level of capacity to influence what the outcome is going to be for them and their families.
Yeah. Is there an irony in some political leaders blaming climate change or the technology or that it's the wrong path rather than actually seeing the real basis of the insecurity that exists here for people in terms of their rights and conditions at work?
Well, I think we can all agree that climate change is real, that economies around the world are changing, that governments are moving very quickly to try and get ahead of the curve to secure that investment for their own country. Australia has a real chance to be, as they say, an energy superpower. We've got access to sun and wind and waves and water and a whole host of things that we could use to power our future. It's about government will, and the investment will follow from that. The longer we delay, the bigger the impact and the higher the risk. The quicker that we can get into this and start rolling our sleeves up, the better the outcome for Australia and for working class people across the country.
Thank you. I'll hand the call on now.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Pratt. Senator Walsh, you have the call.
Thanks very much, everyone. Mr. Murphy, in your submission, you talk about government procurement rules and you say that they should be rewritten to require a preference for local suppliers and manufacturers. And you also talk about needing a change of culture from lowest cost bid as being the biggest driver in government procurement. Why is that preference for local suppliers important, and why is lowest quoted cost not the best way to go about procurement?
Thank you, Senator. In terms of the local content requirement, they are just the rules, and they happen all around the world. They're the rules of doing business in a particular country. And if we look at rail manufacturing, traditionally it has had a job conversion rate of 4 to 1, and that is for every one direct job that is employed in the local community, it creates 4 jobs downstream. If you look at aluminium, for instance, it's up as high as 6 to 1. If you look at mining, it's down around 2.5 to 1 in terms of that. So as the manufacturing gets more high tech, more specific, the job creation downstream becomes higher and higher, which means you're creating more local jobs. This shift to not requiring local procurement is simply shaping a race to the bottom where you just go for the cheapest possible option. And it's that old saying that cheap work ain't good and good work ain't cheap. Well, we're not asking to be, world leaders when it comes to rates of pay, although a lot of our tradespeople deserve it. What we're asking for is a fair chance for Australian manufacturers and for Australian workers to be able to get a foothold in the industries that are important, particularly when there are large government spends. Now, if you look around the country, we've got examples in Victoria where they're able to successfully have procurement policies, whether that be about renewable energy or for rail manufacture or for government purchasing, that allows for a really strong foothold for local industry, and that they're doing those things effectively. Queensland is learning from that example and is now establishing rail shops and significant government investment in local manufacturing and procurement. By contrast, you look at New South Wales, and we've seen no end of trouble for at least the last 10 years, where procurement levels went from having 75% local content when we made some of the best trains in the whole world, down to no local content now, where we're seeing imported trains that don't fit on the tracks, don't get through tunnels, and don't line up with the platforms. We're seeing ferries that are full of asbestos and don't fit under bridge, and light rail with cracks in it that will delay it for 18 months. This short-term idealism around cheapest costs us more in the long run. Those costs are hidden, but they are borne by public money. And if we're going to have an honest look at it, then we should look at whole of life's cost, and we should look at what return back to government is for those workers that are paying their taxes and spending money in their communities that create more jobs down the line. With me today, I've got Keith Lane, who works in the rail industry, can talk more specifically if they're around the example about how this is practically played out.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And thank you, Steve. So what we've seen is a rail workshop in Victoria who were looking for work. Their work was beginning to dry up. They had 100 workers on site, and they were working in a workshop that has a proud history of over 100 years of manufacturing rail rolling stock for Victoria and the rest of Australia. As their contract started to dry up, or the work started to come towards an end, they went to the state government looking to fast track one of the new rail sets that they were going to bring on, and in return for that, they were willing to invest not only in the workshop and the workers and the community, they're also looking to bring on apprentices and upskill the trades and keep a regional town viable. Unfortunately, they weren't able to secure that funding, and they had to find, instead of just dropping the workers, they found other work in the industry so they could close that gap and still have the skilled workers available when they had the work come back online. When you come into New South Wales, it's a completely different story. Now, our state government has offshored every public purchase for at least a decade. We're seeing problems with the ferries, problems with the new train set that they've purchased that isn't being operated at the moment because of safety concerns. The operating model isn't safe. Apart from not fitting the tracks that is here. And then we talk about the light rail. the light rail is now offline for at least 18 months. It's a system that if we had have manufactured it here, we would have had the skills and the ability to repair it here. But instead, we're having to send public bureaucrats offshore to work out how to repair it, and then whether we can actually repair it here is going to be the other question. I believe we've got the ability to do that here, but more than likely, the public money will be going offshore to service an offshore economy. The money needs to be going around and around here locally instead of being pushed away elsewhere to increase their way of life.
Yeah, thanks so much. A follow-up question for you, Mr. Lang. You explained the difference there in state approaches and how it's played out for jobs, but also the quality of the rolling stock that's been manufactured as well. Would you like to see a sort of a local content plan at a national level coordinated with state governments for your industry? What would that mean to you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot to be said about having a national approach to rail manufacturing. There definitely is the peaks and troughs, and for one state to go it alone, there will inevitably be huge peaks and troughs where there's rail sets being built, and then you lose out on the continuity of the workforce and the skills that are developed and brought together. Where if you had a national approach, instead of sourcing it from overseas, you could source it from interstate, and you'd keep the peaks and troughs out of it. You could, if you had a look at the public procurement on a national level, you could iron it out and take the peaks and troughs out of it, and you might even get into a position where we could be exporting this rolling stock instead of importing it, because the Australian workers are incredibly proud of the work that they do, and because of their pride, they do it to a high standard.
Mr. Murphy, there's been similar issues raised in relation to manufacturing for the renewables revolution as well. So can you tell the committee about what happened with Keppel Prince workers in Victoria regarding the Ryan Corner wind farm? And what do you think we should be looking at nationally in terms of local content as we make this change towards renewable manufacturing as well?
Thank you, Senator. I can share the story of workers at Keppel Prince. I was lucky enough to accompany a couple of workers from Keppel Prince to come to Canberra and meet with members of Parliament from all sides to talk about what was happening there. Essentially, Snowy Hydro doesn't have any local procurement requirements as part of its bill, the Snowy Hydro 2. So when it partners with any renewable energy providers in order to secure supply, there is no requirement for local content. And what we saw was they entered into an agreement to purchase power, in effect underwriting the project and Ryan Corner, but didn't include any local content requirements for that project that we were effectively funding. The outcome of that, of course, is not only did we see 50 jobs go from that facility over a course of about 3 weeks, but the risk of up to 100 of those jobs at Keppel Prince as a result of that failure to include a local content requirement on Snowy 2.0. Now, these wind towers that are built have got a very high tolerance. They're very closely manufactured. They've got a kind of go or no go when they're finished their manufacturing capacity, and there's a risk that there could be a very high failure rate for an Australian product if it's not done to quality. What we found was that those components were sourced cheaply out of Vietnam. They were sitting on the dock for quite a period of time because, to add insult to injury, not only were they not made in Portland, Victoria, but these imported wind towers were going to be driven through the main street of their town. So the community protested their delivery. But when they landed on the ground, what we found was that they were significantly substandard. There were a number of cracks. The welding wasn't up to standard, and there's an investigation into that right now. So not only did we lose the jobs, but it's looking as if there's some question about whether or not these wind towers are going to be delivered on time. And it undermines two things. It undermines our ability to be able to transition to these new energy sources and prove that they're reliable and can deliver. And secondly, it undermines the ability to create jobs locally. Now, an approach of the Victorian government previously was to have their VRET system, so the Victorian Renewable Energy Target, where they did include local content, and Keppel Prince went from 50 workers up to 170. And then they grew after the VRET was kicking along for a period of time. And that approach delivered high-skilled, high-wage, renewable manufacturing jobs in regional Victoria. And now they're placed at risk because wind farms that are going to be built around the country for the federal government will highly likely not see those wind towers built in Australia, but brought in from overseas.
Just finally to wrap up from me, because I do know that we're out of time and Senator Kitching has questions as well. You mentioned in Europe earlier on that there is a race on for these jobs of the future and we need to attract them here. Are you concerned that without the sort of local content provisions that you've been talking about, that Australia could lose that race when it comes to the manufacturing associated with renewable energy, for example?
Senator, that is a real concern for us. We got to see the example when there was a race on for solar panels, when government rebates all around the country were happening, and we had Australia's last solar panel manufacturing, Solex, over at Sydney Olympic Park. And when the demand for that started to go down, there was a preference for an imported, cheaper, inferior product. And it got to the point that the Australian manufacturer simply didn't have the scale to be able to deliver it because we left our run to get into that market too late. And if you look at everything that is going to change, if you fast forward 10 years, the idea that we have electric cars that are charged at home, that we have batteries on the side of our house, solar panels running it, large parts of our industry run off wind or solar or hydrogen power, hopefully green steel and green aluminium. That if we're not first in that race to start to explore what that technology is, building skills for the future and attracting those jobs here, we'll miss the starting gun and we'll have a lot of ground to make up, and it will cost a lot more to be able to do that catch up, if we're able to catch up at all.
Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you.
Senator Kitching, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Could I thank you, gentlemen, for your appearance today and also for your submission and for the work you do, to ensure that there are Australian jobs. Could I just ask, when I was thinking of the terms of reference for this inquiry in February this year, partly because, I've always been in favour of sovereign capability, but COVID, I think, was as an accelerator I think in governments of all levels, understanding that we might need more sovereign capability. There's a common theme to the submissions regarding local procurement. And, I think the discussion we've had just now on solar panels, for example, is very interesting. Do you think that under the Commonwealth procurement rules or under state procurement rules, there should be an exemption, sort of a human rights exemption? The reason I ask is I always think of the union movement as being partly about human rights, ensuring that people are treated with dignity. So when I think of solar panels, I am very disturbed that some of the components in solar panels are being made by slave labour in Xinjiang. So I'm wondering if that would be whether there should be a human rights exemption under, that would be an Appendix A of the Commonwealth procurement rules. But also, obviously, in Victoria, we've had train carriages that also have been made by slave labour in Xinjiang. So that's my first question, and then I've got another half question.
Well, thank you, Senator. I think the idea that we're competing with these countries is kind of fueled by the decisions about who we do trade agreements with as well. And these trade agreements are allowing, rather than lifting everybody up, promoting a race to the bottom. So whichever country can do this work for the cheapest wins the work. And it's no surprise to hear the stories that you're sharing about slave labour when, you know, a lot of our trading partners, when you look at what happens to the working class in those countries, they're living a life which is basically just subsistence.
Well, they're not really working class. They're actually slaves. And I think it's also disturbing, obviously, in the case of Xinjiang, that it's an ethno-religious minority that is being enslaved.
I support your statement, Senator.
The Morrison government could just pass my bill, Senator Kitching, in the House as it has passed in the Senate.
Well, I actually
that
think
would solve the problem.
I think that should be country agnostic. I don't think we support slavery in any country.
But my bill is, as you know, it was changed to being country agnostic.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think we should be importing goods made by slave labour. It is disgusting.
Yeah. Somehow the coalition thinks differently.
Well, now can I just ask, just on, this is perhaps to Mr. McCartney, in the WA's Australian Marine Complex is potentially a replicable model for other manufacturing common user facilities. Yeah. Could you just maybe just give us perhaps a brief answer, because otherwise the chair will get upset, but a brief answer just on why it's been beneficial as a model and why you think this could be replicated?
I think it's a model for lifting, especially in Western Australia, it works because it lifts SMEs to a different level to build capacity. And if we've got half the reason that two reasons. One reason that we weren't getting that work is we didn't have the capacity to do the work, and we didn't have SMEs with enough money to invest confidence because of the procurement policy to invest in themselves to see if they could win that work on the off chance they might get it. So what the state did was supply the capacity, and that was an easier proposition for SMEs to take that risk. That's how we got to get it there. And I just wanted to support your position on slave labour because we're dealing with it now in West Australia with procurement trains for Metronet.
Yes. Yeah, and I think this would go to our values, which is why I think both Commonwealth procurement rules and state procurement rules should reflect the fact that our values are such that we would not accept work being done in our country by enslaved peoples, and especially, of any enslaved people. But I think, what's happening in Xinjiang is, it's an indictment on all of us, really.
And
but particularly the Chinese government, can I say?
Can I add about just on the common user facilities?
Thank you.
That this has been an earner for the government as well. So, at the end of the day, the government put that investment out and built that facility. And since then, it's more than paid for itself over the last period of time. So I think those sort of investments are a positive investment that increase the availability to win the work. It increases the opportunity for people to be upskilled, and it also becomes either cost neutral or an earner at the end of the day. So I think all those things ticks in my boxes anyway.
Mm-hmm. Thanks very much, Mr. McCartney. And could I thank all of you gentlemen? It's been really interesting. And back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kitching, and thank you for those very strong points you made. If I can...
Anytime.
If I can thank all the members of the AMWU for your time today and for the work you put into your submission. Good luck, Mr. McCartney, with the plan in Collie. I hope it really goes well, and look forward to hearing how it progresses. And thank you to everyone for joining us. I would ask that you now disconnect from the video conference You can continue to observe the hearing should you wish to do so through the live stream on the Parliament's website. Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to now welcome representatives of the Construction, Forestry, Maritime, Mining and Energy Union. Just see if we've got you there. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd also like to advise you that any questions on notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 15 December 2021. I invite the representatives to make a brief opening statement should they wish to do so. And for the Hansard record, I ask you to please state your name and the capacity in which you appear.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Nigel Davies and I'm the National Assistant Secretary of the CFMU's Construction in General. And thank you for the opportunity with all the senators today. I'd like to start off with the ongoing problem that we have associated with the importation of unsafe building products into this country. And I would like to sort of highlight one in recent time that the senators may not be aware of. Obviously, in time gone by, we've had, I think there was 4 ferries that came from Indonesia and 3 of which had asbestos gaskets throughout their whole motor room and all that. We've had constant issues with flammable cladding throughout the country, which we're still dealing with to this day. But in the recent event that I really want to bring to the senators' attention is it's a fantastic thing that we manufacture our plasterboards, our linings, internal linings in Australia. There are 3 major international companies, and we're lucky enough to have 3 of them on our shores here. But unfortunately, when we do need what we call a fire rating plasterboard in commercial buildings, i.e. whether it be schools, hospitals, your establishments, in your offices and the likes, we have to import a raw product. And it was only about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, one of these companies, we got notification that this raw product, which is imported from China, there's only 2 places, I believe, it's called vermiculite, that we can source this product, this one was sourced from China and was contaminated with asbestos. And then this vermiculite needs to be in the plasterboard in order to reach that fire rating, if that makes sense. Now, unfortunately, this vermiculite was obviously put into the mix, and a lot of the plasterboard was produced, and unfortunately, it's on a lot of our on our walls in our new schools, in our new hospitals as we speak. So there's a lot of testing going on at this point. Now, all information that we're having, that it's only lower levels, but I don't think I need to tell any of the senators there is no safe level with the asbestos. So my concern and our concern at the CFMU is it's not so much now what's happening now. It's what's going to happen if you have a local tradie going down there in whether it be 2, 3, 4, 5 years time, and want to put a new power point in, or there's a plumbing fault or an issue, and they've got to start cutting into these walls. We're with 2021, we're getting into 2022, and it's been a banned substance in our country for so long, and we're still dealing with these issues. Now, whether we can have stronger quality controls in the country of origin and really put it on these companies that are importing these products. Also, our Australian customs as well, they're probably run off their feet, as we well know. And we know, well, my understanding is we're lucky if a lot of the building products, if 10% are being checked through customs as they come through. So there's going to be stuff that comes through. But I don't know what the answer is, but it's something that we need to sort of look at, because we're endangering lives down the track, and we are sort of Australia. We've worked so hard to get to this point with banning asbestos and not using the product in the first place. So I'd sort of just like to put that front and centre for the senators, because we have a big issue in this area. And like I said before, it's been happening in the past as well. It was I think it was in the Perth Royal Children's Hospital as well that they found asbestos laden products. Again found when the actual tradies were cutting into it, and you're sort of dealing with a product. As soon as you break it, it is friable. It is a material that will cause harm. On the manufacturing side of things, Steve Murphy from the AMW, I was lucky enough to hear the last bit of their submissions and stuff. We were lucky enough as well to work down with Keppel Prince down in Portland, Victoria. During the time we were sort of talking to the local government, it was the Andrews government, and for them to increase the local procurement down there. The town was abuzz with what was going on down there, because it increased a lot of employment in that area. And not only that, the quality work that come out of there, those wind farms and those wind towers will be standing for a long, long time now because of the quality work that come out of that yard in Portland. And they have the capacity, they have the infrastructure, but yet, and I think Steve put it bluntly, because I was down there for a couple of the protests to help the locals in stopping these imports coming through and driving through the towns, because they're still coming to the Port of Portland, these towers. So that's my brief 5 minutes. It was mainly I wanted to really pinpoint our goods that are coming into the country, and we've got some great concerns across the board.
Thank you, Mr. Davies, and I'm really pleased that you started in that area, because I was actually going to refer you to that Perth Children's Hospital case, which is included in your submission. And just to quote what you're emphasising in this regard, and I'll just quote from your submission. One worker on the Perth Children's Hospital project described the level of dust that they were exposed to when an angle grinder was used on the panels as, quote, so thick that he could barely see his hands in front of his face at times, end quote. And I think that draws into stark relief the seriousness of the issue which you've referred to. There are a number of recommendations that had previously been made with respect to dealing with asbestos products. And it seems to me that just given the most immediate example you've given, the issue is not going away, right? And we're seeing it across different contexts and different uses. I guess it's difficult for Border Force, and you acknowledge this too, or Customs, to actually check everything that's coming into the country in terms of a product. But that I guess leads you to the importance in actually manufacturing these products within our own borders, in our own country, where you've got appropriate safety inspections, quality assurance, etc., to make sure that these building products are fit for purpose, and they're not putting people in danger. Is that where you get to in terms of looking at some of these products?
Absolutely, Senator. And with the company in question now, obviously they've taken their business elsewhere from China, and they've taken it to South Africa. Now, that's not to mean that we've got to drop the ball in this regard in South Africa, because this vermiculite, it's a natural mineral. So therefore, there might be a vein, they might come across a vein of asbestos in that vermiculite when they mine it over in South Africa as well. So the quality assurance has got to be second to none before it even reaches our shores, in my opinion. But the Perth Children's Hospital issue was there was no notification that there was any asbestos in there. It was all completely covered, and it was when these tradies sort of put the grinder on it, and it was just the dust. The dust was intense. That's from my understanding from the workers on the actual sites, and to their knowledge, you know, it wasn't supposed to be there. There was nothing supposed to be inside that panel.
Right. Okay.
So it could come with a labelling. It could come with anything. You know, it's a big problem.
You just don't know what it is until it's actually tested.
No.
If it's coming from certain jurisdictions, you just don't know what you're dealing with until it's actually tested, and that's when you find out, because the labelling could simply be totally inaccurate. Is that correct?
Yep, that's exactly right.
Yeah, and that poses a risk both to the workers and the occupants and anyone, as you said, any future contractor who comes on the site or any future worker who comes on the site and actually has to work with the material. Yeah.
Yep, that's right. As we know, with asbestos, especially in the day, it was moulded, it was shaped. You could do just about anything with it, and in its form, it's fairly safe. But as soon as you break it down or you start growing into it, that's when you release all the dust particles in.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Davies. Senator Walsh, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Davies, Ms. Webber, for being there for us. In your submission, you talk about the tendering and performance of building work code, the 2016 code, as an example of the poor procurement policy. What are the issues with that code, and how does it put up barriers to creating good, secure jobs for workers?
If I may, Senator, I might pass that on to our Lucy Webber, if that's fine.
Thank you, Senator. The 2016 code goes some significant way to micromanage the industrial relations on project sites. It limits the ability of employers to agree with employees and their unions about any manner of issues in enterprise agreements. It doesn't do anything at all to encourage local procurement practices, and yet employers are required to comply with it in order to tender for government work. And once they tender, then it applies across the board. So it not only doesn't have any proactive mechanisms, which really procurement policies ought to encourage local manufacture, to encourage local trades to work with local communities. What it does do is prevent employers from negotiating with the CFMEU and with other unions and their employees things that might go some way towards fixing some of the issues that are endemic in our industry. For example, there's skills shortages in this country, including in construction. The code prevents us from negotiating enforceable ratios for apprentices. It prevents us from negotiating anything which inhibits an employer's ability to do what they want to do under the guise of productivity. It even prevents us from negotiating clauses which would allow head contractors to monitor their supply chains. So construction is obviously characterised by complex supply chains, often drilling into very small companies. The code prevents us from agreeing with employers to monitor the wages and conditions of their entire supply chains. So it's not only that it's not addressing the kind of proactive things that I think this inquiry is likely to be looking at, it's actively inhibiting those things. Instead, it focuses very heavily on the way that we are able to interact with our members, and it's quite unknown in any other industry. So our view is that that code should be repealed and replaced with something that focuses on local manufacture, that focuses on local skills, that allows us to negotiate with employers to put mechanisms in place to improve these things, rather than to limit our ability to do so.
Thank you. Does this code override the potential for state government procurement guidelines that have local content for the building products industry, or does the Victorian the types of rules that we just spoke about with the AMWU, do they apply on their major projects in relation to building products?
I must confess, I'm not terribly familiar, despite being Victorian, with the Victorian practice. I'm aware that there are some jurisdictions that have some good requirements in them in the ACT and Queensland, for example. They would work alongside each other, but to the extent that something is inconsistent with the federal code, well, then that employer won't be able to tender for Commonwealth work. And the problem with the way that the national code works is that once an employer tenders, then they're required to comply with the code on an ongoing basis, including for projects that aren't government funded. So if there was a requirement in a state-based code that interrupted with the federal code's requirement, for example, that EBAs can't do anything to prescribe the terms and conditions of subcontractors, which is in the federal code, then there would be compliance problems, absolutely, and they would simply be inconsistent, and the federal government one would prevail.
Okay, thank you. And in relation to the substandard building products and dangerous building products that you talked about before, in terms of asbestos, for example, still being imported into Australia under the sort of guise of plasterboard, how could better local content policies support our efforts to eradicate those substandard building products?
Thank you, Senator. I think that the testing regime has to be enforced, and whether it's a legislative matter or whatever, when we know that these products are coming from overseas, especially now that we've had a problem with this product, vermiculite. I believe every bag, every ton, because it comes in 1 ton bags, every bag should be tested as soon as it touches our shores. And no ifs or buts about it before it gets there, because once it's distributed and mixed in with the rest of the plasterboard material, and then that plasterboard, there's hundreds of thousands of sheets being distributed all around Australia to Australian homes, schools, hospitals, and the likes. It is too hard to pull back, and it's unfortunately, like I said before, it's the tradie that's down the track in 5-6 years' time that may encounter the asbestos oil. Yeah, it's so I believe we need to have it at the actual shores here, or ideally before it even leaves the country of origin.
Thank you. And just finally, from me, do you have any evidence that you could share with the committee, and you could take it on notice if you would like to, that would be fine. Just on the general question of how government procurement can be used to boost manufacturing in the areas that I know your union represents, particularly in relation to building products.
I would take that on notice, if you don't mind, Senator, and we'll get back to you.
Yeah.
Senator, the union has made a submission to the House of Representatives inquiry into procurement, which addresses some of those matters, but we can certainly take it on notice and provide some evidence in writing.
Yeah, that would be great, Ms. Webber. And if you just take those relevant parts of the submission and forward it on to our secretariat, that would be really helpful. Thank you very much. I'll share the call.
Thank you very much, Senator Kitching.
Thank you, Chair. Could I say thank you, Mr. Davies and Ms. Webber, for your submission and for your appearance today. We very much appreciate it, of course. Could I just ask, your submission has a strong support for the Modern Slavery Act, and I'm not sure whether you heard the discussion before about products being made in Xinjiang with slave labour. So solar panels, for example, and train carriages is another example. How do you think, do you think that the current Act does a good enough job in preventing slavery in supply chains, particularly in those countries where independent monitoring is particularly difficult to undertake? And the Chair alluded to that in his questioning. For example, in areas where the ILO is refused unfettered and unmonitored on the ground access to sites and workers, how do we ensure that there is, that there isn't slavery in supply chains?
Lucy, would you like to comment on this? I know
Ooh.
it's this is a Dave Noonan topic, this one, and unfortunately he couldn't attend today.
And hello to Dave if he's listening.
No,
Unfortunately, he's at board meeting, otherwise I'm sure he'd jump all over that question.
Yes.
So apologies, Senator. I can't give you the.
It might be something that we could better flesh out in writing, particularly after speaking to Dave, because he has a particular interest in that topic. I mean, that legislation has reporting requirements from memory that apply to very large companies with.
It does, yes. The turnover's 100 million. There is a review that's due, I think, about now or maybe early next year into the Modern Slavery Act and how it's, progressing. But I think there is that view that it does, it may need, that threshold should be perhaps lowered.
Yes, and one thing about the construction industry is that there's a lot of small businesses. It's something like over 90% from memory within the supply chains. And that, along with our inability to audit supply chains under the government 2016 code, makes it really difficult. I'm not sure I can give you an answer about the broader issue, but there needs to be something more than paper reporting. We need to be able to enforce it on a practical level, and that's something that deserves a little bit more scrutiny.
If you could take that on notice, that would be fantastic, because I probably will. So I wrote the terms of reference for this inquiry, and I've always been interested in sovereign capability, and I think that this is an issue, and I would push for a recommendation in this inquiry that does relate to modern slavery and does relate to the importing or the procurement practices around slavery, to remove them from our system. And I note that our great ally, the United States, has banned products from Xinjiang, including some solar paneling. So, and obviously the world's moving to more action on emissions. So we have to think about, if you need solar paneling, it should be done in a country with a good rule of law and, respect for human rights and human dignity. Could I ask you just on the sort of another element of the procurement sort of aspect of this inquiry? The Australasian Railway Association has cautioned against local procurement policies being state-based. So one of the examples was that New South Wales could restrict locally produced content from Victoria or vice versa. So how does this, do you have any views on the distinction between state-based and national-based local procurement rules? And if state-based local procurement is implemented in larger states, what challenges do you think this creates for smaller states and territories?
Yeah, great question. I honestly can't see a problem. Why we can't go national with in this area? It's we've had a few issues in
I think you've just gone onto mute. Onto mute.
Apologies. I'm
I know.
much.
We've all done too many Zoom meetings this year. Oh, you? Yeah.
I think I'm having trouble with this one as well. So unfortunately, I'm on my iPad. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Luce, would you have anything there, or will we take it on notice?
Well, I'm not actually aware of any local procurement codes which restrict services or goods on a state basis.
State by state. Yeah, it was in the Australasian Railway Association submission, and I'm just interested because I'm not aware of. I mean, I know that different states have different procurement percentages, so I think South Australia is quite high in comparison with other states, and they've just revisited their procurement rules as well. But I'd be interested if how does it work? I quite like a Commonwealth, a sort of a national procurement sort of rules or provisions. But I'm interested in your views on that and how that would work.
I'm certainly happy to go and have a look at what that reference is in the Railways Association submission and respond to it.
Lovely. Okay, thank you. Look, I might leave it there, but could I thank you both, not only for being here today, but for the work you do. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Too, Chair.
Oh, thank you. Senator Pratt?
And I believe in the interest of time that I'm probably out of time.
Oh,
but
okay.
I was particularly pleased that Senator Kitching asked the question around 10 state tendering.
Yeah, Ms. Webber, you might have a look at pages 14 to 16 of the Rail Association submission. I think that'll underline the point which Senator Kitching was making in terms of, in particular, state governments looking for locally state-produced inputs in a rail context, and how that operates where there's obviously providers of such services located in other states, and they're looking for economies of scale and how that impacts on them. So very interested to get your feedback on that. I'm just wondering, just one final question from me. In relation to this issue of local content and how it sits with our trade obligations, have you looked at that, Ms. Webber, in particular, in terms of what we can do in this space whilst also continuing to comply with our international trade obligations? So what room we have to move in that respect?
I think, thank you, firstly, thank you for the reference to the submission to the Railways submission. That was poorly phrased, but I'm grateful for that, and I will go back and have a look at that. I think this is another question in the interest of time, but also in the interest of me not speaking ahead of myself, that I would prefer to take on notice if possible.
If you could, because it's an issue which is repeatedly raised, and quite often government agencies come back and say, well, we've got treaty obligations, and it's something I've got in my mind that I'd like to get to the bottom of, in terms of how much room do we have to move in given the international trade obligations we've already signed up to. So what scope do we have to move in to promote local content whilst also complying with our international trade obligations? So that's essentially the question. I'm more than happy for you to take that on notice.
Thank you, Senator. We will.
Okay. And with that, I think we've come to an end of the questions for our witnesses. So I'd like to sincerely thank you for appearing as witnesses today. I would ask that you now disconnect from the video conference. You can continue to observe the hearing should you wish to do so through the live stream on Parliament's website. And the committee will now break for 1 hour for lunch and reconvene at 2:10 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
For a build. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd also like to advise you that any questions on notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 15 December 2021. I invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so. And I do acknowledge the introductory material you circulated to us, which was most useful. Thank you. And for the Hansard record, I ask you to please state your name and the capacity in which you appear.
Thank you. So, Stephen Porter, Head of Sustainability, Innovation and Trade for InfraBuild, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to join you today for this Senate inquiry into the Australian manufacturing industry. It's something we're very passionate about.
Excellent. Are there any opening remarks you'd like to make, Mr. Porter?
Perhaps maybe a quick question for the senators. I'm not sure whether people have had a chance to actually have a look at the briefing on our organisation I sent through earlier, or whether people would like me to have an opportunity just at a high level to run through the organisation and introduce ourselves.
Look, I've had an opportunity to have a look at it, but I think it could be useful if you do just at a high level provide a bit of a summary of the organisation, a bit of a précis for us leading into questions.
Okay, I'll do exactly that. So look, before I actually begin with that, I'd like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people, the traditional custodians of the land from which I join you today. InfraBuild is Australia's only vertical integrated EAF steel manufacturer and recycler, and we're Australia's largest processor and distributor of steel products, of steel long products, I should say, including reinforcing bar, reinforcing mesh, and tubular and wire products. Our business has operated in Australia for over 100 years, and our focus moving forward is about building futures through sustainable steel. We provide products and value-added services to more than 10,000 active customers across a range of sectors, including engineering construction, residential construction, non-residential construction, agriculture, mining and manufacturing. Over the last decade, we've supplied our long products to over 20 large infrastructure construction projects in Australia. Annually, our revenue is approximately $4 billion. InfraBuild has an extensive network, national network, employing more than 5,000 people across 150 locations, both in the metropolitan and regional areas. That network consists of our recycling assets, steel manufacturing, rod, bar and tubular mills, and widespread distribution and processing hubs. Additionally, our global footprint includes manufacturing centres in China, recycling centres in the US and Europe, and trading offices in India and Hong Kong. InfraBuild's broad network of assets, combined with our skilled workforce, provide us with a significant opportunity to continue to play a significant role in the Australian construction market into the future. With a focus of supplying the market sustainable steel products and solutions, we're well placed to be our customers' preferred supplier of choice. Key to our ongoing success will be the investment into innovation, decarbonisation, and the delivery of a superior customer experience. Whilst the market continues to remain dynamic and present challenges, they are ones InfraBuild is committed to addressing so as to deliver value to all our key stakeholders, including customers, communities, employees and investors. It's an exciting time to be a manufacturer in Australia, and it's critical that government can provide a whole of government approach to supporting industry into the future.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Porter. I might kick off the questions. I'm interested to drill down into this issue of anti-dumping policy and the assumptions which are made by the Australian authorities when they're determining whether or not a price is a non-injurious price, and in particular assumptions around profit, which are made by Australian authorities as opposed to the approach taken by some of our trade partners. I'm wondering if you can speak to that issue.
Okay, so specifically you're talking about non-injurious price in that calculation, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
So the point of interest here is that as part of the process that the ADC performs in their inquiries into a dumping investigation, on the basis that injury is actually proven, dumping is proven, and the causal link is proven, then they'll actually move to an assessment about, well, what's the non-injurious price? Now, this becomes critical in terms of their assessment, in terms of what remedy that they might actually apply. So say, for example, a dumping margin, I'll pick a number to make it easy, 20%. They may actually, through this process of non-injurious price, assess that a dumping margin of 20% is not necessary to address the injury to industry in Australia. Say, for example, they might determine the remedies only needs to be 10%. So the non-injurious price becomes very important because as part of that assessment, they look at the cost to make and sell, and what they should be doing is looking at the profitability of the industry in Australia. In most cases, the ADC does not necessarily apply a level for profit for the Australian manufacturer. So really, if you sort of step back from that, really what it's saying is that a business, particularly which is capital intensive, it's quite okay for it to make no profit and be sustainable into the future. Obviously, an organisation like InfraBuild, which has a lot of capital invested, a zero profit is not sustainable in the long term. In fact, for us really to be able to reinvest over the term, really we, at a minimum, we really need to be achieving in excess of 10% profitability and generating free cash to be able to reinvest into the organisation. What we have observed sort of to address this issue and proposing here in our submission was that with the EU recently, they've actually made a determination of putting a minimum 6% profitability calculation into their non-injurious price assessment. So I think in summary, why it's important is that we think that it's important that the ADC actually recognise that organisations in Australia do need to make a profit, and they need to make a profit to be sustainable, and therefore a profitability value of at least 6%. We would argue perhaps higher, but we're referencing a third party here in terms of the EU, and what they've done would be an appropriate consideration for the ADC and the government to assess moving forward in terms of any reforms or guidance to the ADC in terms of how they assess non-injurious price.
Right. Okay. So you've given us an indication as to what happens from a European Union perspective. In terms of other jurisdictions, do you know how they handle this issue in terms of profit?
Not specifically in terms of giving you actual numbers, but look, we are aware that, say, for example, if you go to the United States, their process is a little bit different, but they do apply an assessment there that includes profitability for industry. Once again, really just stepping back and being realistic and in terms of industry and the returns that are needed for them to be sustainable and continually reinvest into their business.
Okay. I wanted to ask a question about your operations and where they're located. And I don't want to take you commercially into areas you don't want to go, but I look at the history of InfraBuild and the history spanning more than 100 years. At some stage, you looked at establishing operations offshore. I'm keen to understand what were the triggers for that in terms of, in particular, establishing operations in China, and what would be required potentially for you to look at building up the operations in Australia as opposed to operations overseas?
Certainly. I'll answer the reference to China. The 100 years through that history of the organisation, there has been a number of organisational changes. So some of the assets and where they're actually based are the result of legacy and acquisitions over that period. The operations in China are a legacy of more recent acquisitions, in particular of a business called Steelforce, and they're a tubular manufacturer. And we've continued to operate that business there. It provides us an opportunity to optimise the capability on the mills here in Australia, together with the mill set up in China as well. Certainly what that does enable us to do is to actually enhance our market offer to our customers here in Australia, improves the scope of products. In other words, we're able to use the China facility for supplementary and complementary goods to those that we can't effectively or efficiently make here in Australia. So it's really a strategy moving forward around being able to coordinate those facilities together to enhance our market offering to our customer base.
Okay. No, that's very useful. I might open up to questions from my colleagues. Senator Kitching, are you there?
I can jump in, Chair.
I'm happy to.
Okay, I'll go to Senator Walsh, then I'll go to Senator Pratt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator Pratt, as well. And thank you very much, Mr. Porter, for being there. In your submission, you talk about the importance of renewable energy and moving your company towards net zero. And you talk about the importance of the development and commercialisation of competitive low emission energy technologies. How would you describe the pace of Australia's shift in that energy transition and what needs to happen from here to make your sector more sustainable?
Okay, so probably 2 points that I go to. Certainly, maybe if I can just give you a bit of an outline in terms of our strategy for decarbonisation, because I think really a lot of other comments will actually come back and relate to that strategy and where their relevance and importance actually is. First and foremost, for our organisation, we have what we call a CN30, so it's a carbon neutral target of 2030. We are very optimistic that we can actually achieve that outcome. And the particular advantage that we have in terms of achieving that is the technology that we deploy here in our assets in Australia to recycle scrap steel into finished steel products. The technologies that we deploy today in terms of melting and transforming scrap as part of our commitment to the circular economy are proven. So it's not as though we're having to wait on technologies that are either not proven at the moment or not commercially proven. It gives us a significant benefit in terms of the time horizon for us around our target of reaching a low emission steel manufacturer and carbon neutral by 2030. The key to that actually is around our scope 2 emissions, and that actually then links into our electricity consumption. We are certainly in the bucket of energy intensive industry. We'd be one of the higher consumers of electricity in Australia in terms of an organisation. That's where the renewables become particularly important for us, is transitioning our current contracts over to renewables moving forward. So whilst there is a complexity that's involved in terms of the commercials and how those arrangements are actually set up, the renewable energy is becoming available, certainly, and is something that we can actually move to. So we'd be hoping to transition to that sooner than later. I know that there'll probably be a reference through to green hydrogen. Probably just like to stress that the green hydrogen, whilst I think there there needs to be continued investment into the development of green hydrogen technologies, and particularly on a commercial level here in Australia. The outcomes of that aren't as important for our organisation just due to the very nature of our steelmaking process. Where the benefit actually will come will be probably more so in our Scope 3 emissions, which is actually relates to our transport, in particular our third-party transport providers. So obviously they'll be waiting for that technology to be able to embrace it for the heavy vehicle market offer to ourselves to transport our products moving forward. So it still plays a role for our organisation, the green hydrogen, but essentially it's not a key part to our transition to moving to a low emissions steel manufacturer. I'll just pause there. Are there any questions?
I think in reading your submission, you talk about the pace in the transition to the sort of energy that you need being somewhat slow or needing a boost. And you've just described that the technology is there for you. It's not necessarily about green hydrogen, and you know, what is it that needs to happen from here?
Okay, so in terms of the renewables, one of the issues that we still see needs to be addressed is just really around the surety of supply, or often it's termed firming. The move to renewables obviously is becoming more plentiful. So for us to actually transition to a renewables PPA, we can do that. What becomes particularly important, and this is where the nuances actually come into play, is what, given the fact that obviously links in with solar and wind, is we are actually an organisation that manufactures 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we need surety of supply, so we can actually be charging our scrap at any point in the day to be able to have optimised manufacturing facilities. And that actually means that our demand profile, so one, the intensity of when we actually consume, and then also our profile through the day, does make it currently a little bit more problematic in terms of managing supply into our organisation. So where those things happen at the moment, obviously, when I suppose I'll put it simply, when the sun's not shining and the wind's not blowing, obviously there's other triggers that come into play in terms of the grid. So it might be either fossil fuel power stations come into play to fill the gap, and or triggering battery storage as well. Now, those two plays in particular add cost to the firming. I suppose firming actually adds cost to it. So it is certainly an issue for all organisations as they are transferring over to renewable contracts, just in terms of what's the cost imposed to their business.
And so what would you like to see happen there? So you've sort of narrowed down the problem to the firming energy that's needed given the intensity and the timing of your operations, and you've referred to the possibilities of battery storage or ongoing use of fossil fuel. What would you like to see happen?
Look, I think really just encouraging the government to continue to work with industry in whatever form in terms of investment, in terms of their firming. So whatever the means to actually firm actually are. So be it technology around battery storage, it might be actually in terms of the infrastructure, so it might be more of that, and alternate ways in which to assist the firming. So certainly I think that in terms of encouraging fossil fuel power generation moving forward, there is probably a role for it, but for a period of time, but certainly it wouldn't be considered to be an end game. So I think it's really just about encouraging the government to work with industry to actually have that effective transition. So all players, particularly those that are energy intensive industries, can successfully transfer over to renewable contracts and have that firming of supply so they can actually operate 24/7.
Okay, thanks for that. You also talk in your submission about government procurement guidelines needing to recognise the value of local supply chains and also supporting the circular economy that your firm is involved in. What would you like to see in terms of national approaches to procurement and local supply chains?
I think in one instance there are some challenges for the federal government, particularly around some of the major infrastructure projects. And my understanding that is due to some commitments in terms of trade agreements around preferential treatment for either domestic or at least not having that preferential treatment. So offshore suppliers can actually supply into contracts. My understanding is that's not applicable for the state governments. Make the point though, is I think regardless of either, where there is a genuine opportunity, I think, to support the circular economy in Australia is actually about enhancing some of the supply criteria for these major infrastructure projects that really embrace some of the sustainability credentials. And by way of example, Infrastructure Sustainability Council has a rating tool, and with that there's a number of facets around sustainability framework, which we would encourage the government to embrace for all projects moving forward. So that's both at a federal level and also a state level. I think the thing is that what that actually does is it actually brings into play, I think, a lot more local suppliers for projects. It actually gives them something to be able to differentiate themselves versus offshore supply. And it means that through that, really working to drive material circularity through working around optimised design, other sustainability credentials, procurement and construction criteria as well. And I think that part of that also goes to, particularly around construction, is working the Australian, the ACA, or Australian Construction Association, has just recently published 10 key points to improve productivity through the construction industry, and some of them really do link into these, and they provide the opportunity for, I think, greater collaboration between government and the local industry to reduce the cost of projects, speed up the delivery of projects, and at the same time really deliver improved sustainable outcomes for the government in these major infrastructure projects.
Just finally from me, you mentioned in your answer there the potential for different restrictions on state and federal governments from being able to use the procurement sort of lever, if you like, to support and assist the creation of local jobs. Has InfraBuild been engaged with any state procurement processes that have led to local content arrangements being in place for your business?
Together with other industry participants, certainly InfraBuild has engaged with state governments around their major projects. And with that engagement, and more often on the large projects, early engagement, certainly what it has done is provide an opportunity to identify some key criteria that those respective governments are actually looking for. And I think that early engagement's actually enabled organisations like ourselves to then sit back, reflect on some of those key criteria, and then work out how we can best deliver them. And I think that really that early engagement in a collaborative way has actually meant that we've been able to, either as part of our standard market offering, deliver those requirements that the state governments have been after to meet their range of criteria, or otherwise we've been able to adapt our market offers to do so. So I think that the key here is that The framework's really important, both at a state and federal government around local government procurement to optimise domestic supply. But at the same time, I think the collaboration that becomes important, because then you do get a better result for both parties, and the fact that they're able to certainly suppliers to the government projects are able to modify and adapt their businesses to ensure that they actually can enhance delivery of some of these criteria. So certainly, yes, the engagement's been there. My experience has been it's best being delivered for all parties through the early and focused engagement.
Thanks, Mr. Potter. And just to clarify, when you say that you have engaged on state contracts in states where these measures are in place, you're saying that you have successfully competed for contracts and supplied under some state local content arrangements?
Yes, and those all those state government procurement arrangements, they're all public in terms of the profile and the criteria to meet the local commitment requirements. But look, I'd go to say that all of them are pretty robust. There's a whole range of criteria in there. And that's the thing which is really beneficial, because being able to have the transparency to see exactly what the governments, those respective governments is after, then it's organisations like ourselves that are able to really step up and, as I mentioned before, ensure that our market offers actually comply, and hopefully from that be successful in terms of supplying through those major contracts.
And is that, we heard evidence earlier that may or may not apply to your business, but we heard that there were such arrangements in Victoria, there were some such arrangements in Queensland, but there were not yet such arrangements in other states. When you talk about your success there, what states are you talking about there?
So in terms of probably the stronger local procurement, local content procurement, I would suggest would be the Victorian state government and the South Australian state government. I think the Western Australian government is, we're starting to observe is introducing some type of criteria. New South Wales government probably at the same point as Western Australia, and then Queensland as well. So I would say really the strongest policy positions actually reside within South Australia and Victoria.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Porter.
Senator Pratt, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the Anti-Dumping Commission, we certainly get economic players in Australia that translate into forces within government that are anti having such a commission. Are you able to highlight, any rationale from where that push comes from?
Sorry, could you just repeat the question? I'm not sure whether I fully understood it.
Well, we've got an anti-dumping commission. You're really to make it stronger. I would be keen to see it strengthened, but there still seem to be some economic forces against it in Australia that get through to government occasionally. Are they people you supply to who are your competitors? I'm concerned that those who push against the Commission and what it pushes for ultimately hollow out our supply chains that make many of those companies wholly dependent on imports.
Look, there's plenty of arguments for and against, and certainly I think that there's some very sort of flat economic theorem that might that often sort of pushes the barrow against the anti-dumping structure here in Australia. I think the thing is that probably you'd step back in the first instance and say, look, as a signatory to WTO, obviously we've aligned ourselves to a rules-based trade regime. So the commitment is there by the Australian government, and for that, I think then that there's the ongoing strengthening of the anti-dumping system should be encouraged. I think it's what's really important, however, I think in all these conversations is that free trade continues. I think what's often lost in this conversation is the difference between free trade and fair trade. And I think this is really comes to the core. And I know that a lot of Australian manufacturers would say, look, they really support the competition. They support free trade, but particularly what they support is fair trade. And I think that if you don't have, given it's a rules-based system, if you don't have a strong, robust anti-dumping commission, what you do find is that I think that the sustainability of Australian industry can be diminished over time, there's no question. And then that's where you can run an economic theorem to say that, look, ultimately we become beholden to offshore supply chains. Now, that may happen in some instances, it won't necessarily happen in all. And that's why, you know, the strength and arguments on either side. I think what is important, however, is if I just take a recent example of COVID, you can see that it's been well documented that many supply chains have been impacted through the COVID period. And fortunately, in a number of areas, we've actually had a strong sovereign capability, which has been able to certainly support the Australian industry through this period. I take, for example, ourselves, construction has been very busy throughout the pandemic period, obviously really underpinned by government stimulus. Now, we've actually seen that the offshore supply chains for construction goods have been greatly hampered through this period, and had not Australian industry had a pretty strong construction or building products capability, the government's plans around economic stimulus through major infrastructure projects and other sort of construction initiatives, they just wouldn't have been able to be realised. So I think there's certainly areas where the strength of having sustainable sovereign capability becomes really important. Anti-dumping comes into it, but I think really at the end of it, it's the anti-dumping, where it becomes really important is it's just about addressing fair trade. And I think the thing is that that's why it needs to be, we'd encourage the government to continue to strengthen it, and also just around the reforms and the reform packages to actually probably come through quicker than they have been. The last rural reforms in the anti-dumping, I think, came through approximately 5 years ago. We're encouraged by through the recent budget, there was a reforms package announced. I think it has 7 key items in it. But look, you know, we haven't actually seen a draft of those reforms today. And with the rapid change in trade and trade flows, the reform, I think nowadays, it needs to be a lot, there needs to be a more rigorous review process, and I think timeliness of reform as well, because often they're lagging very much the issues that actually do present in this sort of rapidly changing trade dynamics.
Thank you, that's really helpful. Other than the 6%, how would you like to see the anti-dumping through?
I think there's probably several things I go to. Perhaps resourcing for the investigation teams. There are cases, and particularly we've seen over the last couple of years, verification processes have become very demanding, have been very hampered just through to international travel and also domestic travel impediments. But I go to that because there is actually within the legislation preferred delivery time for investigation periods. We have noted that the length of time to complete an investigation continues to grow. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I think from memory, the legislation, I think it's 185 days, I think from initiation to completion. Certainly the time frame would be well advanced from that, probably, so I would be guessing here, probably up around about the 215, 230 days. So we are actually seeing that lengthening, and that becomes particularly important for industry who have alleged injury, because the whole concept here is to actually remedy the injury and address it.
Could be put out of business in that time, I imagine.
Right. You might be. So if you have to wait effectively 12 months to prove injury before you can put an application in, and then if the process is taking another 12 months, well, then that's 2 years of injury. And that's a long time for a business.
And how might your submission refers to the challenge of eradicating modern slavery? How might things like the Commission adapt to these kinds of questions and climate change questions and accounting in the future?
In terms of the, I think modern slavery and addressing that, I think would sit outside the Commission. Maybe that sits somewhere else, and I can come back to that. I think there is potentially a looming issue in terms of international trade, and that really does relate around low emission manufacturing. I think that whatever mechanisms are put in place to address or encourage domestic industry here in Australia to invest in decarbonisation, that there is an equal, basically an equal policy position that actually ensures that those businesses can actually get through the transformation period. What I mean by that is if you have to make a very large investment and that return might not be for 10 years, policy position really should be supporting industry to ensure that they actually get through that period. I think the thing is that if there isn't something that's actually addressed from international trade, you might find a competing organisation in another jurisdiction. They're not investing in decarbonisation. They're sending high carbon emission products into Australia and competing against the highly invested low emissions. And what you end up with almost like a dual economies going and competing against each other. But you could argue that it's going to be an unfair competition and really goes against the odds of what the government's trying to achieve in terms of a 2050 carbon neutral objective.
That's helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Senator Patrick.
Thank you. Thank you. I think my the construction work has stopped, so that's a good thing. I just wanted to ask, Mr. Porter, were you in any way affected by the decision to cancel the submarine project?
Our organisation was not. And look, I'm unsure in terms of whether it had implications on the other steel manufacturers here in Australia, so I can't answer for them. But for our organisation, no. Look, there might have been a very minor, but I would say essentially the very nature of the products that we actually produce, they're not really conducive to submarine manufacture. So I'd have to say no.
Thank you. I know that BizAlloy tend to do a lot of specialist steel. I think they had been engaged, but thank you for clarifying that. What about Snowy Hydro? Have you got any involvement with Snowy Hydro?
Look, not that I'm aware of directly. I think that in terms of any development there moving forward, of course, there'll be we'll have involvement in that in maybe several forms, either through our own distribution and processing network, that we own. I'm sure they'll be tendering on the packages for that project moving forward. And similarly, our other customers who, our other channel partners, I'm sure they'll be chasing business there. So by either means, I'm sure we'll have some involvement in that as we move forward.
Yeah, I might encourage you to go and have a look at the records of Senate estimates the last time around when Snowy Hydro appeared. It appears as though a significant percentage of the steelwork is being contracted overseas with an Austrian company. So, all right. What policy settings would you like to see the government implement to enhance the natural competitive advantage that we may have?
So when you suggest the natural competitive advantage, sorry, in what?
Well, might be access to iron ore, for example. One might have hoped I'd be able to say inexpensive power, although I accept that one's not there. But with the right policies, like for example a reservation policy like WA has, that could change.
Look, I think. Look, I think there is some, from what I understand, in terms of government policy moving forward, obviously in terms of really working with industry around the development of green hydrogen, that might actually open up opportunities for additional steelmaking in Australia. If it does, and obviously that's a continued valued add, and if there's opportunity for exports out of that, then I think that's a good opportunity. I would say, however, there is a very large capacity overhang around steelmaking internationally, and you'd have to compete against that. So it's not necessarily a done thing. I think, look, I'd probably take consideration. I don't have to take on notice for on other issues to be able to make point on.
All right, but that leads also to something that you were talking to Senator Pratt about, and indeed in your submission about the 0% profit that is adopted in terms of consideration of anti-dumping here in Australia versus Europe, which has 6%. I'm wondering if you can tell me the origin of that. I note I was just searching before for there's a legislative instrument that deals with anti-dumping and the way in which the Commissioner ought to handle these matters. And it was actually Jason Clare who signed the most recent one, Ministerial Direction on Material Injury of 2012. I can't find the 0%. Is that some ruling that's been made by the Commissioner, or is it part of a direction by government somewhere?
It's an excellent question you raise.
Well, it's important because if we're to make a recommendation on how to fix this, we need to understand the origin of it. That's the point I'm coming to.
So understanding that, I think you'll find in the legislation that there is no direction to apply a zero level for profitability. I think it's something that's just crept in over time in terms of the administration of the legislation. And I had before there was a query to me just around the other forces at play that aren't supportive of an anti-dumping system. I think that some of those pressures have come to the fore over an extended period of time, and it's really just an administration decision in terms of applying profitability. I think the thing is that I would observe that in many instances, the anti-dumping regulation and legislation that Australia actually has today provides plenty of scope for different considerations and decision making that is actually typically happening. So does it need wholesale change or things like that? No, it doesn't. There is actually very good scope for decision making. So it's only really probably some there are some subtle reforms, which I mentioned, and they need to be put in place to reflect the changing dynamics of trade. But by and large, it's actually pretty solid regulation and legislation. It really comes down to then the will of the government to apply it and how they wish to apply it, and then obviously, of course, the administration of the system as well.
Again, maybe I'd ask you to take this on notice, and the Steel Industry might help. The Steel Institute might help out if they're listening in preparation for coming on next. But unless you identify where the zero comes from, it's really hard for a committee like this to make a recommendation for that to change. If we can, I mean, I wonder where the 6% comes from in Europe. I wonder what the measure that is used in the United States might be. Again, if it's not in a direction, if it's not in the legislation, or it's not in a regulation, or it's not in the directions issued by the minister, then it would have come from perhaps rulings made by the Anti-Dumping Commissioner, and certainly those rulings can be overcome, or certainly the Commissioner would have to comply with legislation if, for example, this committee were to make a recommendation that a particular provision change to reflect more generally what is in the international space. So just around that, I wonder if you could maybe do a little bit of research and come back to us on where the others land and how they land there and how we land there. And I think that would be really helpful for you in terms of this committee being able to perhaps look at that in more detail.
Certainly, Senator. I can do some research and provide some additional feedback for you.
And the Steel Institute may well have some other answers on this, so and maybe you might want to choose to talk with them as well. Just as a general principle, do you have any views about whether the government should simply provide money to entities by way of a grant, or whether they should co-invest? I use the Singapore model where they, as an example, where they might invest with a time frame by which the company they're co-investing with will actually buy them out at an agreed price, whereby if the company does really well, the government walks away with its set value, but the company benefits, and if the company does very poorly, well, the government or the taxpayer is essentially underwritten.
I think, as a standing principle, co-investment promotes focus in terms of either R&D, et cetera, on the things that matter for an organisation. Now, I'm not saying that organisations take grants and then don't use the money for things that they don't think are of value, but I think that is one of the incentives, that if you actually have some form of collaboration in terms of whatever the investment incentive actually is, then I think it actually promotes working on the right things. And it means that both parties, and the other thing which is good about that is it's not as though the government is seen to be picking winners, so to speak. I think what it does do is it really means that the incentive becomes a genuine entitlement for an organisation. And it means then that particularly if, say, for example, it has anything to do with R&D, incentives, etc., it means that all the eligible activities which a company deems it needs to undertake actually conform to whatever that arrangement actually is. So I think it probably promotes a focus on the things that matter if it is collaborative.
Do you have any objection to the principle of governments picking winners? And I say that in the context of not just signing up with another company, but in the context of a strategy like Singapore might adapt about saying they want to now go to advanced manufacturing, and therefore they will co-invest in that area, or if Australia wanted to go to value adding of titanium or lithium or iron ore, then they might pick winners in that regard, being areas that the government feels we have an advantage, and it is where they want to take the nation. Not only that, companies themselves can't necessarily take on that sort of strategic objective. The companies operate in their own interests rather than national interest. Do you have a view on that?
Probably take that question on notice, and the reason being is that I think perhaps there are some areas it may make sense, but it's quite complex. So I might just take that question on notice.
All right. Would you still consider steel fabrication a strategic industrial capability?
Certainly. It plays a major role in terms of the construction industry. And I think as we, particularly with the productivity opportunity that sits in front of the construction industry as we move forward, the collaboration between all local partners is going to be absolutely essential. That'll come around to design efficiency, and then also things like modular construction and other forms of solutions which will really enhance productivity and deliver lower embedded carbon solutions, etc. So I think the fact that it sort of gets a little bit to the concept of right place, right time, right product, I think having local fabrication capability is absolutely critical to the ongoing success of the Australian construction industry.
Okay. All right. But mindful of time, I'll cede back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Patrick, and thank you, Mr. Porter, for joining us today. That was very helpful. So I would ask that you now disconnect from the video conference, but you can, of course, continue to observe the hearing should you wish to do so through the live stream on the Parliament's website. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Steel Institute. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd also like to advise you that any questions on notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 15 December 2021. I invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so. And for the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear? Mr. Barco.
I think I'll start, if that's okay, Chair.
Yep, Mr. Kane.
Thank you. My name's Mark Kane. I'm the Chief Executive of the Australian Steel Institute. And I'd like to make a brief opening statement about the steel industry in Australia. The Australian steel industry is a key contributor to the overall manufacturing industry just because of the sheer size of the steel industry compared to other sectors in manufacturing. It provides a backbone and critical mass for a broad range of infrastructure, transport, logistics, technical expertise and supporting services. It is also the source of essential inputs for many other manufacturing sectors. Steel is a key enabler for most of the national manufacturing priorities that are identified in the modern manufacturing strategy, such as resources, technology and critical minerals processing, food and beverage, recycling and clean energy, and defence. As such, it underpins the sovereign capability to manufacture many products that are in the long-term strategic and economic importance to our country. The economic contribution of the steel industry is very significant. Recent work done by BIS Oxford Economics, it is estimated that for every $1 million invested in the steel industry, 5 workers are employed in the steel industry and closely related industries. 2.8 million output is contributed to the economy and 1.1 million of value is added to Australian GDP. These multipliers can be looked at from an employment perspective. And it's estimated that the total employment benefit from the Australian steel industry is 467,000 jobs on a full-time basis, which includes direct employment across the combined primary metal and metal products manufacturing and fabricated metal product manufacturing industries of approximately 130,000, that's direct, and also includes 180,000 of indirect employment and 157,000 of induced employment. In economic terms, the Australian steel industry contributes value add of 100 billion to the Australian economy. That completes my opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. I might kick off the questions. From some of the witnesses today, we've heard the issue raised with respect to building materials not conforming to Australian standards, and we've also heard issues relating to the sustainability or lack thereof practices of suppliers of building materials. Now, bearing in mind a lot of the materials which your industry provides is going to be used in a residential context, and Australians are going to be negatively impacted if non-conforming products are used. It might be used in major infrastructure projects, and again, if non-conforming products are used, if they're not fit for purpose, that's going to have a potentially devastating impact on Australian taxpayers. What do we need to do as a country in terms of ensuring that the steel we use in those building processes, manufacturing processes, is fit for purpose?
There's non-compliant and non-conforming products. I think one of the critical aspects is visibility of the supply chain and traceability. So, we need to understand where things have come from, whether they meet the criteria that is set not just in technical terms, but also in the broader ESG sort of terms as well, like modern slavery and so forth. Where did it come from? But in terms of actual specification, there's a number of points. One is Australian standards are very important here, that goods are made to Australian standards, but also that the companies providing things aren't just saying that they do, but they're certified to show that they have by independent certification bodies. And we believe that's a critical aspect. The other side of it, though, is more an educational side of things. If somebody specifies a product to be used inappropriately, that's about education. And education of engineers and specifiers, and also transparency as to when problems occur, so that people have got their eyes wide open. If you look at the flammable cladding issue, that's a very complex area where lots of material was used inappropriately, and that material used in the correct context is still okay, but you can't. That's not about product specification. That's about knowledge.
Right. Okay. And how should those principles be reflected in terms of government procurement practices? So, are there any world-leading standards in this respect in terms of governments adopting procurement codes, procurement policies which reflect those principles you've just discussed?
Well, in Australia, some of these things are applied by government, some better in some jurisdictions than others. For example, fabricated steelwork, there is an Australian standard for that. And there is a certification scheme, independent certification scheme, so that fabricators can be certified to work to the Australian standard. The South Australian government has legislated that any government projects, the fabricated steel needs to come from a fabricator that is certified to the Australian New Zealand Standard 5131. There is movement afoot in other jurisdictions to go trend in that direction. I think Victoria is strongly considering such. the New South Wales renewable energy sector area is considering those sorts of measures at the moment. So that's for example that can be applied.
Okay, I've got two more areas of questions, and then I'll share the call with my colleagues. The first is the importance of gas to the industry. So in some of the processes the steel industry undertakes, gas is an extremely important input. What can the industry tell us in terms of access to gas and price of gas, in terms of its importance to the industry and where we are at the moment and what we need to do?
I'll throw in a minute to David Varco to perhaps provide some more detail, but critical to the steel industry in terms of the entire supply chain, not just the primary steel makers, is energy cost and access to cheap, low-cost energy to be world competitive. There is also potential for a gas to be a transition resource when moving towards like hydrogen potentially as an interim step as well before the hydrogen is commercialised at such scale to decarbonise the steelmaking process. But perhaps David Varco, if you could comment a bit further, I think you have some more detail.
And Mr. Varco, if you could give the capacity in which you appear as well, just for the Hansard record. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. David Varco, I'm the New South Wales Manager for the Australian Steel Institute, and I'm also the National Manufacturing Advisor. Natural gas is very widely used in our industry, particularly for heat treatment processes and reheating prior to rolling. There's a quite extensive transformation happens right through the value chain. And our members would say that whilst electricity prices have sort of moderated from the very high levels they were at recently, gas really hasn't. And it remains, I guess, a point of disadvantage relative to other steel producers for them. A number of our members are multinational businesses or have operations in other countries, and therefore they're able to observe that situation by way of their own internal understanding of costs, and so it's not an ambit position. It's something they can verify from their own data from their own operations in other countries.
Right. So is it fair to say, Mr. Varco, that it's extremely important that the supply of gas for domestic use has increased?
Absolutely, yeah. We are very supportive of any measures that can be done to both moderate the cost and also the supply, and I think the two go hand in hand. Okay,
thank you. My last area of questioning is in relation to the Steel Research Hub. So I don't know, Mr. Kane, is that to you or to Mr. Varco?
David Varco is actually the chair of the advisory committee for the Steel Research Hub, so I'll throw to him.
All right, so Mr. Varco, this is going to be the easiest question you ever hear from a senator in the whole of your professional experience. Can you tell us, give us some examples of some of the successful projects or initiatives that the Steel Research Hub has undertaken, just so we can understand better from a practical viewpoint as to how important the Steel Research Hub is?
Thank you, Chair. So the Steel Research Hub is part of the ARC Industrial Transformation Hubs program, and it's something that I have had a lot of involvement in a prior employment. It's an industry-led initiative, which I think is quite critical in terms of its success. The types of projects that it works on are quite broad-ranging, from steel manufacturing technology through to product development. Some of the areas where they've had some notable successes are in the recycling or reuse of co-products that are made during steelmaking, such as some of the finding different ways of using the slags or recycling the various dusts that are produced back in the process. Also, in terms of providing deep insights into how to enhance some of the products that Australia is well known for, so coated steel products, for example, making them more efficiently, So really, I guess, strengthening our strengths and providing insights into areas that are of long-term significance for the competitiveness of the manufacturing processes would be a couple of examples.
Right. So, Mr. Buck, has any research been done in terms of demonstrating the economic contribution of the Steel Research Hub? So, for example, trying to work out the value of every government dollar that's been spent in terms of the Research Hub, so we can have a better understanding of its importance?
The hub we're talking about. It's just been, I guess, completed a 5-year period of funding, and then a new hub's been started, slightly different objectives for another 5 years. I'd like to take the question on notice and I guess go to the hub director to seek information on your question on the efficacy, I guess, for that first 5-year hub would, I think, be the best way to inform us on your question.
Okay, that's very good. If you could take that on notice, thank you very much. I'll now share the call to Senator Patrick.
Chair. Mr. Kane, I might just ask you the same question I asked InfraBuild. Not sure if you heard it about their submission talking about a 6% profit and a 0% profit being used in relation to consideration of dumping. Did you hear that, Mr. Kane?
Yeah, yes, Senator Patrick, I did.
Are you able to assist us in where those numbers come from?
That's not something I can answer straight up, but I certainly will take it on notice and follow up and get to the bottom of it.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't mind knowing that if it were the case that we are out of kilter with other OECD countries or the EU, then I think that is an issue that the committee could potentially take on. So I'm glad it's been highlighted. I might also go to Snowy Hydro 2.0. I'm guessing your members would be a little bit disappointed in the recent, well, I won't say announcement, but the statement made by Snowy Hydro estimates about the use of European steel in Snowy Hydro. Can you share a view on that?
Yeah, it's very disappointing. The company in question, Australian company, is Bisalloy, who are one of our members, who have they believe they had a capability to supply, and have been told that they were unsuccessful. The material is being provided, as you mentioned, as I understand it, Senator Patrick, from Austria, and being fabricated in Italy, and that goes to the sort of who won the some of the subcontract or tender work. When you get foreign firms winning the packages, then they tend to leverage their existing supply chains for various reasons. But it's not just materials; it's also, starts at the design stage as well. The Australian bid was I think a slightly it was a different design to get the same outcomes, but the Italians and the Austrians have won the work.
So does the Steel Institute want to give a message to the shareholder ministers, Minister Birmingham? I think it's Minister Taylor, or do you want to leave that to me? Because I'm happy to give them a slap on the face in relation to. I think it's disgusting, but anyway, I'm glad you also think that's the case. Do you think that we could have tooled up to do the work even in accordance with their specification? Notwithstanding, I don't disagree that there are many ways to achieve an outcome, and I just don't think Snowy Hydro works very hard with Australian industry to get to get a solution that could be delivered by Australian entities.
Yeah, I'll make a general comment that industry participation plans are quite weak at the knees, I'd say. they're easily just, you know, tick the box exercises for organisations, and I think that we would believe that there needs to be more rigour and a bit more review into those types of schemes. David Varco may have, I think, a bit more specifics going to this project. To your question, Senator.
Sure.
So yeah, Senator, I'm advised by Bisalloy that the main difference between their proposed solution, along with their fabricator partners, and the winning bid was that there would be more joins and more welds, which equals more cost, but could equally deliver the same result. So I guess what we'd observe is that at face value, yes, there is a sort of a higher cost, but there seemed to be no credence given to the local benefits that might flow in terms of the sort of value adds that Mark spoke about in the opening address, and that's just not considered relevant when people are assessing very significant projects such as that. So that's very disappointing from our perspective.
So is there a non-compliance, noting that Section 4.7 of the Commonwealth Procurement Rules requires entities to make an assessment about economic value, and the fact is there is a difference between cost and value, and it seems to be lost on Simon Birmingham in particular. And I say that, Chair, I've said that directly to him in estimates. He fails in that regard every single time with his free trade Taliban kind of approach. But I mean, in essence, that's an opportunity lost, isn't it? Because value was not considered, only cost.
Well, the tonnage, I think, was 7,000 tonnes over a 2-year period or something like that.
7,000 tonnes is the part that's definitely lost, and a huge amount of work would also have been done by everyone involved, which is also essentially a sunk cost that they'll never recover.
Just to put it in context, I think Bisalloy manufacture about 28,000 tonnes of tempered plate per annum. So you look at 7,000 tonnes to their business, it is not insignificant.
And you know, particularly, I imagine that the skills that would be associated with that particular project may have some relevance to, for example, a future submarine program. Again, you know, noting these, I understand that the steel is associated with high pressure work and water.
What we typically find, Senator, to your point, is that when local businesses get involved in significant projects, they become more skillful and they develop capabilities that can then be applied in other applications, as you're saying, and that they typically invest a lot in the capabilities of their business and their people, and that they are the sort of things that sort of help them to grow and become more competitive and more capable over the long term.
Yeah, again, you're too polite to say this, but you know, to me, it's the Morrison government selling out Australian workers and Australian companies. But let's go to green steel. How far away is that technology? What's its maturity?
It's a very complex answer. David, again, is our manufacturing lead in ASI, and I could give a general comment, but I think he's the best one to answer this.
So I guess I'm going to assume, Senator, that when you say green steel, you're talking about moving to essentially zero carbon steel, which it's complicated because there are many different approaches that people can take to achieving that, and what works best depends a lot on the local economics. So, for example, people may be aware in Sweden, where there's essentially excess renewable energy with hydropower, they're quite advanced with a hydrogen-based steel-making process there. They also have the right type of iron ore pellets, which is suitable for direct reduction. But if you don't have both those things, it's not as anything like as straightforward. And so I guess what we're seeing is that there's a period of transition of 10 to 15 years where people are looking at incremental improvements and they're looking at proving up alternative technologies. And so it's of that order, at least 1 and probably 2 decades away before we see widespread adoption of zero carbon steelmaking technologies. It's also, I guess, worth pointing out that the assets involved are worth billions of dollars just for a small to medium-sized steelworks. And so you also have an issue of people needing to, I guess, get the full life out of those assets before they replace them with something new. So even if there is technologies that are sort of proven up and commercially viable, there will be also a period of phasing out and phasing in that will follow that sort of 1 to 2 decade period of proving up.
So this leads to my next question, and that's a question I've asked other witnesses. Do you have a particular view in relation to government providing grants in relation to the sort of investment that might be required versus the government actually taking an equity stake, buying in with perhaps a predetermined exit point and cost? Is that a model that you've given any thought to?
It's not really, I suppose, in our wheelhouse, really, that sort of decision-making, Senator. We're a member services organisation, and our larger manufacturing members would be making sort of individual comment to that. I think Stephen Porter from InfraBuild did answer that in terms of co-investment. He thought from an InfraBuild perspective would be a better way of going to focus investment. I personally would think that makes sense because it gets alignment of funding. But individual members may have a different view to that. But certainly there needs to be policy frameworks in a broader sense that would support transition, and also, I suppose, help secure or promote an investment in that space as well. Carbon borders get mentioned as a way of protecting investment as one option, but also there's a lot of research and development activity that's required here, and financial support for organisations or policy support, I should say, for organisations going through this transition is certainly very important. Very important.
Can I just ask about, in terms of the purchasing of green steel, is green steel something that is driven by a need to have zero emissions during production to meet emissions targets, or is there on the other side of the question a demand by others who are also trying to meet a particular objective to be able to basically capitalise on their input carbon footprint? Is the benefit of green steel as a product recognised in that way?
I'm not quite sure I'm going to answer this question correctly, but there is a demand side for green steel, and particularly in the construction industry. People talk about building materials that have lower. They prefer building materials that have lower embodied carbon in the materials. Now that relates to all building materials, whether it be cement, concrete, aluminium, etc. So there's on the building side of things, that certainly is coming into vogue, or is in vogue. But the actual supply of green steel is very limited. If you talk about zero carbon steel, the trial that's trumpeted in Sweden, I think, was only 90 tonnes of steel, and it took, I think, 3 months to manufacture, and it's being evaluated by Volvo. It's not actually being used in the vehicles at this stage. It's being evaluated, and just put it in context, at 90 tonnes, there's approximately 2 billion tonnes of steel produced annually globally. So you've got very, very low levels of green steel. The easiest route to green steel is through the electric arc furnace by melting scrap, but that requires green energy rather than fossil fuel energy to render it essentially green.
So there's no market side demand at this point because you can't rely on any empirical data because it's so nascent. Is that kind of what you're saying?
There's a strong desire in construction, and a number of firms are pushing towards it. Atlassian are willing to pay a premium for their steel in their tower that they're proposing to build in Sydney at a significant cost above what let's say commercially available traditional steel would cost. That would be imported, and as I said, at a significant premium. So there is emerging demand for it, but the supply globally is extremely limited.
So, Senator Patrick, I'll need to share the call at this moment, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'll just make the comment that if you have a commercial entity recognise that cost, there's a difference between cost and value, then I just can't understand why Snowy Hydro didn't. But just makes me angry, Chair. But anyway, I'll leave. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Patrick. Senator Walsh, thank you for being patient.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kane and Mr. Varco. I would just like to follow up on some of those procurement questions with reference to your submission. And in your submission, you do talk about some of the state procurement policies which apply some weighting in favour of local benefits and local jobs. And I think your submission refers to, the need for that to be sort of rolled out on a larger scale if possible. We've had a bit of discussion about this in the hearings so far, and people have referred to sort of limitations associated with free trade agreements. And I'm just wondering if you can sort of assist us with that and help us with any insight that you might have with that. I note, for example, in your submission that you talk about legislation perhaps being able to permit the declaration of projects as being of strategic importance, and which then may in turn specify a local content requirement. I'm just wondering if you think that's a way forward that the committee should be looking at, or alternatively or more broadly, have you got some insights for us into ways that you can see that we could legislate effectively within the free trade agreements that we have to achieve the objective that it seems everyone is united in having?
So yes, if a project's strategic in nature, then I believe governments can prosecute an argument to have local content. I believe that based on some of the work we've observed and we've been involved in, that the free trade agreement issue is often spurious, because very often small to medium-sized enterprises are the last step in the value chain to supply projects. For example, steel fabricators all across the country would be regarded as small to medium-sized enterprises, and there are allowances within the free trade WTO rules to give favour to local SMEs. So I think very often it's a convenient, I'd be so bold, a convenient excuse not to engage locally, using the argument of free trade. And by the way, I've been involved with some committee work at government level where we've received legal advice that supports what I've just said. about SMEs.
Thank you. Did you have? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Kane.
I was just going to give some perhaps illustration of that. If steel from Australia was being provided for renewable energy, say wind towers or frames for solar farms, all that work would be done by fabricators, and they'd source most of their material from the Australian steel mills. So, in other words, it's within the scope of governments to specify using local SMEs.
And so are there sort of two angles there, one being that, you know, large projects like Snowy Hydro and Ryan's Corner or the Star of the South project in Gippsland could be designated as projects of strategic importance, and that could be an avenue, but you're also raising the exclusion from most free trade agreements of small and medium enterprises and
Yep.
saying that in many cases it is SMEs
That's right.
that are at the end of the supply chain. So maybe supplying to large companies that are pulling together the bids. But if you look at the SME level at the end of the supply chain, that's a pathway you could navigate within the free trade agreements.
Yes. The other comment I'd make is within a lot of projects, they're actually funded by private enterprise, and whilst the offtake might be from government, they're sort of regarded as arm's length projects, and therefore the procurement side of things is really open to what the proponent wants to do. One of the ways around that is that if there's any level of government funding for some of these projects directly, then industry participation plans can be leveraged. And then these sorts of conversations can be had of economic interest and so forth, as well as just price and also SME engagement.
I'm wondering if you can just elaborate on that, because I think we've been told, including by the department who are coming up next, that what you just described might be precluded in the sense of you know, government funding being made available, attachments being made to that funding to preference local content.
Well, I'm saying that if government is directly involved in the funding of a project, then it could trigger an industry participation plan requirement, so that there's adequate engagement with potential local suppliers. It doesn't mandate local supply, but it certainly it puts some rigour into the local procurement question.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the questions that you've answered around green steel and just check on what your perspectives are on the ongoing use of gas there. So InfraBuild, who gave evidence just before you, talked about their net zero by 2030 commitments, decarbonising steel. They spoke about the challenges around the intensity of production and the timing of production and the need for some firming. They talked about gas, and they also talked about batteries. And I think, like you said, that green hydrogen was a ways off. I just wanted to clarify your evidence around the use of gas. You also said that you think we're a decade or two away from decarbonising steel. I thought some of your evidence before could be taken to say that you see a sort of a long-term ongoing role just for gas in the firming, as opposed to sort of the potential for sort of balanced approaches with batteries as part of a transition. And I just wanted to ask you to clarify that evidence.
Thank God. David, have you?
Yes. Thank you. I wanted to clarify something I said earlier in answering Senator Patrick's question, which was the sort of 10 to 15 to 20 years. That is really in the context of steel made from virgin raw materials, so iron ore, and very much clarify that if we're talking about using scrap steel, electric arc furnace steel making, then provided you have a source of renewable electricity, then that is clearly, as has been stated by others, that can be done pretty much straight away. So
Thank you. That's noted. Thank you.
Thank you. The gas we were talking about earlier is natural gas, which is used as a heating fuel, and that certainly has potential to be replaced by green hydrogen, and that is all subject to the commercial availability, and would note that the government, state and federal, are investing extensively in various strategies, which we welcome, that could prove to be useful for both that reduction of iron ore to make steel from virgin raw materials, and also for the substitution of natural gas for heating. Does that clarify, Senator?
I think I just missed there as I was taking notes, sorry, what the substitution is. Natural gas is the substitution.
Yes. Okay. So natural gas in the context of being used for heating of steel and heat treatment, we believe that can be replaced by green hydrogen, and so essentially burnt. It's also possible to electrify some heating processes, and so totally do away with the sort of gas-based heating requirement. And then in the context of reducing iron ore and replacing coke or coal, that's where we're also looking to hydrogen to do that reduction process. So it's potentially being used in two different ways.
But can I add to that, that some iron making processes could use natural gas rather than coal as an interim step before hydrogen is introduced into the process. And that's been touted by one of the Australian manufacturers as a possible way to go, as an interim thing before hydrogen is available. I just want to go back to the comment about scrap. Using renewable energy is a fairly quick way to make green steel. Unless that's seen in the broader context, it might be seen as the solution. It's not, because there's not enough scrap in the world to turn around and say we'll only use scrap for making steel. In the United States, which is perhaps the most largest, most developed economy in the world, they can only manufacture 70% of their requirements from scrap, and that's because there's not enough scrap available. Now, in places like China and India, they haven't had a modern economy going for decades to build up that scrap load, and so they need to make what we call virgin steel. That's by the blast furnace route. And the same thing applies in Australia too. There's just not enough scrap to meet the market requirements for steel via that route.
Thank you. I think in the interest of time, I suspect we might have just lost the chair for a moment, but also that he would not mind if I just shared the call with Senator Pratt. You're back, Chair.
He'd be delighted
Thank you.
for you to share the call with Senator Pratt. To you, Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Your recommendation about the existing modern manufacturing initiative being expanded to include criteria for grants on existing industries. One of the things I note is that it's difficult for the modern manufacturing strategy. There's not enough money in it to give grants to everyone that needs upscaling, and it's not going to really help with our transition at scale. I have noted that some companies have successfully used the Clean Energy Finance Corporation to do exactly what you've been talking about in terms of applying to and renewable electricity to their infrastructure so that they're able to make some of those transitions. with capital being reasonably cheap at the moment, is it enough on the table to help with this transition to have government de-risk some of that capital through things like Labor's National Reconstruction Fund? Or, you know, how do we come to grips with this very real need to help SMEs right across the manufacturing industries to automate and build up their technology?
We ran a workshop with people that manufacture things from steel who are our members, and they're the ones that gave us the feedback that they'd actually applied for grants from the Modern Manufacturing Initiative and had been unsuccessful. So we're not, when we made that comment, we weren't so much talking about the primary steel makers, where the energy question comes in. We were talking about the downstream manufacturers such as appliance.
Well, and I can agree with that, because I know food's in there. There's a bit of space. You know, there's a few sectors in there, but I can totally see how almost everyone's left out. You know, what do we need to do to reorganise capital for those downstream manufacturers, but also for steel manufacturers that are having difficulty in automation? I've visited lots of very successful companies that are automating really well. They're working flat out because of the economies of scale that they've now got. They might be displacing other Australian-based companies making steel components. How do we get to grips with this transition?
Well, as we said, we're recommending expanding the merit criteria so that some of these existing manufacturers who've been around for quite a long time can be made more robust and help them become more competitive and resilient into the future. Often policy looks towards something that's additional or on top of what's already there. We believe that whilst that certainly has merit, that existing business should not be ignored, because they provide lots of jobs and lots of capability, and also, dare I say it, COVID has shown us that supply chains are quite fragile if you're looking at things over some distance, like importing things. And so having, a vibrant, full sort of capable manufacturing supply chain is a critical element.
Oh, no, I agree with you. I'm just really trying to work out how to solve the problem in terms of related funding schemes, the extent to which it's getting hold of capital or the expense of that capital. That is the key issue. Whilst capital is cheap, loans are cheap, reasonably cheap. I don't know how accessible they are in terms of the risk assessment, or if it is even then just too expensive just for companies to make that transition. A grant scheme is a very cheap way of doing it for the company, but it's an expensive way of the government transforming the whole of the economy. Perhaps you can take that on notice.
Yeah, I'll take a notice, yeah.
And in that context, I'd be keen really to consult with some of your stakeholders and members more deeply about the nature of that question, because I know companies need to make this transition and that they're struggling to do so currently. I just want to work out how we pull the levers to do that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Senator Pratt. And Mr. Kane, I don't know, could you also take on notice this issue of trade obligations and access for small and medium-sized enterprises in this space. You mentioned that wearing another hat, you'd receive some advice on that matter. I'd find it very interesting to see what room we have to move as a government, given the trade obligations we've entered into.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kane. Thank you, Mr. Varco. Very useful. And thank you for appearing as witnesses today. I would ask that you now disconnect from the video conference. You can, of course, continue to observe the hearing should you wish to do so through the live stream on Parliament's website. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources. Thank you very much for your patience. It's greatly appreciated. And thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I would also like to advise you that any questions on notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 15 December 2021. I invite the department, perhaps Ms. Looney, ask if you would like to make an opening statement or whether or not you're happy to go straight to questions.
Senator Narelle Luchetti, Head of Manufacturing Division. We don't have an opening statement, so happy to get on with questions. And it's good to be back with the committee again.
Excellent, thank you. Senator Walsh, would you like to start with questions, or Senator Pratt?
Sure, I'll jump in.
Please do. I'm happy to as well, but we'll tag team. Thank you.
Yeah, Senator Pratt, just cut me off when you're ready to go. Thank you all for being there. We've been looking at this issue again today about federal government procurement rules and the potential for those rules to have local content targets within our existing free trade arrangements. And I think we're all really keen on the committee to keep advancing our understanding of these issues. I understand from previous evidence, the evidence of the previous witness, and also from some of the other submissions, that there are several exemptions in our free trade agreements and in the World Trade Organisation's government procurement agreement around designating projects as being projects of strategic importance, and also some exclusions in relation to projects that engage SMEs. Are we at a federal level taking advantage of those exemptions to prioritise local content targets?
Thanks very much, Senator. So hopefully my colleague Donna Looney is on the call, who can talk more broadly about procurement policy. But some of these questions also may need to be directed to our colleagues in the Department of Foreign Affairs. But we'll see how we go with Ms. Looney.
So yes, thanks, Ms. Luchetti and Senator Walsh. As I've discussed previously, Australia is a party to the World Trade Organisation Agreement on Government Procurement and has government procurement commitments under a number of its bilateral and regional free trade agreements. These agreements give Australian suppliers of all sizes, including SMEs, the legal right to tender according to fair and transparent conditions of competition in significant government procurement markets all around the world, including in the European Union, United Kingdom, United States, Canada, Japan and New Zealand. The Commonwealth, as well as the state and territory governments, have agreed in return to provide access to our markets to suppliers of our trading partners on a non-discriminatory basis. So there are some exceptions, as you've mentioned, to the government procurement obligations for Australia, and these include Indigenous businesses, small and medium enterprises, suppliers that primarily exist to provide the services to persons with a disability. And there's also exemptions, as you mentioned, relating to measures indispensable for national security and the protection of human health. There's some variation between the application of the obligations to the Commonwealth and the states and territories. So under international obligations, states and territories have additional flexibilities, including a higher threshold at which point the obligations apply. So the threshold at which Commonwealth must go to an open tender is 80,000 K or above, whereas states and territories are around 680,000 K and above. So the main difference for the goods and services procurement is the states and territories have a higher monetary threshold before procurements need to be opened to international competition. In addition, states and territories have different exemptions from the agreements. So I suppose to go to your question that you asked about how we're taking advantage of these things, some of those responses would obviously fall under the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and Austrade, and how they're assisting with sort of international procurements through their processes. But what I will just say is that the Australian government supports an open market economy as the best way to generate investment and employment, and it's committed to fostering an environment where Australian businesses have full, fair and reasonable opportunity to compete for work on eligible major Australian public and private projects. And that goes, Senator, to my previous testimony to this committee on Australian industry participation and the thresholds around that. As we've discussed previously, there isn't a mandated local content outcome from the Australian industry participation rules that we have in place, the procurement connected policy and rules. But what we do is ensure that the large proponents of projects are testing the capability within the Australian market to see where there is capability to supply into their supply chains. And they also have to do other things to help us build capability as well. So they are also required to give feedback on why some companies aren't successful at tender, so those companies can be more successful into the future. They're learning as they're going through these sorts of processes, and some other things that we have in place for that policy. So we do have a lot of things in place to take advantage of where our rules allow for that. We do not have a local content policy in place.
Thank you. And so I'll just explore that, Ms. Looney, just with, I guess, some sort of high profile sort of layperson type examples and see what I can sort of understand about that. So, you know, we know that the Victorian government wants to see, you know, rolling stock made in Victoria. These are really big contracts, well above the sorts of thresholds that you talked about before. And so they have decided to mandate local content in those contracts. And then at the same time, you know, through these hearings, we've been talking about projects like Snowy Hydro and the steel input into that, and you know the potential project of the Star of the South, you know, wind farms and so on. What's the sort of the difference in terms of like comparing that sort of Victorian project and approach with those sort of federally kind of funded projects? Is there any difference in terms of is it really sort of a matter of constraints on that the federal government has in relation to free trade agreements that mean there is not a local content policy, or is it more about what you've said there, that there's a preference and a philosophy about an open market economy?
So, Senator, I can't go directly to the agreements that state governments have in place for those types of things, and to go into specifics around the differences, that would probably require a question to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade on those specific obligations. But what I can point to again is that the industry participation policy requires procurement entities to coordinate and communicate supply opportunities, publicly. I guess what we would say is that mandating Australian content for some of the Australian government or Commonwealth government projects, needs to be in line with those international government procurement obligations, and particularly the national treatment obligation, which prohibits discrimination between Australian suppliers and foreign suppliers. And I would also just say that I think that, as I've spoken to previously, the government's approach is to build the capability or assist with firms building their capability to supply into these projects. So that would mean that we're not just mandating an outcome for the sake of an outcome, but looking at where we can build capability for Australian businesses to be competitive for bidding into these types of projects.
I guess in these hearings, we may have gone from statements around it's not possible to have local content policies because of free trade agreements to it may be possible to do that.
Yes. So as mentioned in the specific circumstances that I've raised, there is a possibility that that approaches can be made for at different thresholds and in different ways, but still we don't have a local content mandate. And again, that goes back to what I've spoken about in terms of ensuring that the Australian government is getting, value from these contracts. And we have spoken previously about understanding the economic benefits of something. So it's not just the cost, but the other economic benefits. And that goes back to the work that we're doing in educating firms and educating Commonwealth procurement officers to make sure they're taking advantage of the clause that is in the Commonwealth procurement rules that states that economic benefit to Australia can be considered as being broader than just the lowest cost. So what we're doing at the moment is looking at educating firms or companies that are bidding into these processes to be able to better articulate what the economic benefit is from engaging them in these projects, and where it is that cost can be balanced with other considerations by Commonwealth procurement officers to reach a good outcome for ensuring that while the Commonwealth procurement rules are met and the international obligations are met, that there's the best outcome for that procurement, given the objective of the specific procurement. So in some instances, it's quite difficult to generalise.
So we're a party to various free trade agreements, and there are some provisions of those agreements. Is that where this is located? There are some provisions of those agreements that allow exemptions for countries to have some specific local content mandates rather than sort of processes of encouragement and so on, but mandates on the basis of sort of strategic importance, national security issues, opportunities for small and medium enterprises. That's correct.
So, Senator, I would need to take that question on notice and consult with my colleagues. So what you're talking about there is whether there are specific provisions for mandating local content. And I think that is outside of my understanding of the agreements that we have in place. Therefore, I would need to take that on notice, and we would need to double check exactly and confirm with you the scope of those arrangements.
Okay, and you also sort of referred us to DFAT as well. Is that does that requires you to liaise with DFAT
That's correct. Yes, they are the owners of obviously the policy regarding our international obligations, and we would need to consult with them on a response.
And you know, clearly, as you've said, the federal government does not seek to have a local content policy. It has other policies of encouraging participation of local firms, as you've said. It doesn't seek to have a local content policy involving mandates. Have you been asked to provide any advice about opportunities to mandate local content by government? It sounds as if you have not, because you're needing to go do that work for this committee.
Sorry, can I just get you to repeat the question and just clarify what it was that you were asking?
Yeah. Has government asked the department to sort of provide advice about finding those ways within agreements to potentially mandate local content?
So I can say that we've done quite a lot of work in the previous budget, which you may have seen, around opportunities to focus on SMEs and manufacturers being having opportunities through Commonwealth procurement. We've done a lot of work on that around where we can work in with our international obligations and our Commonwealth procurement rules also are the other set of rules that we work with. So really it's been around building capability, looking at where we can put in place dynamic panel arrangements so that people can bid into those things, and other measures along that line.
Okay, I think I might leave it there on the basis that you've I think undertaken to take it on notice, consult with DFAT about the places in our free trade infrastructure that potentially allow for actually mandating local content, and we've referred to a few possibilities that we're not entirely sure of yet until you're able to provide that information by liaising with DFAT. So yeah, I think the committee will really appreciate that advice. So thank you very much, Ms. Looney.
Thank you, Senator Walsh, and I agree with you. We look forward to receiving that additional advice. That'll be very helpful in terms of our deliberations. Senator Pratt, are you there?
Yes, thank you.
You have the call,
please. What work the Department of Industry has done with the Department of Finance on government procurement, and in what sectors?
Thanks, Senator. I'll ask Ms. Looney to answer that question.
Yeah, sorry, just bear with me for one moment because I'm just going to pull that up for you. So the types of activities that were announced in the budget, as I mentioned, were targeted government procurement learning events, and they're being delivered to the business community at the moment. And that is, that's, as I mentioned, specifically focused on SMEs and manufacturers, but also we have a specific focus on regional manufacturers as well. So those learning events are being.
What particular goods, you know, because how they align, for example, with your modern manufacturing strategy, or
yeah, so in
broader,
procurement,
if they're more generic.
So in the procurement space, as I've mentioned previously, we focus on building capability. And so that is broad capability, as I mentioned, across SMEs and across manufacturers. So it's really an enabling part of what we do for the modern manufacturing strategy.
So in the context of that for health, when I know you've assessed capability in relation to things like in the context of COVID, a whole range of products. What did the Department of Health, for example, and the health stockpile department do with that? Are you following?
So you need to.
I'm keen to see how you follow through with what happens at the other end of what government bought versus you bringing industry up to speed. This is how you interact with government. Who's holding all, who watches what happens at the procurement end when government bought stuff?
Yeah, so you would absolutely need to speak to the Department of Health as to what they've procured for the medical stockpile. So that's
Is that the case
question
for
you would
all
need
procurement across all government departments in terms of their purchasing of Australian manufactured goods?
Yeah, so you would know that everything that's purchased through the Australian government is where it reaches the thresholds is reported on AusTender. So that's a way that's all brought together. But it is that agencies are required to purchase within their remit. I will just also point out that given our federal financial relations, the Commonwealth actually isn't, in some instances, the final procurer of goods and services, and that very often falls into the state and territory category. A lot of that is in terms of PPE and those sorts of things for hospitals. So there is a difference between what the Commonwealth procures and what is procured through states and territories. In some instances, and I've used an example recently of land transport, we have a national partnership agreement in place with the state and territory governments on land transport. Therefore, any infrastructure that is put in place for land transport by Commonwealth and state and territory governments needs to comply with the Australian industry participation rules and legislation and protocols that are in place there. So we do have some agreements in place like that. That's a specific example, but there is a difference between what the Commonwealth directly procures and what's procured to meet services through the states and states and territory governments, as I mentioned, through our federal financial relations.
Does that currently include public transport procurement where the Commonwealth might have provided grants to the states?
Yeah, so for transport infrastructure where the Commonwealth has provided money to the states, that arrangement is in place under the National Partnership Agreement.
In that context, the current government hasn't supported a national rail strategy that brings together and better coordinates that. What's the current state of coordination as far as having a national, working out how we maximise the benefit from what is currently a very disjointed approach to rail procurement, where the state government says, well, let's do it locally, or we'll go overseas, and therefore we lack a national conversation about how to get a better integrated industry here as a whole.
So, Senator, I would say that I can't go to comments on the current government policy on those types of things, but what I can say is that, as I mentioned, particularly for the land transport area, we do have a national partnership arrangement in place with the states and territories, and that's how that is coordinated through that mechanism, and any Commonwealth funding that's passed through to states and territories to provide land transport is governed by those national partnership agreements. Therefore, that is the mechanism that we have in place for that type of coordination piece.
What advice has the government provided, if any, to the Anti-Dumping Commissioner on the issues before them and the decisions they're making? Have there been any key that have emerged in that regard?
Senator, I would need to pass that question on anti-dumping to my colleague, Ms. Bronoro. Beth, are you online?
Actually, it's Alison Drury here, Department of Industry. I'm General Manager, Trade and International Branch. The cases before the WTO involving anti-dumping are being led by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, so you'd need to put those questions on those cases to DFAT.
Yes, I understand, but how do you put input in when Australian industry makes a case? Do you support them in making that? How do you come to grips with the issues that underlie the issues that they take to the Commissioner?
So so basically the anti-dumping system it's a demand-driven system. So if a business has evidence of dumping and also evidence that dumping is causing them material injury, then they would put an application to the Anti-Dumping Commission, and the Anti-Dumping Commission and the Commissioner would investigate those claims. And
I understand all of that. I guess when it comes to the issues of what a material injury looks like, etc., is each individual company that takes that case on their own, or does the Department of Industry have any role whatsoever in assessing the underlying issues there or giving advice to the Commissioner?
No, the department does not give advice to the Commissioner on matters of individual cases. That's the work and the role of the Anti-Dumping Commission to really investigate those claims brought to them by industry.
Okay. In the context of the viability of industry and their claims before it, one of the changes that's been made in Europe is that their commission now puts a 6% profit margin on the threshold of a case to make it acceptable in terms of what qualifies as dumping. Surely the Department of Industry does have some role in kind of looking at what these critical tensions look like.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure I understand. So can you perhaps rephrase that?
Yes, sorry, I'll gladly rephrase it. When it comes to your assessment of which industries are under what pressure, here you are, you've got a strategy to grow particular industries, to make them competitive. Surely in order to pick those winners and prioritise those industries, you've got to have some sense of how they're going to fare strategically in that competitive environment.
And in relation to the anti-dumping...
I guess I'm trying to come to grips with why you're not across what happens at the Commission in terms of how you as a department go about picking strategic directions for which industry, for the strategy, etc.
I guess what I'd say is that the anti-dumping system is not established to protect industry. It's there to provide a level playing field and to make sure that there's fair and legitimate competition for Australian industry. So if there was an industry that brought a case to the Anti-Dumping Commission for investigation, it would be a matter of sort of looking at what, if material injury could be demonstrated, as a result of that dumping. It would be a matter of, looking at what remedy would be appropriate to level the playing field, but not to provide a strategic or competitive advantage.
But if there are particular industries that are, how do we know you have picked areas for your modern manufacturing strategy that are going to succeed in that world trade environment?
Yes, Senator Nick Patel here from Manufacturing Division, General Manager of Manufacturing Division, Department of Industry. Yes, I understand the question. So yes, I can confirm we did do analysis into that led to the choosing of those 6 national manufacturing priorities. I think the Chief Economist of the Department has previously given advice on this topic. It is a combination, as he said, of areas where Australia has proved and revealed comparative advantage in manufacturing, not in primary production, but in manufacturing. So food and beverage is a good example of that, and resources technology in some parts of the medical products priority area. There are also national manufacturing priorities which are more in the strategic opportunity Space manufacturing is one of them. Clean energy and probably recycling you categorise in the same way. So yes, there was analysis that went into that selection.
Thank you. In terms of the, we've had companies come before us and sectors come before us in terms of the challenge of moving towards automation and being able to fund that and adapt to it. I note that there's some scope within areas in the strategy where companies can apply. What's your current advice to companies who are struggling with that transition but fall outside the modern manufacturing priority areas? So, for example, the steel industry, some of those components.
Yeah, Senator, I think I've responded to that in two ways. First of all, it's important to note that the national manufacturing priorities apply to the projects that are concerned. It's not about a categorisation of a company. So, for example, were a steel company to be proposing a project that related to one of the national manufacturing priorities, and recycling or clean energy would be the obvious one might think of, then that project could be put forward for consideration of grant funding. So it's not about the nature of the company, it's about the project. The second thing is, you're absolutely right, Senator, that both in the modern manufacturing strategy and indeed more broadly, many other government policies, there is a lot of support for and work on automation, and even beyond automation, artificial intelligence and other sort of digital solutions. For the modern manufacturing strategy, you would need to establish a link to the national manufacturing priorities, but there are other government support mechanisms that companies could look for. And there is also a digital economy strategy that has a whole lot underneath relevant to this.
So in terms of where our best bang for the buck goes, if you've got a steel manufacturing company that needs to transition to automation, otherwise it's going to become more marginal, what's the logic really for insisting that they should rather transition to a whole new manufacturing for a completely different sector rather than access finance, etc. for I'm trying to understand the logic of the pivot if some existing industry just goes by the wayside because it can't quite make the pivot versus just that little bit of extra support that would see it ultimately make a contribution to some of those.
Yeah, sorry, Senator, I might not have been clear with your example of the steel company. I certainly wasn't suggesting that...
Might not be the best example. Yeah.
No, I think it works. I certainly wasn't suggesting they would pivot into an entirely new industry like, manufacturing solar cells or something, but rather in the course of modernising their own business, their steel business, are they going to embrace clean energy solutions such that it is genuinely a clean energy project or recycling, although I know we did hear just now the evidence about the limitation of scrap steel recycling in Australia. But maybe to give you another example, Senator, that's quite interesting is some of the manufacturers, and a different piece on industry plastics, some of the manufacturers of those materials traditionally from fuel byproducts are very actively investigating the option for plastic recycling, so actually becoming a circular economy, but still a plastics manufacturer. And again, we've spoken to those companies and said they should absolutely consider applying for funding.
And in that context, automation might well go hand in hand with the transition to electric systems rather than gas, and that therefore what you're saying, you can embed the robotics component into the overall transformation. How do you step out what is the energy use versus what is actually the automation of the thing that you make?
Well, so I think it would absolutely depend on each industry and indeed each company. But again, maybe just to pivot to a slightly different example, one of like Australia's largest manufacturing sector, the food and beverage sector, is absolutely one where the most successful companies have embraced automation over recent decades, but many important companies, impressive companies, are still somewhat slow to embrace that journey, just lack of capacity, lack of investment capital. So again, that's something that we've supported through the modern manufacturing strategy already and will continue to do so.
Thank you. What does the gap look like across sectors as far as the gap that needs to be made up in terms of investment? The Food and Grocery Council has said that it's significant and it's a challenge. They've got access to the strategy in that context, whereas other sectors don't. Have you got an assessment according to the ABS areas of different streams of manufacturing as to what the current productivity, jobs, and also the long-term trend for the need for capital upgrades and automation across each of those sectors?
So I might defer to my colleague in a moment, but just to say, I think there might be slightly different answers and set of data for different parts of that question. So, for example, I think there's some reasonably good data that, or analysis rather, that the Australian Food and Grocery Council, among others, have looked at on the relatively slow pace of automation technology uptake by the food and beverage sector. And then there is a separate set of data, but it's clearly related, on the reduced profit margins in that sector, and there's a whole lot of reasons for that, but the particular nature of that market in Australia is part of it. I'm not sure that the ABS captures anything that would be helpful there.
Senator Wayne Coulter.
No, I mean, I just referred really to the categories so that I can move broader than the streams that are in the strategy in asking that question.
Senator Wayne Coulter, General Manager, Economic and Industry Analysis. Look, the ABS do put a whole raft of data together around performance of individual sectors within the economy, so that you can track that quite closely down to the manufacturing subsectors if you really need to, and looking at employment. They also produce series on capital expenditure by industry and also track the generalised impact on the economy. One thing I think just to mention in terms of the manufacturing strategy, there are 4 pillars involved in the manufacturing strategy. So the programs themselves are one element of it. Another one of the pillars is getting the economy right. So putting in place the broad economic conditions that would allow individual firms to make decisions that best advantage themselves in terms of their future going forward. So they will be able to have the tax-free system, or they'll be able to get the skills and workforce that they would need. And so it is a broader strategy than just the manufacturing programs themselves. And it's also looking at the supply chain resilience work, and also looking at some of those more fundamental things, so science and technology, so that we have a decent base of understanding of science and technology that manufacturing firms could leverage off in undertaking their operations.
Yeah, in that context, I'd like please to ask, you used a really good example of the Food and Grocery Council in terms of the nature of the loss in profit margins at the same time as needing to upgrade capital. I'd really be interested in that same kind of information across different manufacturing streams. If there's some documents that you can either take that on notice and give me your own answer, or on notice refer me to some other sources of that information.
So could we just clarify what information you're actually after?
I'm looking to see, so the Food and Grocery Council said a great many of our businesses need to upgrade their capital. And I guess I'm looking to see the scale of that problem across different streams of the manufacturing sectors.
Senator, I don't think we have that
percentage of businesses, however it's easiest for you to provide that.
Senator, I don't think we have that information. So something that the Food and Grocery Council would have surveyed its members to get an understanding of what its members are saying about the types of investment they might need to take into the future. On a macroeconomic scale, we don't necessarily collect that data on individual firms, but the ABS, through its capital expenditure data, in an aggregate sense, talks through what is the investment coming forward in the Australian economy over time. But I'm not aware of anything that would round up on a sector by sector basis what the specific investment needs of all the companies involved in those sectors. So,
okay, I'll try and track that down with the ABS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Pratt. And if I can thank the witnesses from the department for appearing today. I do appreciate your patience. We're a bit late getting to you, but thank you very much. I found that very useful.
Thanks very much, Senator. Can I just confirm that the department's been called back again on Wednesday? Is that correct?
I might seek an indication from the Secretariat on that.
That's correct, Senator. There's a second hearing on Wednesday and the department will be at the end of the day, as is the usual practice.
Lovely. We'll see you then.
Okay, excellent.
Thanks so much.
Look forward to it. So that concludes today's hearings. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank all those who've made submissions and sent representatives here today and thank them for their cooperation in this inquiry. The committee stands adjourned. Thank you very much.